Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, The Explosion of Despair, The Splendor of Fireworks. Gerhard. Isem bit his lip, and the bright red blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, dripping on the cockpit, which was particularly dazzling. He thought that he had obtained the Gundam H2 designed by Yang Hui himself, and finally had the qualifications to fight with Gerhard, but now he found that Gerhard could still see through his movements, and there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Gerhard. This is the power of X-Rounder. X-Rounder. Isem, you have no chance of winning. Withdraw from the war, and let me realize the dialogue between the Earth and Vegan. Impossible. I will never give up, Gerhard. Really? Then I can only destroy you first. Gerhard wanted to push the joystick and stab the Jedra sword into the cockpit of the Gundam H2 to completely decide the outcome with Isem, but the joystick in his hand was extremely heavy at this time, as if something was stuck in it, preventing Gerhard from pushing it. What's wrong? Why won't my hands obey me? No, it's me. I won't do it. Gerhard gritted his teeth, struggling inwardly. In order to win the bet and for the future of Vegan, he should kill the Gundam H2 and reduce a powerful enemy. But the memories of Tortia came up all at once, filling his mind. The scenes of working together and laughing together kept reminding him not to kill Isem. In the final psychological war, emotion defeated reason. Jedra put away his sword and retreated. Gerhard. Isem didn't understand why Gerhard didn't take action. Gerhard didn't answer. He took a last look at the Gundam H2 and turned to leave the battle area quickly. Gerhard. Isem couldn't figure it out, but he was glad that he survived by chance, but he was also unwilling because he lost to Gerhard again, it seems. Nothing has changed? Jedra received a communication from his subordinates not long after he left. Else, what's the situation? Lord Gerhard. The battle line can't be maintained, please give instructions. A panicked voice came from the communication, with a panicked look on his face. What? In such a short time? Gerhard looked at the display and saw that more than half of his own signals had been extinguished, and he couldn't help but be horrified. Yes. The Grim Reaper is attacking the fleet's main camp. If it continues like this, retreat in an orderly manner. I'll be there soon to buy you time. Gerhard ordered. But you. This is an order. Got it. Got it. After the communication ended, Gerhard cursed himself for his dereliction of duty. As a commander, he actually abandoned the troops aside, just for his own momentary pleasure, which resulted in heavy losses for the troops. Without hesitation, Gerhard stepped on the pedal to the bottom, and Jedra instantly accelerated, shuttling back and forth between the meteorites, rushing to the battlefield at the fastest speed and finding his target. Don't even think about it. Beep, beep, beep. The Dawn Gundam was about to completely sink a battleship. The urgent alarm sounded and diverted Yang Hui's attention. Seeing Jedra approaching him quickly, he immediately gave up attacking the battleship and changed to evasive action to avoid Jedra's shooting. Jedra did not slow down its speed of attack. When it was about to collide with the Dawn Gundam, it changed its gun into a sword and pointed directly at the vital point of the Dawn Gundam. The Dawn Gundam did not flinch, threw away its double guns, and drew its sword to meet it. Bang! The huge inertia directly chopped the Dawn Gundam away, and the Jade Sword changed into a gun again, shooting continuously. If it was an ordinary person, even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would faint and wait for death, but Yang Hui was not an ordinary person. The moment before he met the enemy, he judged that the opponent's speed and inertia would cause a huge impact, so he began to retreat in advance. So it seemed that the Dawn Gundam was directly hit and flew away, but it did not cause too much load to Yang Hui. It even used the power of Jedra to distance itself and easily dodged Jedra's shooting. Wow! You are really good, kid. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and connected to Jedra's communication. I don't want to be praised by you, the death god of the Federation. Gerhard replied coldly, but he was not in a hurry to fight with Yang Hui. What he had to do now was to delay time for the fleet to retreat. Yang Hui was willing to stop and chat with him, which was naturally what he wanted. You are here, which means that Isem lost? Is he still alive? Yang Hui asked. Who knows? Really? Yang Hui's tone gradually became cold, which made Gerhardt shudder. Beep beep beep. The alarm in the cockpit sounded loudly, and the alarm of X-Rounder also made it difficult for Gerhardt to remain calm, but the fatal sense of crisis still made him subconsciously step on the pedal and let Jedra retreat. It was the survival instinct hidden deep in his DNA that saved Gerhardt's life. Jedra's right arm and the Jedra gun were pierced by the beam, but fortunately he left the original place, otherwise the point where the beams intersected would be Jedra's head. Dodged? X-Rounder ability? But it's not enough. Yang Hui's hands danced quickly, and the floating gun trapped Jedra like an iron pipe. While the Dawn Gundam put away its sword, it quickly picked up the beam rifle floating beside it and fired at Gerhardt with the help of the floating gun. This is the death god of the Federation. This kind of oppression. After only a few seconds of fighting, Gerhardt was soaked with sweat. The dense beam blockade like a spider web made Jedra a lone boat in the storm of destruction. The ability of X-Rounder was always warning him of death. But, don't underestimate me. Forced into a desperate situation, Gerhardt exploded. His X-Rounder ability broke through the limitations of the mask and completely merged with Jedra. The only remaining beam Vulcan cannon swept across, hitting 3 floating cannons at once, opening a gap in the hunting net. Seizing the opportunity, Jedra instantly accelerated and broke through the firepower network blockade. At the same time, he rolled on the spot, with golden light shining from his chest, and the beam destroyer cannon was unleashed. Ha! Jedra gritted his teeth, endured the pain brought by inertia, and controlled Jedra to sweep with a beam destroyer, destroying 4 floating cannons again. Desperate explosion? Interesting, but useless. Yang Hui was surprised by Gerhardt's explosion, but it was just a surprise, and it was not enough to make Yang Hui lose his mind in the battle. At the moment, Jedra was stiff. The muzzle of the Dawn Gundam was already aimed at Jedra's head, with pink light shining, and the beam was like a sickle that claimed his life, gradually covering the screen of the cockpit. How could it be? Gerhardt was already unable to react at this time. Feeling the impending death, his mind was blank, and he was waiting like a fool for the Grim Reaper to harvest his soul. At this moment, Master Gerhardt. Protect Master Gerhardt and retreat. A Dorado suddenly rushed out from the side of Jedra, and pushed it, exposing itself to the side of the Grim Reaper and entering the arms of the Grim Reaper for Jedra. At the same time, 2 Dorados dragged Jedra and retreated rapidly to the rear. 3 Bactus and 3 Dorados blocked the Dawn Gundam and poured out artillery fire desperately. You, Master Gerhardt, we will buy you time. You are the commander-in-chief, you can't die here. We all saw it. Although it was only a moment, you are the only one who has suppressed the Grim Reaper. You are hope. Please leave quickly. You. Gerhardt wanted to scold them for violating his orders, but he couldn't say it, whether it was a rebuke or persuasion. He thought he had a strong will, but at this moment, tears flowed from the gap in his mask. The people who saved him were just ordinary members of the vegan army, but at this moment, they burst out with unprecedented fiery brilliance for him, as gorgeous as fireworks, but also as fleeting as fireworks. The Dawn Gundam dodged left and right in the chaotic firepower network, sometimes hitting the limbs of the enemy plane with a shot, and sometimes cutting off the neck of the enemy plane with a knife. In less than a minute, all the MIs blocking the Dawn Gundam lost their combat effectiveness. But why don't you kill us? Someone asked Yang Hui. I recognize your loyalty and bravery. Go back and tell Gerhardt that for your sake, I will spare him once. Next time we meet, I will not show mercy again. After saying that, without giving them a chance to react, he turned and left in the direction of Bizet and the song girl. We survived. What does he mean? I don't know, but it's so scary. Stop talking. I don't know where I got the courage from before. I'm going to pee. Ha. We can be considered as people who survived the hands of the god of death. But how did the god of death know Master Gerhardt? He sounded familiar. Who knows? Let's go back quickly, lest he change his mind. Everyone didn't dare to waste any more time. The MIs that could still keep sailing used the fastest speed to pick up their companions and retreated towards the direction of the fleet. Yang Hui came to the B543 area and found the Gundam H2 lying on the meteorite. Hey, SM, are you okay? Uncle Yang Hui. Why are you here? Where's the battle? Where's Gerhardt? It's over. Vegan retreated. Gerhard. I taught him a lesson for you. Yang Hui said, but he also shook his head in self-mockery. He didn't expect Gerhard's explosion. In an instant, he destroyed 7 floating guns of the Dawn Gundam. This was the first time he had suffered such damage since he came to this world. Really? I lost again. Okay, stop crying here. As he said that, the Dawn Gundam pulled up the Gundam Age 2 and dragged its arm back. Now not only was Arthur in a frustrated state, but the Gundam Age 2 was also severely damaged by the impact, with its sensors, circuits, and frame all broken. Instead of taking tough action to expand the damage, it would be better to take it back, which would also not reduce the burden on the maintenance personnel. Chapter 152 The Broken Promise. After the Dawn Gundam returned to the Diva with the Gundam Age 2, it also transported the Dawn Gundam back to Baizen. Yang Hui took off his helmet and let out a long sigh. Captain, it seems that the enemy this time is quite capable. The maintenance director floated over and smiled. It was rare to see the Dawn Gundam's floater destroyed. Not bad, but there is still a lot of practice. Yang Hui threw the helmet to the maintenance director and said, Captain is awesome. The maintenance director gave Yang Hui a thumbs up. Of course, I'll leave the machine to you. Don't worry, it will definitely be like new. Then I'm looking forward to it. After chatting casually for a few words and greeting the maintenance personnel along the way, he ran into Graham as soon as he entered the locker room. How about letting me deal with that kid next time? Graham said to Yang Hui. When he was in Tordia, he also met Gerhard several times, but there was no communication. But because Yang Hui was optimistic about him, he kept a close eye on him. In this battle, although Jidra was suppressed by the Dawn Gundam, Yang Hui really showed no mercy and rushed to kill Gerhard, fulfilling the promise he made to Gerhard. If it weren't for Gerhard's ex-rounder saving his life, and his loyal subordinates risking their lives to save him after the on-the-spot explosion, Gerhard would have only been killed. However, the moment of the explosion was still very eye-catching. The single machine destroyed the 7 floating guns of the Dawn Gundam one after another. The floating guns were not destroyed before, but most of them were hit by stray bullets in group battles. Being destroyed by a single machine like this is unique in this world. Fighting with the strong has always been Graham's greatest pursuit. After coming to this world for decades, except for the excitement of fighting with Yang Hui, he really hasn't felt a hearty battle. This time, Gerhard made him find his target. Don't worry, he belongs to Sem. Yang Hui said after changing his clothes. Did Sem get beaten this time? Young people need to grow up, don't they? Instead of letting him chase after the invisible figure, Gerhard, who is his peer, is more suitable to be the target to chase. Tisk. It seems that I have no chance again. Graham was disappointed. He finally found a good opponent, but he ended up being a grinding stone for others. Don't worry, it is expected that Sem will not catch up with Gerhard in the short term. If he gets beaten again, you can take over. That's not bad, but what if I accidentally lose my strength? After all, he is a person that Yang Hui is optimistic about, and Graham also has to consider whether it will affect Yang Hui's plan. That means he is only at this level. Did I say that? There will be no mercy on the battlefield. Then why did you let those people go? What's the point of just being a strong man? Yang Hui turned his head and smiled at Graham jokingly. Gerhard is now a commander, but he has committed a commander's taboo this time. This failure will definitely make him reflect on his mistakes. Letting these people go back is also a catalyst. At the same time, it also keeps some of his own troops for him to take power better. I see, it fits your dark side. Graham smiled and sighed that Yang Hui was planning to raise a GU to promote Gerhard's growth speed, and then defeat the opponent with a stronger side to stimulate the opponent's growth speed again. The people we are optimistic about are not necessarily our future companions, just like when we tested the world was also testing us. This is mutual. If he dies halfway, it can only be said that he is not qualified enough. Yang Hui said seriously. Graham was silent. Not everyone is qualified to go to Promise Fortress, especially soldiers. Researchers are okay, because they are passionate about various new technologies, are mortal and do not need to go on missions, so there is not much danger. But combatants are completely different. At the beginning, they can persist in various worlds and missions with enthusiasm and excitement, but as time goes by, their enthusiasm gradually fades, replaced by endless responsibilities and pressure, which are even very boring. In this case, becoming depressed is the best result, But if you become crazy under strong pressure, it will be a huge blow to everyone. After all, no one wants to face an enemy who was once a companion. Beep well, a message from Waruf. Yang Hui clicked on the pad to check Waruf's message, curled the corners of his mouth, and closed it. What's wrong? The kid is throwing a tantrum, and Wolf is complaining that we're not good parents. Haha, it seems that Artem has suffered a big blow this time. How can young people grow up without setbacks? Aren't you going to persuade him? Let him be alone. I don't care, but I'm afraid you can't get past Yulin. Oh. On the Diva, Artem got off the Gundam and locked himself in the room. Gerhard, lost again. He obviously has new power. Why? Why is it still? X-Rounder. Why am I? Artem lay on the bed powerlessly, his eyes were blank, and he kept muttering why. He didn't understand why he still lost when the Gundam Age 2 designed by Yang Hui for him was so powerful. This was not only a shame for himself again, but also a shame for Yang Hui. Moreover, although he survived by chance, Gerhard did not fulfill the original agreement and once again showed mercy to him. This was the second time. The second time he survived by relying on the other party's softness. This dealt a huge blow to Artem's pride. Although Sem never showed off his family and status, he was proud of being a member of the Asuno family since he was a child. He was proud of having an excellent father, uncles and aunts. He subconsciously urged himself to emulate them and become as good as them. He must also be the best among his peers. But, he couldn't see the gap between himself and Fleet, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin. If it were them, Sem could still use excuses such as age and experience to convince himself to be strong, but Gerhard, who was the same age as him, made him find no excuse to comfort himself. X-Rounder. Is it still X-Rounder? Can I do it? But why haven't I? Sem was still doubting himself in the room, and Myra Ills and Wolf had come to his room. Really, you don't come to take care of your own child when he is hit, and you really treat me as a nanny. Wolf complained. He had sent a message to Yang Hui, but he didn't receive a reply, so he knew that he needed to take care of the child again. How can a victory or defeat turn out like this? Myris was very dissatisfied with Arthur's state. Having experienced countless wars, she knew very well that a temporary victory or defeat was nothing, and Arthur was now a soldier, not the eldest son of the Asuno family. Soldiers were naturally not allowed to have the temper of an eldest son. Myris immediately wanted to use the captain's authority to unlock and teach Arthur a lesson, but Wolf stopped her. Arthur does need to be taught a lesson, but let's do it tomorrow. Wolf persuaded. He is not the eldest son of the Asuno family now, and he can't do whatever he wants in the army. Forget it, sometimes a man really needs to be alone, and I will talk to him for you tomorrow. But, wasn't Fleet like this back then? Arthur, this kid, is very much like his father. You, Seeing Wolf standing in front of her without giving in, Myri snorted coldly, turned around and left, which made Wolf blush. Tisk, I really owe you guys. After taking care of the old, here comes the young. Wolf scratched his head inside, then left in the direction of the hangar. Judging from the look on Mireille's face, it was estimated that she would not be able to go to bed tonight. Instead of going back to suffer, it would be better to go and sleep with his second wife for a night. Arthur didn't know that his loss and reckless behavior caused a conflict between a couple, and he didn't know that his most respected uncle on another warship was being punished by his aunt. He was just immersed in his own gray world and fell asleep little by little. The next day, Arthur, who had slept, was full of energy and didn't look lost. Instead, he was full of energy. He found Lieutenant Max and half invited and half forced him to accompany him for training. Near the Diva, Max's, Adele II, kept firing training targets outward. He couldn't remember how many times this had happened. Although his rank was higher than Arthur's background was not something he could afford to offend. Helplessly, he could only be bored and serve as a sparring partner for Arthur. On the Diva, Volov was watching the Gundam Age 2 in the hangar. The chaotic shooting and impulsive and reckless movements could not be called training at all. He was just venting his inner unwillingness. The target only moved but could not attack. Otherwise, with Arthur's current condition, he would have been shot down countless times. Captain Volov, where's Arthur? Elisa floated over and asked. Yes, there. Volov gestured for Elisa to look at the screen. Hey, still training? You're really hard-working. Training? This is just venting. Venting? Why? Because I lost. Although Arthur is usually normal, this kid is very proud. Really? I don't feel anything. By the way, Elisa, have you completed today's training subjects? Well, I'll go right away. Looking at Elisa's back as she fled in panic, Volov shook his head. Oh my, you're always making me worry. On the other side of Bizet, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin were also observing Arthur's venting behavior. Should we use some drastic measures? He can't be like this. Graham said to Yang Hui. Venting is fine, the problem is whether you can really release your inner emotions through venting. Otherwise, it will not only have no effect, but will aggravate the negative emotions in your heart, and eventually destroy yourself in the explosion. And Arthur obviously did not let the venting behavior achieve the effect it should have. Let him play by himself. We will leave the Rift universe soon and are not far from the giant ring. Then we can train him. Okay. Chapter 153 Arriving at the giant ring, and deploying defense lines. After a safe voyage, the Bizet and the Songgirl finally arrived at the headquarters of the Federation Army, the giant ring base. Some people on the Songgirl were in the giant ring for the first time, and they were amazed at the blue Mother Earth for the first time. The same was true for Arthur, but what attracted his attention more than the beautiful Earth was Fleet, who was walking towards him. Father. Commander. Arthur, who was originally excited to call father, thought of his identity as a soldier and immediately stopped talking and changed his words. Well, you have grown a lot, Arthur. No one knows a son better than his father. Fleet thought that Arthur had not seen him for a long time and would ignore the rules of the army. He was ready to scold him, but Fleet was relieved by the sudden change of words. Yes. Well, I have read your battle report. It's good, but remember not to get carried away. You can do better. Fleet touched Arthur's head and taught him. Yes, Commander. Arthur was very happy. This was the first time Fleet recognized him in public. Yes. It's been a long time since we last met, Commander Asuno. Arthur returned to the team and saluted Fleet under the leadership of Myra Ills. Thank you for your hard work. Fleet saluted in return. Long time no see, Captain Myra Ills. The battleship Diva, carrying out a confidential transport mission with the Mecha Brigade, has just arrived at the giant ring base and will report the details with Lieutenant General Yang Hui later. Yes, the Diva and the Mecha Brigade were originally going to Earth. Due to special circumstances, the plan has changed. Yes. The members of the Diva were stunned for a moment and couldn't help but get nervous. Vegan is about to launch a large-scale attack on the giant ring base. The intelligence department has already obtained relevant information. The Diva and the Shinrun battalion must participate in the defense of the giant ring base. Yes. What about Lieutenant General Yang Hui and everyone in the Shinrun battalion? Fleet asked. Regarding the defense of the giant ring base, he still had some details to discuss with Yang Hui. Although the Shinrun battalion's role was greatly weakened in large-scale battles, it was also equivalent to the existence of tactical weapons. If it was properly arranged, it could play a role in determining the outcome of the battle. Lieutenant General. Commander. Just as Millis was about to answer Fleet, Yang Hui arrived with Graham, Yulin and Angora. Thank you for your hard work. I received the information that Vegan is about to launch a large-scale attack on the giant ring base. Everyone, take a short break and then go to the combat meeting room. Fleet said to Yang Hui and others. Yes. Everyone dispersed. Wolof noticed that Arthur was a little dazed, and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? You are absent-minded. Haven't you vented enough? Captain? No. Arthur was about to say something, but after a struggle, he still spoke out his doubts. Captain, have Uncle Yang Hui and his father always been like this in the army? Like this? Wolof was stunned for a moment, and couldn't understand what Arthur meant at once, but after a little thought, he understood. You mean respect. Well, this was the first time Arthur saw Yang Hui and his men meet Fleet in military positions. His previous memories were all memories of Fleet being bullied and humiliated by Yang Hui, so he was not quite used to their changed attitudes. Of course, in the army, Fleet is no longer Yang Hui and his men's younger brother, but the commander-in-chief, the direct superior of the Shinrun battalion. Wolof said. Is that so? It's a must. You should do what you are supposed to do. This is Yang Hui's famous saying. But Captain, you didn't seem to salute just now, did you? Arthur looked at Wolof with a righteous look and questioned him with a squint. Don't always care about such trivial matters. Let's go and take a rest. Arthur didn't understand Ebrit's evaluation of Wolof before, but now he understands. After a short rest, Yang Hui, Graham, Yulin and Angola Zuo came to the combat meeting room. At this time, the combat meeting room was full of people, including the captain who was urgently transferred back, the staff of the general staff, etc. Seeing Yang Hui and the other 4 people coming, everyone stood up and saluted. It was not only a rule for higher military positions, but also an admiration for heroes. Sit down. Yang Hui and others returned the salute and sat down in their empty seats, waiting for Fleet to start the combat meeting. Everyone is here, let's get started. Everyone, look here. As he spoke, the lights in the conference room dimmed, and a bright virtual image rose in the center of the crowd. It was the defense force assigned to the Giant Ring base. Because we have received intelligence, the 3rd, 4th and 5th fleets have been urgently transferred back to cooperate with the 1st and 2nd fleets to form a defense force. The songstress will be incorporated into the 1st fleet and deployed in front of the Giant Ring. Yes, XN, the 2nd and 3rd fleets will be deployed on the left wing A231, and the 4th and 5th fleets will be deployed on the right wing D945. The deployment of each MIS team is as follows. Yes, XN. Finally, it's the Celestial Being Brigade. As he spoke, Fleet looked at Yang Hui. Lieutenant General Yang Hui, is there anything else to add? Fleet did not immediately arrange the tasks for Yang Hui and the other 2. The situation of the Celestial Being Brigade was special. Although it could play a considerable role if it was placed on the front battlefield, it would be the biggest waste. Not mentioning this would tie their hands and feet and prevent them from exerting their full strength. At the same time, it would also make the entire fleet lose its sharpest knife. No, the commander-in-chief can make the arrangements, and the Celestial Being Battalion will obey orders. Fleet's defense line has been perfectly arranged. Others may wonder why there are several gaps in the defense line deployed by the MIS troops, but Yang Hui knows that this is a deliberate gap left for the enemy's X-rounder troops. As long as they get in, it's no problem to get out, but they must leave something behind. And Fleet is the commander-in-chief of the Federation Army. Although Yang Hui's reputation in the Federation Army is a little higher than Fleet's, and their military ranks are the same, at this time, whether as a subordinate or a brother, he will not undermine Fleet's platform, and will help him maintain the dignity of the commander-in-chief. Okay, after the battle begins, the Shinrun Brigade will go to F-583 from the rear, and half an hour after the battle begins, they will enter the battlefield from the side to create opportunities for the fleet to conduct a defensive counterattack. Yes, X4 OK. All units will immediately convey the content of the battle and prepare to welcome Vegan's attack. Disband. Yes, XN. Lieutenant General Yang Hui, Major General Graham, and Colonel Yalin will stay for a while. Seeing that Fleet left Yang Hui and the other 2 alone, the others didn't think much about anything. After the combat meeting was over, it was private time. The relationship between them had never been a secret. Angola Zuo left alone after receiving Yang Hui's eye signal. He also needed to supervise the supply and maintenance of Baizen. Only Fleet, Yang Hui, Graham, and Yalin were left in the meeting room. The only outsider was Arguris, who was trained by Fleet as a successor. I'm really a little tired. After the outsiders left, Fleet sat down and rubbed his temples, which were a little sore. What? Can't you bear this little hardship? Lord Savior. Yang Hui teased. Why don't you try to be the commander-in-chief? Fleet glanced at Yang Hui unhappily and cursed. The military already has enough things to do, and I have to secretly help you investigate traitors and spies. Can't you lighten my burden a little? Nonsense, as if you don't want to find out those termites. Yang Hui rolled his eyes unhappily. Tisk, what a hassle. Punchy Arguris, who was standing behind Fleet, couldn't help laughing out loud, but after being glared at by Fleet, he held back his smile. There was no way. It was hard to see a commander who was frustrated. As for gossiping, Arguris was a smart man, and also a die-hard fan of Fleet, so he naturally wouldn't say much, and wouldn't it be nice to enjoy this kind of interesting thing alone? You kept us here not just to complain, right? Tell me, what did you find out? Yang Hui asked. Well, take a look for yourself. Fleet's expression became serious again, and he sent a confidential intelligence to the pad of Yang Hui and the other 2. The 3 of them clicked it and looked at it, And there was no big emotional fluctuation, as if they had guessed it long ago. Is Galudic okay? Yang Hui changed the topic and did not discuss the content of the intelligence too much. The secret investigation had already produced results, so they also believed that Fleet had made arrangements. It has been moved to a safe place. This time it was all thanks to Mr. Galudic that we were able to find the key evidence, but it was also very dangerous. If it weren't for your reminder, he would. Compared with the original plot, Galudic suffered 10 fewer years in prison, and returned to the Federal Army after being released from prison. However, at this time, the Shinran Battalion and Fleet had already emerged as a new force, and they were unstoppable. In order to curb the growth of Fleet and Yang Hui's faction, the military rejected Galudic's application to return to the front line on the grounds of old age, and transferred him to the federal headquarters in the rear to serve as a sinecure. Galudic was naturally unwilling to accept this arrangement. Not long after rejoining the army, he applied for retirement and then turned to the dark side, secretly providing various intelligence for Yang Hui and Fleet. As in the original plot, he still investigated the evidence of corruption among the top leaders of the Federation, and was also assassinated by the top leaders. However, Yang Hui knew in advance that he would not let Galudic fall into the trap again. He reminded Fleet to secretly arrange for the special forces to protect his safety, which saved him from being assassinated. Then I'm relieved. After getting the evidence of the person who betrayed them, Yang Hui and the other two did not continue to delay Fleet's time. As the commander-in-chief, he was not only responsible for the arrangement of a large-scale battle, but also for the affairs of the entire Federal Army. The relationship between the commander and the lieutenant general is really good. After Yang Hui and the other two left, Argyris said to Fleet. He was the person who knew the relationship between Fleet and Yang Hui the most in the army, and he would not sow discord, but envy. He remembered that Fleet had told him more than once that he could trust Yang Hui even if he didn't trust anyone in the Federation, and Yang Hui had proved this sentence with his actions countless times. We are brothers after all. Fleet had a gentle smile on his face that was rarely seen at ordinary times. Then Commander, the Federation. Just have people prepare. Only after we completely repel Vegan's attack, we can free up our hands to deal with them. Yes. Chapter 154 Hope and Despair. Yang Hui and the other two chatted and laughed as they headed towards their exclusive lounge. Although they had been fighting outside for a long time, they were still two generals and a colonel. It was definitely unreasonable for them not to have their own room in the headquarters. But on the way, they met the wall of team that had stopped. What are you looking at? Yang Hui and the other two stopped and asked. Lieutenant General. Major General. Colonel. Ubreed, Max and Alyssa saluted respectfully, and Arthur, who originally wanted to communicate directly, hurried to follow. Relax, it's not wartime now, don't be so serious. Yang Hui returned the salute and said. Yes. X4. What are you looking at? Let me see. Next Generation Pilot Special Training Program. Well, this thing that Fleet made is quite interesting. Yang Hui praised, touching his chin. The Shinran Squadron is the cradle of the Federation Army's ace pilots, and this has not changed for more than 10 years. However, those who can join the Shinran Squadron for further study are all elites. The threshold is too high, which makes many ordinary pilots who aspire to join stop at the side of it, so Fleet has come up with a pilot training plan that can meet the needs of ordinary pilots. This is also a ticket to further study in the Shinran Squadron. Instead of forcing people to join or selecting one by one from other troops, it is better to organize it into a systematic program. Pilots who can get good grades in special training will be combined with their actual combat records to determine whether they are qualified to join the Shinran Squadron. Do you know, Lieutenant General? Alyssa asked. I guess so. This is something Fleet created. It's a ticket to enter the celestial beings. Through various training subjects, you can master the characteristics of pilots and use this as a basis to cultivate the comprehensive combat capabilities of pilots. If you have outstanding grades and outstanding actual combat records, you will have the opportunity to enter the Celestial Beings Brigade. Huh? Really? Is this how the members of the Celestial Beings Brigade are selected? Alyssa and Max exclaimed. Being able to join the Celestial Beings Brigade is the dream of every pilot in the Federation Army, so they are naturally tempted. It wasn't before, it's just that this is more systematic, but whether you can join or not still depends on. What do you look at? The four asked anxiously. It depends on our mood. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and gave a very absurd answer. Eh? Why is that? I lied to you. Eh? Whether they will join depends on many factors. Driving skills and combat record are only one aspect. There are also mentality, personality, perseverance, etc. You also know that the mission of the Shinrun Brigade is definitely the most dangerous. It is also very important to be able to maintain a good mentality under heavy pressure. I see, I understand, but what does personality mean? Max asked. Do you like to be in the same team with people you hate? Yang Hui asked the four people. No. The four shook their heads in unison. That's it. Seeing Yang Hui spread his hands, the four people understood. Although it felt like a joke, it did make sense. Who doesn't want their colleagues to be the type they like? Then I don't have a chance, right? Alyssa lost her enthusiasm for special training for a while. Don't say that. Putting aside the qualifications, this special training is still quite useful. The stronger you are on the battlefield, the more hope you have of survival. Moreover, this training can also evaluate the X-Rounder ability. For ordinary pilots, it is still very good. Uncle Yang Hui, you said that this training can evaluate the X-Rounder ability. Arthur was not interested at first, but he couldn't stay calm when he heard about the X-Rounder ability. He lost to Gerhardt twice and was spared by Gerhardt twice. He was unwilling to blame everything on the X-Rounder ability. He thought that as long as he had the X-Rounder ability, he could defeat Gerhardt. So he urgently hoped that he could awaken the X-Field and then defeat Gerhardt. The X-Rounder ability is very rare, and the military's research on the X-Field is also very backward. There is no detailed information at all. Arthur, who is at a loss, will definitely not let go of the excellent opportunity at this time. Why? Are you concerned about the X-Rounder ability? Well, if I had the X-Rounder ability. Seeing Assem clenching his fists and biting his lips, he couldn't help but shake his head. Gerhardt's talent was indeed above Assem's. Even if he wasn't an X-Rounder, Assem would need several times more effort to catch up with him. Moreover, Gerhardt had been a favored successor of Isolkanda since he was a child. He had always received the most elite education and training, which was not comparable to Assem's half-playful training. However, Yang Hui didn't intend to discourage Assem's enthusiasm. Some things can only be known after trying them. Moreover, even if he didn't have the X-Rounder ability, special training would be good for Assem. Then join. Although it is mainly for pilots with more than 5 years of driving experience, there is no clear limit on the participants. You can all try it. Yang Hui said. Yes. X4 the most excited one was Assem. When he learned that he could participate in the special training, he seemed to see the X-Rounder ability beckoning to him. Looking at the four people who left in high spirits, Yalin asked Yang Hui with some concern, why don't you tell him the truth? His X-Rounder adaptability is very low. Not only Yang Hui, who was very familiar with the plot, but also Graham, Yalin, Fleet and others knew that Arthur's X-Rounder ability adaptability was very low, and he might not be able to awaken the X-Field in his lifetime. X-Rounder ability users will resonate with each other, even if they have not awakened yet. Yalin can feel the weakest resonance. Well, now he is full of hope, but when? If you tell him like this, will he believe it? Or will he accept it? Yang Hui asked Yalin back. Yalin was silent. Yang Hui was right. Even if he told him the truth, Arthur would not accept it now. Some things can only be known after experiencing them. I'm afraid Arthur will be devastated. Yalin said worriedly. Then it will be my turn. Graham said. Graham. You are an X-Rounder user, and Yang Hui is a transformer. Neither of them is a normal person, so I will tell Arthur that even a normal person can defeat an X-Rounder. Graham said proudly. He never envied Yang Hui and Yulin, nor did he desire special powers like Transformers or X-Rounders. He was even proud of his identity as a natural person. But Graham feeling the chill, he turned his head stiffly and saw Yang Hui and Yulin's gentle smiles. What's wrong? I think we need to have a good discussion about the meaning of normal people. Yeah, I think so too. Graham turned and ran, but before he took the first step, Yang Hui grabbed him by the collar. Let go. Yang Hui. Let go. No, we just came up with an interesting battle formation and we're worried that no one will try it out. No. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Haha. X2 let go. Isim, who was about to go to the training, walked out of the room and ran into Rosemary. Thinking that he hadn't had a good chat with Rosemary for a long time, and there was still some time before the training started, Sim decided to have a good chat with Rosemary. After all, between him, Gerhard and Rosemary, it's been a long time since we had a chat like this. We almost had no chance to talk on the ship. Yet, Rosemary felt sad. She wanted to follow the backs of Sim and Gerhard and join the army despite her parents' opposition. As a result, she hadn't had a good chat with Sim for so long, let alone meet Gerhard. That? Sim. What's wrong? Seeing that Rosemary was hesitant to speak, Sim took the initiative to ask. Nothing. Nothing. Rosemary had many questions to ask Arthur, but she couldn't say them when she saw Arthur's eyes, so she changed the subject. Arthur, what's the matter with this uniform? Oh, I'm participating in special training. I want to become stronger. Arthur is still working so hard. It seems that he really likes the Vice Admiral and others. Well, not only Uncle and others, but also Gerhard. Gerhard. When Gerhard was mentioned, the dull atmosphere began to spread, and the two who were originally chatting happily became gloomy. Is it your agreement? Well, have you and Gerhard met after that? Well, in the last battle, the Red Miz was driven by him. Is that so? Rosemary didn't know what to say. Although she didn't say much, she had always been paying attention to Arthur, and she also knew that the Gundam Age 2 was defeated by the Red Miz and was very depressed afterwards. Although she knew about the agreement between them, she felt uncomfortable when she saw the two of them fighting and hurting each other. Well, in order to defeat Gerhard, I must become stronger, otherwise. Although he didn't finish, Arthur still added the second half of the sentence in his mind. Otherwise, how can I protect you? Really? You still have to fight after all. Well, I'm a federal soldier, he's vegan. Arthur. What's wrong? Can you promise me one thing? What? That's, can you protect yourself? Rosemary mustered up the courage to say what she wanted to say the most, but she only said half of the sentence, because she hoped to protect not only Arthur, but also Gerhard. Well, I promise you. At this moment, Arthur's determination to become stronger became more determined, and some vague feelings in his heart gradually became clear. Although he was full of fighting spirit, he could not resist the cruelty of reality after all. 2 days later, the special training came to a temporary end, and Arthur confidently checked his training results. Physical fitness, shooting ability, reaction ability, basically all A or B. This result is very outstanding even in the entire Federal Army. But Artem was not happy. Instead he was trembling with despair, because X-Rounder ability adaptability. D. Chapter 155, Disappointing Sim. Arthur, they showed me your special training test results. Although your X-Rounder adaptability is D, don't lose heart. You are my son. As long as you have the blood of the Asuno family, there is nothing you can't do. I believe in you. Ding. Arthur's test report was delivered to Fleet as soon as it came out. Due to his busy military affairs, Fleet couldn't come to comfort Arthur in person, so he left a message video. Arthur didn't know how many times he had watched this. He could hear Fleet's comfort and encouragement to him, but for some reason, the more he heard this, the more ironic he felt. Obviously you are also an X-Rounder ability user. Ding. The tightly closed door of the room opened, and Yang Hui turned on the light, by the way, illuminating the dim room. Who? Uncle Yang Hui. Arthur turned around in surprise. He remembered that he had locked the door, but when he saw that it was Yang Hui, he lowered his head. Follow me. Yang Hui did not comfort or encourage Arthur, but said directly. Hey, where are you going? Just follow me. Seeing Yang Hui turn around and leave, Arthur quickly took his uniform and followed Yang Hui's footsteps. In a puzzled state of mind, he came all the way to the hangar. Uncle, what are we doing here? Yang Hui still did not answer Arthur, but found Dick and the maintenance director of the Shine Run Brigade. Are you ready? Yang Hui asked the two. Ready, but brother Yang Hui, do you really want to do this? Dick worried. Unlike the original plot, where Wolf took Arthur to the Madonna workshop to use a special simulation cabin to let him vent, he directly fought with real machines and let Graham be Arthur's opponent. Dick's worry was also justified. After all, on the eve of the war, he didn't know when the vegan army would attack. If it came during the venting process, the machine would not be able to maintain the best condition to participate in the battle. No problem, Graham knows his limits. I'll take the responsibility if something goes wrong. The reason why Yang Hui dared to do this was, first, he got the first-hand intelligence from the intelligence department. It would take at least 3 days for Vegan's army to reach the giant ring base. Second, he had confidence in Graham. Even if he was attacked by Vegan during the venting process, he was capable of bringing Arthur back safely. Okay, I understand. Dick spread his hands, knowing that he could not change Yang Hui's decision, so he stepped aside. As for the maintenance director of the Celestial Battalion, he had no objection from the beginning, because Yang Hui's orders were more effective for them than Fleet's orders. After confirming that the preparations were correct, Yang Hui directly said to Arthur, "Change into the driving suit and drive the Gundam H2 to attack." Huh? Attack? Why? Is there an enemy? Just do what I say. Oh. Arthur drove the Gundam H2 to attack in confusion, and went to the designated space area according to Yang Hui's instructions. As a result, he saw that the Flag Gundam had been waiting for him there. Flag Gundam? Uncle Graham. What are you doing? Are you going to carry out a secret mission? Arthur thought. He was a little excited. Being able to carry out a secret mission with the Graham was a recognition of him. But Arthur thought about his X-rounder adaptability of D and doubted whether he was really qualified to carry out such a mission. But soon, this complicated emotion was interrupted by Yang Hui. Arthur. Uncle. Lieutenant General, please give the order. Good answer, your mission is to defeat Graham. Yes. Wait, what's going on? Arthur answered excitedly subconsciously, but soon found something wrong and was dumbfounded. What? Did you hear clearly? Repeat, your mission is to defeat Graham. But. Sergeant Arthur Asuno, follow orders. Yes. Arthur couldn't figure out what was going on, but Yang Hui gave him orders as a superior, and as a soldier, he had to follow them, but. The Flag Gundam was right in front of the Gundam H2, with its arms folded, without any movement, as if waiting for the Gundam H2 to make the first move, but Arthur didn't want to make a move, and didn't dare to. Graham was also an elder that Arthur respected. The battle scenes between Graham and Vegan flashed through Arthur's mind from time to time. The incomparable strength made him see no hope of victory at all. At this time, the Flag Gundam connected the communication with the Gundam H2. What's wrong? How long do you plan to make me wait? But. Are you scared? No. If you're scared, run away. Go back and apply for retirement. Wallif will sign it for you. I won't run away. Then do it. Arthur was in a dilemma. He still didn't understand what was going on and why Yang Hui ordered him to fight Graham. Although he was a little excited, he was more afraid. That's right, he was afraid. Although Arthur said it with confidence, his hands were shaking at this time and he couldn't hold the joystick tightly. Even if the Flag Gundam didn't do anything, an invisible sense of oppression was always pressing on his shoulders, which could crush him at any time. Are you still afraid? You don't dare to fight after one failure? Don't you even have the courage to fight the enemy? Arthur. I'm not. I don't. Then let me see where your courage is. I'm disappointed in you, Arthur. We are all disappointed in you. If you can't do it, you'd better go home as soon as possible. I'm not afraid. Under Graham's verbal pressure, Arthur's inner grievance and unwillingness finally broke out. He could endure not having the X-rounder ability, and he could endure losing to Gerhard, but he couldn't endure letting Yang Hui and the others be disappointed in him. The fire behind the Gundam H2 burst out, and it rushed directly towards the Flag Gundam at the fastest speed. The double guns in its hands did not lock on the Flag Gundam at all, and fired continuously, as if what was shot out was not energy, but the unwillingness and grievance in Arthur's heart. The Flag Gundam still hugged its arms, dodging left and right, bypassing the attack of the Gundam H2. When the opponent approached the door and drew his sword, the Flag Gundam still had no intention of letting go of his hands. Facing the aggressive Artem, Graham grinned. His movements at this time were exactly the same as the Flag Gundam. He did not control the Flag Gundam at all. His hands were away from the joystick and folded in front of his chest. All the controls were handed over to Harrow. Harrow, unfold the floating sword and play with Artem. Got it. After being reprogrammed by Yang Hui, although Harrow was not as powerful as Harrow in the Gundam world, he could already handle some basic operations, such as the floating sword fell off the shoulder armor and skirt armor of the Flag Gundam, turning into a fish swimming in the water, happily swimming in the vast ocean of the universe. This is Damn it. The fish-like floating sword surrounded the Gundam Age-2 from all directions with scarlet edges, forcing Artem to pull the joystick in the opposite direction, stop the assault, and protect himself with the shields on both sides. Ding 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 ding. Sparks flew everywhere. Under the protection of the two wing shields, the Gundam Age-2 did not suffer much damage, but the huge impact and violent vibration still made Arthur quite painful. Ugh. Uncle Graham is serious. After the machine stabilized, Arthur's back was already soaked with cold sweat. If it were not for the protection of the shield, the floating sword just now would have directly destroyed the Gundam Age-2. What's wrong? Is this all? Graham's ridicule came from the communication channel. Uncle, you. Keep going. But if you don't do it, then I'll force you to do it. The floating sword attacked again, and Graham also held both hands on the joystick, driving the Flag Gundam to attack the Gundam Age-2 together. Damn it. I don't understand, but I won't surrender. HAA. All data have increased significantly. What about X-rounder adaptability? No change. Continue to record data. Yes. Sure enough, the son of a monster is still a monster? He is not at the level of a recruit at all. Wolf took a look at the growth rate of the data and shrugged self-deprecatingly. At this time, Arthur's performance was not enough to be described as excellent. It was completely amazing. He could even cut down the floating sword in a single-player duel with the Flag Gundam. This was something he couldn't do, although this state was not normal, and Graham was letting it go. After teaching him so many things since he was a child, if he is still the same as an ordinary recruit, he deserves to be beaten. Yang Hui scolded angrily. But is it really good for you to push him like this? Sometimes, if you push too hard, the string in his brain will easily break. Wolf worriedly. Arthur's potential is not limited to this. Except for the first half of the Battle of Tordia, the subsequent battles did not put much pressure on him and could not stimulate his potential. But, forget it, you won't let anything happen to Arthur anyway. Of course, Wolf knew that Arthur needed encouragement and he needed to vent. Originally, he planned to take Arthur to Madona's workshop to play, but Yang Hui directly let Arthur and Graham fight in person, which was more effective and allowed Arthur to experience how big the gap was between him and the real masters, and he could also feel the oppression of life and death more realistically. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. What is X-Rounder? Is it strong? Additional Chapter 12. In the universe, the Gundam Age-2 was still struggling under the violent attack of the Flag Gundam. Its wings were broken, and the broken part of its right leg was still emitting flames. The two sword gun composite weapons, with only the handles left, had been discarded, and the two beam swords were shining with a faint glow. Haha, this is Uncle Graham's strength. But I can't lose. With a roar, Arthur was about to step on the pedal to the bottom and rush forward to fight the Flag Gundam, but was stopped by Yang Hui in time. Stop here. Huh? Return. But Arthur was still in a daze. Did Graham always want to kill him in the previous battle? He was ready to fight desperately, but in the end, he stopped. Arthur, who didn't understand why, saw the Flag Gundam moving towards the giant ring base, and could only follow behind silently. At this time, he was completely calm and began to think about the purpose of all this. Uncle Yang Hui. Uncle Graham. They can't possibly want to kill me. So, accompany me to vent? Or, special training. Arthur figured out the key, and tightened his hands on the joystick. So, but is it necessary to be so cruel in training? Arthur glanced at the display, and his mouth twitched. What a miserable defeat. The two planes returned to the hangar, and as soon as they opened the cockpit, Graham and Arthur heard the complaints of the maintenance personnel. That's really too much? I understand the Major General showing mercy, but you can't joke with a machine. The stock of spare floating swords is limited. Where's the sack? Go find it. How many times have I told you? Why did the Major General kick people again? The joints and skeleton are deformed again. Your side is fine, but look at ours. The right leg and wings need to be completely replaced. The main weapons in both hands are gone, and the joints of other parts are yellow. The outer armor also needs to be replaced. Sigh. Major General, Since you showed mercy, then you can be more thorough. We have to work overtime again. If it weren't for the bonus that the Lieutenant General is going to give us, I would go on strike. Please prepare a sack for us. Oh. Graham and Arthur felt their hearts tighten when they heard this, and subconsciously retracted their feet that had not gone out, and closed the cockpit door at the same time. They were really afraid that they would be surrounded and beaten up as soon as they got off the ground. Go find Yang Hui if you want to cause trouble. He told me to do this. It's obviously not my fault, it's all Uncle Graham's fault. Go find Uncle Graham for the trouble. Should we say they are worthy of being uncle and nephew? They are both very skilled in the art of passing the buck. But what Arthur cares more about is what the maintenance personnel said, that Graham showed mercy. So Uncle let me off, but that's right, with Uncle's strength, I couldn't have lasted so long. Beep crack. At this time, the cockpit door of the Gundam H2 suddenly opened from the outside. Arthur shuddered and blurted out the words of shirking, "It's not me. This was all done by the Major General. It's none of my business." Hey, Arthur, you haven't learned much real skills, but you are quite good at passing the buck. Huh? Arthur raised his head and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Yang Hui. I was scared to death, Uncle Yang Hui, you, ugh. Yang Hui ignored Asem's complaints, and, iron palm of love, attacked again, tightly grasping Asem's crown. Why are you hiding in the cockpit instead of getting off the plane to review after you come back? Do you think your performance is excellent? Do you think we have plenty of time? Huh? No, no, no. Uncle, let go. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Aunt Yulin, help me. Don't worry, no one can save you this time. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Ah. When Asem felt that his deceased grandmother was waving at him, his crown was released, and his grandmother waved and said goodbye to him. Ha, I survived. Knowing that you survived, why don't you come down quickly? Yes. Asem didn't dare to delay, and quickly left the cockpit and followed Yang Hui to the second command room. However, when he passed by the maintenance personnel, the eyes of the crowd who wanted to kill him made Asem tremble. Graham also got off the flagship Gundam at this time. Although the maintenance personnel of Bizet and the maintenance personnel of Gundam H2 had the same look in their eyes, who was Graham? As an extreme sports enthusiast of Ms., he had long learned to remain calm in such eyes. As long as he was not surrounded immediately and was careful when walking, he would be safe. I leave it to you. Restore it to perfect condition in the shortest time possible. We will need it later. If there are not enough spare parts, go to fleet. Still need to continue. The maintenance personnel were in despair. This kind of workload had to be done more than once. Was it going to be exhausting? Even the donkeys in the production team could not be used like this. We want to protest. We want to strike. After this is over, everyone's bonus will be increased tenfold. We will definitely complete the task. Oh, you guys, you still want to protest and strike? Don't you know how the true fragrance law is written? Arthur followed Yang Hui and Graham to the second command room. Along the way, he had too many questions to ask them, but he didn't dare to speak, and he didn't even dare to breathe. He didn't know if Yang Hui was still angry. He didn't want to see his deceased grandmother in the same way again. Arthur was relieved when he saw Yulin nodding at him with a smile on her face. With Yulin present, he wouldn't die directly. Call up the data for comparison. Yes. Arthur, look. Arthur followed Yang Hui's instructions and looked at the big screen, and was immediately shocked. This is me. Looking at the data curve with a lot of fluctuations, especially the peak of the curve, Arthur couldn't believe it. Yes, this is the data you just showed. Am I so powerful? Arthur murmured. Although it was his personal data, when he checked the data of his special training, he also secretly looked at other people's data. To be frank, this data can already beat most federal pilots. You're great. Hearing this, Artem was delighted, thinking that Yang Hui would praise him, but the next second, reality told him that what he thought was just a thought. Do you think I would say that? Look at what you did at the beginning. While Yang Hui was cursing, he also called up the battle record of Gundam H2. Gundam H2 hesitated and stayed there like a fool after receiving the order. Obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. You are just a rookie and have no right to question the orders of your superiors. You should know the consequences of being hesitant about orders on the battlefield. Artem was silent. Although he knew that what Yang Hui said was correct, he was still a little dissatisfied. Even if it was an order, There was no explanation before the mission, and people were just blindly executed. Isn't this what you call mediocrity? And more. I'm seeing that the volume was raised because Yang Hui was about to get angry again. He subconsciously closed his eyes and shrank his neck. He did a good job later. Although most of his actions were reckless and out of rage, he gave up thinking carefully and gave his body to intuition and instinct, which still brought a little threat. Huh? Arthur suddenly opened his eyes. The expected lesson did not come, but recognition and praise. The result of the polar reversal made Arthur not know whether to laugh or cry for a while. What is the essence of X-Rounder ability? Yang Hui asked Arthur. X-Rounder is the fighting instinct of beasts that has been sealed in the brain for a long time and awakened in the constant war. It allows people to be sensitive to crises and respond quickly. That's right, it's better to say that it's degeneration than evolution, making humans degenerate to beasts. Is this the power that humans need? But, without X-Rounder ability. Gerhardt. So you think that the enemy's strength is only X-Rounder? Isn't it? Arthur asked Yang Hui guiltily. I'm not an X-Rounder ability user. Graham leaned against the wall and said with a smile on his face. Hey, Uncle Graham, aren't you? Arthur was shocked. Of course, Yang Hui isn't either, only Yulin is an X-Rounder. But. So you're just making excuses for your failure. X-Rounder doesn't represent a strong person, at most it gives ordinary people a chance to catch up with the strong. But father. So what if your dad is an X-Rounder? Won't he still be beaten by us? Graham said jokingly. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Fleet had never won over Yang Hui and Graham in mis-driving. Arthur's mouth twitched wildly. In his mind, the calm and rigorous father was almost broken because of this sentence. Then, Uncle and can I really become stronger? Become stronger than Gerhard? Of course. Wolf said, holding Arthur's shoulders, I am not an X-Rounder user either. Although I am not as good as those two monsters Yang Hui and Graham, I am a super pilot. Super pilot. That's right. Even if I am not an X-Rounder user, so what? The real strong ones are always strong here. Wolf raised his thumb and pointed to his left chest. That's right, Arthur, there are many ways to become stronger, and the X-Rounder ability is not as necessary as you think. Hard training, never giving up, and bravely facing strong enemies are the right ways to become strong. Yang Hui touched Arthur's head and said, no one is born strong. Maybe some people have unique opportunities, but they only win at the starting point. The end point is still unknown. What really matters is whether you have a higher awareness than the other party in the process of catching up. Yang Hui's words exploded in Arthur's mind like a thunder. That's right, no one is born strong. Although I don't know the details, from what Yang Hui and Wolf have heard, didn't the father who was out of reach in my heart also grow up little by little? Wasn't he also an impulsive and irritable kid? Then what about me? My starting point is already higher than my father's. Why don't I think about surpassing him by hard work, and always think about taking shortcuts like X-Rounder ability? Lieutenant General. No, Uncle. I want to continue training, please. Arthur asked Yang Hui, not as a subordinate, but as a nephew. Okay, let's review the battle just now, and continue after your machine is repaired. Yang Hui agreed. If Arthur had asked as a subordinate, although he would agree, all the responsibilities would be borne by Arthur, but as a nephew. Even if the sky fell, Yang Hui would help him carry it. Even if it is a big giveaway at the end of the month, I know that many readers don't like age, so the data dropped a bit, but this is part of my imagination, and I also want to write it myself, so I don't complain. But I still hope that the results can be a little better. In this case, I have to speed up and finish the age world. The next world, Gundam Seed plus D, should be able to attract some readers, right? I am also very grateful to the readers who have always supported me. Love you. Chapter 157 Results, Order Change, Additional Update 22. In 2 days, Arthur and Graham had conducted no less than 10 training battles. Graham still did not take it seriously, but Arthur's progress was still very good. When the last training station stopped, the Gundam Age 2 still looked tattered, but compared to the missing limbs at the beginning, at least the body parts were still there. It was just that the armor was broken everywhere, and the arcs were always wrapped around the tattered body. Even a simple action like raising a hand seemed extremely stiff. That's it, return home. Understood. X2 returned and once again faced the eyes of many knife men and came to the second command room. After 2 days of baptism, plus the experience taught by Graham, Arthur was not as scared as at the beginning. "Uncle Yang Hui, how is the result?" Arthur asked. After each actual combat training, Arthur would first ask about his performance. Yang Hui nodded and looked at the recorder on the side. "Call up the data." Yes. The data and the fluctuation curve of the 2 days appeared. Arthur was still very happy to see the latest data. Although the data is not as good as the first time, and the fluctuation curve even fell to the bottom again from the second time, from the second time on, every battle has been improving, and the fluctuation curve has been rising steadily. This is the normal situation. In the first battle, Arthur relied entirely on instincts to control the Gundam Age 2. This instinctive burst is not normal, and it is also a state that cannot be sought. When people calm down, they will naturally fall back to their original state. But none of this is important. What is important is that Arthur can grow in every training. Although there is no leapfrog increase, climbing to the peak with feet on the ground is the most stable and the most realistic situation. The time this time: 14 minutes and 25 seconds. Well, not bad, another 15 seconds improvement. Good. Arthur clenched his fist and waved excitedly. Every improvement made him excited. But don't be too complacent. Graham hasn't even used half of his strength. You still have a lot to learn. Yang Hui said. The growth of strength is a good thing, but the improvement of character must also keep up. He doesn't want Arthur to become proud and complacent because of this. Yes. Okay, go and have a rest. You and Wallif should report back to the songstress. At this time, Arthur was still immersed in the joy of growth. If he missed such a good opportunity, he didn't know when it would come again. He naturally didn't want it to end like this. Uncle Yang Hui, I'm still okay. I feel that I still have room for growth. Please. Uncle Graham, please. Of course you still have room for growth, but there is no time for you to train anymore. Yang Hui said. What do you mean? According to the analysis of the intelligence department, Vegan's army will arrive at the space domain where the giant ring base is located within 2 days. You won't forget why we stayed at the giant ring base, right? That's it. I know. Arthur was very sorry, but there was nothing he could do. Vegan's attack was imminent, and the war would not stop because of his expectations alone. After you go back, don't look at the records anymore. Have a good rest and make sure you are back to your best condition before the battle begins. Yes. Go. After Arthur left, Yang Hui connected to Fleet's communication. Yang Hui, how is it going? It's over, and the results are pretty good. Yang Hui nodded to the recorder and sent the data and records of Arthur over the past 2 days to Fleet. Fleet took a quick look and was very satisfied, but his face was still not very good. Although we have achieved good results, it's still too messy. Fleet said unhappily. At first, he disagreed with Yang Hui's plan, but he couldn't refute the reasons given by Yang Hui. He also hoped to see Arthur grow up, not for him to become the pinnacle of the Federation army like himself, but just for him to survive better in battles in different environments. Although he agreed in the end, it didn't mean that Fleet had no opinion on it. The war was about to start, whether it was Graham and the Flag Gundam, or Arthur and the Gundam Age 2, they were all irreplaceable combat forces. If there was any problem, whether it was for the war or for personal feelings, Fleet could not accept it. Don't worry about Graham's strength. Yang Hui waved his hand indifferently. But, forget it, you won't listen anyway. Come to my office. I have a new task for you. Yes. After hanging up the call, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin smiled at each other. Although they were used to Fleet's helpless expression, they still found it very interesting every time they saw it. As for the other people in the command room, they lowered their heads obediently and didn't dare to breathe. Yang Hui and Fleet's communication just now was not at all shy about them, as if they knew something very serious. Whether it was Yang Hui or Fleet, they couldn't afford to offend them, so it was better to pretend that they knew nothing. Yang Hui instructed others to sort out the data and information and return to their original positions. Then, he went to Fleet's office with Graham and Yulin. You are here. Well, what kind of information is so important that we need to come here in person? There was no one else in the office, and Yang Hui's attitude seemed more casual. Take a look. Taking the document from Fleet, Yang Hui flipped through it and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. You guys can have a look too. The file was passed to Graham and Yulin. Graham showed the same expression as Yang Hui. Yulin still kept a calm smile, but a cautious light flashed in her eyes. Do you know the exact number? Yang Hui took the file from Yulin and returned it to Fleet. It's impossible to be sure, but it's certain that it's more than double digits. Vegan is far ahead of the Federation in X-Rounder research. It doesn't matter. That kind of degraded power is really not worth praising. It's not that Yang Hui looked down on the X-Rounder ability. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Compared with the power of NT, Transformer, Gene Adjustment, and even Telekinesis, the X-Rounder ability is really unbearable. Take the most similar NT for comparison. NT has everything that X-Rounder has, but X-Rounder basically doesn't have what NT has. The instinct of fighting is originally possessed by all humans, but it is suppressed because humans have rationality that beasts don't have. Through training and experience, it can be fully developed, and there is no need to awaken the X field at all. Of course, this is the result of comparing with ordinary X-Rounders. It is difficult to reach the level of high-level X-Rounders like Fleet, Yulin, and Gerhardt, no matter how much training and fighting they have. But we need this power now, Yang Hui, you know. Yes, I know, need is not necessity, I believe you have made arrangements, so. As he said, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin all stood up, straightened their bodies and saluted Fleet. Please give the order, Commander-in-Chief Asuno. Change of order, Lieutenant General Yang Hui, Major General Graham, Colonel Yulin, if you find Vegan's X-Rounder troops in battle, stop and eliminate them as soon as possible. Yes. X3 put his hands down, and the atmosphere returned to relaxation. Whatever identity you do, you can be more casual with the relationship between Yang Hui and Fleet, but when it is necessary to be serious, Yang Hui and the other two will also put away their casual attitude, and the balance is well grasped. On the other side, 5 Fabozer departed from the Downs Fortress and headed towards the Giant Ring base. One of them was painted red like a target. This was Gerhardt's flagship and the flagship of the fleet. It's a bit hard to understand. Gerhardt looked at Isolkanda's order again and shook his head. What's wrong? Is there any problem with Lord Isolkanda's order? Metal Sand asked with a frown. He was Gerhardt's superior and had rich experience. He always felt that something had changed in Gerhardt. He always had an inexplicable feeling that Gerhardt was hiding something, not only from him, but also from Isolkanda. Well, I was thinking, since our combat goal is to annihilate the Federation Army headquarters in one fell swoop, the Giant Ring base is the Federation Army headquarters and the only barrier between us and the Earth. As long as the Giant Ring base is breached, the Earth will be completely exposed to us. But why? Why did Lord Isolkanda order the Downs Fortress to stay in the rear? Instead of sending out the entire army to take down the Giant Ring base in one go. Gerhardt had no other thoughts at this time. He just felt that Isolkanda's order was not only unhelpful to the battle situation, but also hindered it, just like he had no intention of succeeding from the beginning. Lord Isolkanda should have his own ideas. To be honest, Metal Sand was also very puzzled by Isolkanda's order, but his habit made him obey. The older generation of them had persisted through the most difficult times and admired Isolkanda the most. Without him, there would be no vegan today, and there would be no ambition to return to Earth. They could only wait to die on Mars with hatred. That's because we are here, so there's no need for the Downs Fortress. At this time, a group of young men and women in special uniforms came to the bridge in groups, and there was no respect for Gerhardt in their conversation. Glenn, you are so rude. How can you talk to the Commander-in-Chief? Metal Sand immediately scolded. Deputy Commander Metal, I don't recognize him as my commander, right? Metal's scolding had no deterrent effect on Glenn Ritz, no matter how arrogant he was. Of course, as a mispilot he is indeed good, but as a commander, tisk tisk. I don't know what Lord Isolkanda was thinking, actually letting a little brat be the Commander-in-Chief. That's right, it would be better if I came. Seeing a group of young people being presumptuous in front of him, and even questioning Isolkanda's orders, he was furious and was about to scold them severely. But when he was about to explode, Gerhardt stretched out his hand to stop Metal Sand. The additional update is completed. Chapter 158, as Commander, Gerhardt's Guards. The Demon Corps, the elite corps of Vegan, consists of 16 members who are all above average X-Rounders. In Vegan, they have been trained as elites since childhood and have always maintained excellent results in training, so they have developed an arrogant and domineering personality and look down on everyone. They recognize Gerhardt's misdriving skills and his X-rounder ability, but Gerhardt is younger than them, but he is valued by Isolkanda and directly appointed as the commander-in-chief of the attack on the Earth, which makes them quite unconvinced. And Metal Sand, just an old guy who is about to die, is still an inferior species who has not awakened the X-field. Even if he has more qualifications than them, they will not look down on him. If you have any objections to Lord Isolkanda's appointment, you can ask Lord Isolkanda to remove my position as the commander-in-chief after the battle is over. But now, the battle is about to begin. As my subordinates, you must obey my orders. If any of you act on your own and destroy the entire battle plan, resulting in Lord Isolkanda's goal, none of you can bear this responsibility. Gerhardt said sternly. After the battle in the Reef Space Domain, Gerhardt also grew up, not in his misdriving skills, nor in his X-rounder ability, but in his awareness as a commander. As a commander, he carries the lives of the entire army. This is also the truth taught to him by the soldiers who survived in the Reef Space Domain. He can no longer act according to his own ideas and desires. Ensuring the achievement of the combat objectives is the only priority. Therefore, he must have the majesty of being the commander-in-chief. He cannot let the other party act recklessly just because they are excellent, and he cannot allow them to disrupt his battle plan and let more soldiers die innocently. What did you say? Don't think you're so great, you're just... Hearing this, the demon troops were immediately furious. They were already very unhappy with Gerhardt, and now Gerhardt dared to put on the airs of a commander in front of them, so they immediately gave him a severe lesson. But Gerhardt's next words made them hold back all their anger, and they could only burn in their hearts. If you don't accept my orders, don't participate in the battle. Diaz, order the maintenance department to lock all their machines, bring a team of guards over, and take them under guard. How dare you? I'm the commander, I don't allow anyone to act recklessly in my operations, and I don't allow my subordinates to sacrifice because of your unauthorized actions. Gerhardt shouted. You. So, obey my orders, or be locked in the room, make your own choice. Gerhardt threw the choice in front of them. Tisk, don't think you can be so proud for long, I will keep watching you. I hope you are indeed worthy of being valued by Lord Isolkanda, Commander Your Excellency. Although there was no direct answer, the demon troops had already chosen to surrender, but... Lord Gerhardt, aren't you being too hasty to do this? What if they... I know, but we are about to enter the reconnaissance range of the Earth Federation Army. There is no time to subdue them. The demon troops are also a powerful force and cannot be wasted. If they really don't know what's good for them. As he spoke, Gerhardt's eyes flashed fiercely under the mask. Gerhardt certainly knew that these arrogant and domineering people would not surrender because of his one or two threats. Although they agreed on the surface, they were still time bombs on the battlefield. It would not be possible to subdue a group of unruly geniuses in a short time, but time and circumstances did not allow Gerhardt to take his time. But this does not mean that Gerhardt has no means to restrain them. Diaz, contact the maintenance team and activate the remote control system on their aircraft. This. I know. Des Roden was shocked and immediately did it. To be on the safe side, he even wanted to personally watch the work and have someone secretly monitor the demon troops to prevent them from knowing about this matter in advance. It must be said that his idea coincided with Gerhardt's idea. Des Roden was Gerhardt's old subordinate, and he knew what to do without being told too clearly. Commander Gerhardt, wouldn't it be too? Metal Sand was worried that the demon troops would make a bigger fuss when they found out. If it was not handled properly, the entire army would fall apart. Don't worry, I know my limits. Since you know, then let's do it. Metal Sand was a little worried about the consequences of Gerhardt's move. He naturally hoped that a group of young people in the demon troops who didn't know how to respect the elderly and predecessors would suffer a little, but he was more concerned about the stability of the entire army and whether Isolkanda's plan could be achieved. But since Gerhardt knew his limits, he couldn't persuade him. At this time, the door of the bridge opened again, and 3 people wearing different uniforms from the demon troops walked in and saluted Gerhardt. The demon guards report to you, Commander Gerhardt. Guards? Are you also members of the demon troops? Hearing this, Gerhardt and Metal Sander frowned. They had received advance notice of the arrival of the demon troops, but they had no news of the guards that appeared now. The word guards was particularly sensitive. The guards were someone's private troops. Except for that person, No one else had the right to give them orders. Excuse me, Commander Gerhardt. The Demon Guard is a unit specially formed for you by Lord Isolkanda. I am the captain, Dorfrost. Ditto, team member Offifadian. Ditto, team member Dieterlance. My unit. Yes, the Demon Guard is specially formed by Lord Isolkanda to protect you. Lord Isolkanda has always known that you have fought with the Federation's Grim Reaper and encountered danger. So in order to protect your safety from the hands of the Grim Reaper, Lord Isolkanda specially pulled the three of us out of the demon army to form your guard. From now on, the three of us will only accept your orders. Dorfrost replied. Lord Isolkanda. Although Gerhardt's ideas were different from Isolkanda's goals, he was still moved. I understand, you go down first. Yes. X3 After the three left, Metal Sand felt relieved and said to Gerhardt, it seems that Lord Isolkanda really values you, Gerhardt. As a commander, you are the pillar of the entire army. You must not act rashly. Well, Lord Isolkanda's kindness must be remembered in our hearts. Now, let us focus on the battle in front of us. Yes. Metal Sand glanced at Gerhardt's back meaningfully. He knew Gerhardt. If the Celestial Being Brigade appeared on the battlefield, with Gerhardt's character, he would definitely drive Jedra to attack. He also knew that Gerhardt at this time would be more useful if he were to stay on the bridge and command remotely. Not only could he make more accurate judgments on the front line of the battlefield, but he was also a force that could not be ignored. Alice, I am old, but I still have to keep warming up. Metal Sand thought, in that case, let me help you take up the post of commander, Gerhardt, don't let Lord Isolkanda down. After Dorfrost and the other two left the bridge, Osphadian whispered to Dorfrost, Captain, what do you think of Commander Gerhardt? What do you think? Dorfrost asked the two in return. Too young. Osphadian shook his head. Well, judging from his information, his driving skills and X-Rounder ability are both very good, but combat command. Excuse me, Captain, even if Commander Gerhardt is really a genius, combat command is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires a lot of practical command experience to settle. Dieterlance analyzed rationally. Well, you are right, but since Lord Isolkanda has arranged it this way, Commander Gerhardt has excellent special equipment, and our mission is only to protect Commander Gerhardt's safety. We don't need to worry about the rest. Dorfrost said. Yes, I see. Although the three members of the Demon Corps disagreed with Gerhardt's command ability, it was obvious that the three members of the guards were much calmer. They were still proud in their hearts, but they were more mature and stable in their dealings with others, and they also understood what to do and when to do it. The vegan fleet was about to enter the reconnaissance range of the Giant Ring base, and the Federal Army had also arranged the defense line according to fleet's instructions. In at most an hour, the battle would begin, and both sides were now conducting the final war mobilization. This Giant Ring base is the gateway for our Earth Federation Army to defend the Earth. If it is captured, the Earth will easily fall into their clutches. Vegan, who is planning the attack, will certainly mobilize a large number of troops. We will also try our best to draw troops to defend here. The battle will be unprecedentedly fierce, but I believe in your courage and the dignity of being an Earth Federation Army. I wish you all good luck. Yes. XN. Glorious vegan warriors. Now, let us liberate the Earth imprisoned by the Devil's Ring and launch a general attack on the Earth Federation Army's headquarters, the Giant Ring base. Oh. Regardless of which side, a pre-war mobilization will unprecedentedly mobilize the morale of the troops. The Earth Federation Army wants to protect their homeland, and Vegan wants to defeat the Earthlings who abandoned them and then return to their homeland. Fleet is right. The collision between the two armies will be unprecedentedly fierce. Which side can achieve its goal? How many people will sleep forever in the silent cosmic cemetery for their respective goals? Chapter 159 begins, unprecedentedly intense. Enemy fleet is approaching the base defense line. Everyone, continue to carry out Operation X Alpha. Notice to everyone, we must do our best to repel the attacking enemy, defend the Giant Ring base, and become the shield protecting the Earth. Even if we fight to the last man, we must complete the mission. In Fleet's final announcement, the final defense line was gradually completed. 18 warships were lined up in front of the Giant Ring base, and no less than 300 MiS troops were waiting in front of them, forming the first line of defense. Once the Giant Ring base falls, the door to the Earth will be wide open. As the saying goes, Only success is allowed, not failure, but intelligence shows that the enemy has an advantage in force. Argyris stood beside Fleet with his hands behind his back and said, "Huh? What do you want to say?" Facing Fleet's unhappy questioning, Argyris's face straightened and he answered seriously, "This situation is really a good opportunity for tacticians to display their talents. Argyris, this is not a game." Fleet thought. "Yet, that's why it makes people excited." Listening to Argyris' serious answer, and looking at his excited expression like a child who got a new toy, Fleet's mouth and eyes twitched at the same time, and he suddenly began to doubt whether he had made the right choice to make him the successor to the commander-in-chief. However, Argyris's command ability cannot be denied, and the war is imminent, so let's focus on the present, and slowly correct the defects in character in the future. The 24th Observation Station reports that 5 giant ships suspected to be vegan have been discovered. Fleet's face was solemn after hearing the report. "Are they here? Notify all ships that enemy ships have been discovered, and the anti-beam disturbance curtain is deployed. Prepare for battle. The enemy in our side have entered the range of each other's surveillance cameras. They are just small dots that are difficult to see clearly. The large network of pink and yellow interwoven beams has already outlined a gorgeous picture in the center of both sides. This large-scale battle was unprecedented for both the Federation Army and vegan. Both sides were nervous, but also full of excitement, and finally determined to achieve the combat objectives. Let's start. Fight, protect everyone, and then, stay alive." In Arthur's heart, nervousness and excitement coexisted. After 2 days of special training, Arthur's edges and corners were rounded off a little. He no longer acted recklessly according to his temperament. The Gundam H-2 followed closely behind the G-Titan to maintain the formation of the team. After several consecutive shots, the deadly pink light directly penetrated the waist and abdomen of several enemy planes. Arthur is so powerful. Is this the result of special training? We can't fall behind, keep up. Seeing the results of Arthur's training, the fighting spirit of Obra, Max, and Elisa was also aroused, and they launched a fierce attack on the enemy planes. But as the MIS troops of both sides collided, the melee began, and the formation became chaotic at the first moment. Faced with stray bullets or sneak attacks that might appear at any time and in any place, Wolf and Isam could not always take care of Albright and the other two. "Albright, Max, Elisa, Formation R, don't be left alone. Understood. X3SM, let's go. Understood." The collision between the two sides seemed to be evenly matched, but because vegan had an advantage in manpower and more advanced technology than the Federation Army, the balance of victory was tilting towards vegan little by little. "The situation is a bit bad, Commander." Argyris looked at the 3-1 loss and the final line of defense being pushed forward by vegan bit by bit, revealing a solemn expression. Although the loss was much higher than before, they absolutely could not lose this battle. The number of people was already at a disadvantage. If they did not find a way to break the situation, the only one who would lose would be the Earth Federation Army, and the result would be that the Earth would completely open the door to vegan. "This is still within our expectations, Argyris. It's okay. Commander. Special situations have occurred in B408 and D901. What?" Fleet and Argyris looked at the big screen. In the designated area reported by the SIC, the friendly identification signals disappeared very quickly, and at the same time, an average of 8 enemy identification signals on each side were rapidly breaking through the defense line. Finally appeared? The X-Rounder unit. Just a few planes could break through the defense line at such a fast speed. Argyris directly judged that this was not something that ordinary troops could do. Only the X-Rounder unit could do this. "Where is the Amanto battalion?" Fleet asked. It said A991. "Order the Amanto battalion to attack and block the enemy X-Rounder unit." "Understood. Commander, if we attack at this time, even the Amanto battalion may not be able to catch up, right?" Argyris said with a smile. He did not question the strength of the Amanto battalion, nor did he worry about the safety of the giant ring base and the defense line. It is certain that the Tenjin team will stop the enemy's X-Rounder team, but there is still some time before the two sides meet. Isn't this time a perfect opportunity for him to display his skills as a tactician? Well, let's get started. Yes. Argyris straightened his back and began to convey orders. "Ager Squad, Smith Squad, keep the distance and move to B895. Min's Squad, keep the distance 5000, Deploy from S-098 to B-235, Roosevelt Squad, retreat to I-213. Argue's orders fell, and Fleet followed up. Agret Squad, Sphinx Squad, go to D-562 to intercept. Robert Squad, cover the transfer of Karenwo Squad to C-101. Mako Squad, go to E-231 to contain the defense. Dick Squad, move from F-214 to G-853. Detailed orders were conveyed to each named MIS in an orderly manner, and the entire defense line began to run at high speed like a tight instrument, and each gear played an important role and was indispensable. No, it should be said that under the tactical command of Fleet and Argues, each gear played its role to the extreme. The two unstoppable, demon, troops were having a blast. Just when they were about to break through the MIS troops' defenses and head straight for the Fleet in the rear, they realized that they had been trapped in an encirclement. They were attacked by the Federation Army one after another, which made them feel constrained and forced to retreat step by step. Mink, retreat and reorganize. Damn it. Damn inferior species. Tisk, I will definitely take revenge later. Although they were unwilling, in order not to become butterflies in the spider web, they could only break their teeth and swallow them. The Jet SM transformed into MA forms and retreated. Wow. Flit, this guy, did a good job. Yang Hui, who was about to enter the battlefield, watched Flit and Argues suppress the fierce attack of the X-Rounder troops with tactics alone, and couldn't help but admire. Well, now that we're in, he doesn't need to work so hard anymore. Graham's tone revealed a hint of excitement. He couldn't touch Gerhardt for the time being, but these X-Rounders were still interesting together and qualified to be his opponents. Graham, the enemy of B-412 is up to you. I'll go to the other side. Yulin, fill the gap in the defense line and push the enemy's offensive back. Understood. The 3X2 Gundams burst into hot and dazzling flames, turning into 3 different colors of meteors, shining into the battlefield. Commander. The Amikun battalion has joined the battle. Oh. As soon as they heard that the Amikun battalion had joined the battle, the originally very urgent atmosphere instantly became excited. Well, the containment troops remain in place, and the rear troops steadily press forward, and cooperate with the Luna Gundam to push the front line back. Fleet ordered. Yes. Algues still had a little doubt, but looking at the movement trajectory of the 3 Gundams on the screen, he couldn't help but be surprised. Without any communication, the commander was able to predict the action patterns of Lieutenant General Yang Hui, Major General Graham, and Colonel Yulin. Is the commander's tactical prediction good? Or is there a deep understanding between them? Haha. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. The Dawn Gundam chased the demon troops on the other side of the battlefield. The Flag Gundam blocked the retreating demon troops. The Luna Gundam separated from the 2 aircraft and came to the gap in the front line that appeared in an instant due to frequent mobilization. Deploy the floater gun. The ring behind the Luna Gundam decomposed into pieces of feathers and scattered, revealing the hidden hideous muzzle. The screen in the cockpit indicated the enemy aircraft with red dots one by one. Multi-lock system activated, mental link system LV, to released. For a moment, Yulin seemed to have become one with the Luna Gundam, and the eyes of the Luna Gundam were her eyes, and the arms of the Luna Gundam were her arms. On the screen, thin lines connected all the dense red dots in series, and the long-range floater gun and the beam sniper rifle in her hand also began to shine with a deadly cute pink. Buzz! Several shining pink beams shot out, piercing through all the enemy planes that rushed towards the gap. On the straight beam line, each pink line penetrated at least 3 enemy planes. This is not the end. The beam extended to the back of the universe. When one end disappeared, a new pink line appeared to eliminate the fish that slipped through the net. At this time, Yulin did not have her usual gentle smile, but was as indifferent as water. Watching the fireworks blooming in the lonely universe, her heart could not stir up a ripple. She just kept pulling the trigger with her fingers, harvesting the lives of the enemies without emotion. It's Colonel Yulin. As expected of the Moon Angel, so powerful. The Lieutenant General and the Major General are here too. We will definitely win. Oh. Because of Yulin's brilliance, the morale of the MIS troops, which were originally somewhat discouraged, was instantly boosted. With Luna Gundam as the core, they reorganized the originally somewhat collapsed front line and even pushed it back a little bit, reversing the decline of the war. Chapter 160 Target, Moon Angel. Additional Chapter 12. The tactical command of fleet and auguries not only made the people of the Federation Army shout with admiration, but also shocked the vegan side. X-Rounders have a high status in vegan, and are even regarded as messengers of God. X-Rounder abilities are also regarded as powers bestowed by God, so in their minds, the X-Rounder troops should be invincible, and no one can stop them, unless they are also X-Rounders. The information circulated in the vegan army is that all the Heavenly Man battalion are extremely high-level X-Rounders, so they have the strength and record that defies the heavens. But now, the myth in their hearts has been broken. They are all ordinary people like them, and relying solely on tactical command makes the X-Rounder troops unable to move forward. Unbelievable. The demon troops are actually completely blocked. What kind of person is the enemy commander? Metal Sand said in horror. He knows more than ordinary soldiers. Although he does not think that the X-Rounder ability is a power bestowed by God, he cannot deny the power of this power. It's not that they are invincible, but they can definitely achieve great results. However, they were beaten back not long after they started, which also made his worldview have a certain impact. Flit Asuno, as the commander of the Federation Army, is also well versed in technical theory. According to the information from the insider, he is the most outstanding student taught by Yang Hui. At the same time, like Yang Hui, he is the father of Gundam. Gerhardt recalled the information about Flit and said in a low voice, "If Yang Hui is vegan's #1 enemy, then Flit's threat is second only to Yang Hui, and the degree of threat exceeds Graham and Yulin. It's difficult to deal with." Metal Sand began to curse God for preparing two people who are so threatening for the Earth Federation Army. Yang Hui and Flit, the Federation Army was able to resist Vegan's attack and even catch up with Vegan step by step because of their existence. "I want to go. Commander. The Federation's death gods are joining the battle." "What?" Gerhardt, who was about to attack, turned around abruptly and became very nervous. "What are the specific locations of the three death gods?" "Yes. The Battle Angels intercepted the retreating Demon Team 1, and the battle has begun. The Judgment Angels are moving quickly towards the Demon Team 2. The Moon Angels are heading towards the enemy's main camp. The front-line troops were attacked by the Moon Angels. The losses were heavy. Call up the images." The bridge crew hurriedly called up the images of the three celestial beings, machines, and everyone took a deep breath when they saw the first sight. How is this possible? Strange, it's a monster. The video showed that the Flag Gundam had already engaged the Demon Team 1. Although it looked like the Demon Team 1 had tightly surrounded the Flag Gundam, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Flag Gundam was clearly 1 against 8 and had the upper hand. Although the Dawn Gundam had not yet come into contact with the Demon Team 2, it was moving very fast, and even Gerhardt couldn't help but break into cold sweat when he saw it. Moreover, at such a fast speed, it could still hit every target and steadily tear apart the vegan line. What really panicked them was the Moon Angel, Yulin. The Luna Gundam kept firing with the help of the floating gun, and the fireworks festival in front of it never stopped. What was even more frightening was that because of Yulin's actions, the morale of the Federation Army, which had been somewhat sluggish, suddenly rose, and for a time, the line that had been advanced with great difficulty was suppressed again. "I'm going to attack. I'll leave the command to you." Under normal circumstances, Metal Sand knew that he would persuade them even if they couldn't. But in the current situation, if Gerhardt didn't contain the three Gundams of the Celestial Being Battalion, the entire battle line would collapse. "Leave it to me." Gerhardt went to the hangar. Dorfrost and 3 other members of the Royal Guard had already changed into their pilot suits and were waiting. "Commander Gerhardt, you already know the situation. Follow me to attack." "Commander Gerhardt, is our opponent the Grim Reaper?" Dorfrost asked. He and his team members were proud, but that didn't mean they looked down on others. They didn't think they would lose to Yang Hui and the other two, but they didn't think they were qualified to look down on them. "No, we have only one target, and that is the Moon Angel Yulin." "Moon Angel?" The 3 were stunned for a moment, but after looking at the battle information, they instantly understood Gerhardt's purpose. The Celestial Beings Battalion is invincible. Countless encirclements and ambushes have taught Vegan this truth. If they want to eliminate this thorn in their side, they must defeat them one by one. This is the conclusion reached by the Vegan top management. All along, the Celestial Beings Battalion has been performing tasks together, and there is no chance for them to catch a lone person. And now is the best opportunity. Although the Celestial Beings Battalion is still performing tasks together, the battle area is too large, and the three Gundams have disconnected and cooperated with each other. In addition, the opponents of the Flag Gundam and the Dawn Gundam are their proud X-Rounder troops. Killing Yang Hui and Graham may not be possible, but just delaying them will definitely be no problem. As long as enough time is delayed, Gerhardt and the three members of the Royal Guard will have the opportunity to kill Yulin and successfully break the iron triangle of the Celestial Beings Battalion. As for why they chose to target Yulin, instead of cooperating with a demon unit to kill Yang Hui, who posed the greatest threat to Vegan, or Graham, who is the most aggressive, it was because according to all the information collected so far, Yulin's performance was the worst among the three, and Yulin was good at long-range sniping operations. In every battle, Yulin stayed in the rear to snipe and support Yang Hui and Graham. In addition to her terrifying sniping ability, she did not show any excellence in other aspects. So Gerhardt judged that as long as they could get close to the Luna Gundam as quickly as possible and force the battle into melee, they would have a great chance to kill Yulin. That's right, follow me closely, this is our best chance to break the undefeated myth of the Federation. Yes. X3 well, Gerhardt Garrett, Jedra, attack. The red flash set sail from the battleship, taking three subordinates with it and turning into a meteor, heading to the battlefield at the front line at the fastest speed. Yulin, who was sweeping the enemy, paused suddenly. The X-Rounder ability gave her a very strange feeling. Something is coming. This feeling is hostility. Sure enough, the battle data showed that four machines were approaching rapidly from the rear of the enemy. According to the route of action, the target was, come for me? 3 times the speed, is it that kid Gerhardt? Putting aside the fact that they were in the enemy camp, Yulin had a good impression of Gerhardt. He was steady, intelligent, mature, and polite. Although he was still a little immature and had not completely found his true self, he was generally a very outstanding young man, and he was also a good friend of Assem. Yulin once secretly regretted that if there was no war, would Gerhardt not have to fight with Assem? Unfortunately, there is no if. Reality is so cruel, just like now. Jedra, and 3, Jet Assem, have entered the effective range of Luna Gundam. Following instinct and perception, the floating gun and long-range sniper rifle have locked the three machines. What a pity. As he spoke, Yulin pulled the trigger, and the beam shot out, cutting through the entire battlefield, heading straight for the Jedra and the 3, Jet Assem. Gerhardt and Dor, who had just entered the front line, received an alarm from the X-Rounder ability. This is it. Beep beep beep. Scatter. With the advance warning, the four machines either dodged or defended, accepting the Luna Gundam's greeting gift. How is it possible? At this distance, Dor Frost and the other two were horrified. This distance exceeded 1,000 kilometers. Many warships' naval guns could not maintain accuracy at such a distance. How did Amiz do it? This is the Moon Angel. What a terrible sniper ability. Here it comes again. Evasion movement. Gerhardt's reminder brought the three people back to their senses. When they looked up, they saw another wave of beams coming towards them. At this distance, it was too late to dodge. The 3, Jet Assem, raised their arms to protect their heads and block the life-threatening beams. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave rises, the rain of beams is like an endless sea wave, hitting them wave after wave. Commander Gerhardt. Don't panic, keep the formation, alternate defense, as long as we get close, we have a chance. Understood. The speed of the 4X3 machines suddenly dropped from a 100-meter charge to an elderly person's walk, as if they were put on countless shackles and couldn't move. With a high-level X-Rounder ability, 1 or 2 long-range sniping attacks were not a threat to them. But the Luna Gundam seemed to be right next to them, shooting at zero distance, one after another, just dodging one sniping, the next one came, and every shot was pointed directly at the cockpit, without any mercy. Logically speaking, the physical strength and energy required for precise sniping at this distance should be far greater than dodging and defense, but Yulin seemed not to be tired, and the rhythm of the attack was still as fierce as a storm, and there was no decline in efficiency or accuracy. On the contrary, Gerhardt and his men, as the attackers, were exhausted and embarrassed as soon as they saw the shadow of the target. Fortunately, with their persistence and efforts, the Luna Gundam finally appeared in their sight, and this distance was out of Yulin's best comfort zone. Miss Yulin. Looking at the Luna Gundam not far away, Gerhardt's eyes under the mask flashed with complex light. You are a respectable person, but unfortunately, this is a battlefield. For my ideal, please leave now. As soon as the voice fell, Jedra approached the Luna Gundam under the cover of 3, Jetis M. Gerhardt pushed the joystick hard, stepped on the pedal to the bottom, and rushed towards the Luna Gundam with a fierce tail flame. The jade sword in his hand shone with a man-eating brilliance. Got it. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Jedra was close to the face of the Luna Gundam, and the jade sword was raised high, ready to chop down the glory that declared victory. The Luna Gundam gave up the long-range sniper rifle in its hand, pulled out the beam saber and collided with the jade sword, and the huge force made the Luna Gundam turn over and retreat. Jedra was relentless and continued to pursue, but the alarm bells in his head kept ringing. Looking around, he saw that the Luna Gundam had aimed its long-range sniper rifle at Jedra again. When feeling the call of the god of death, Gerhardt's survival instinct took control of his hands, and he subconsciously pulled the joystick. The light beam that should have pierced his head passed by Jedra's cheek. That was close. But now, you will die if you don't pay attention to your back. At this moment, Yulin's gentle reminder came from the public channel. What? Commander Gerhardt. Be careful. Hearing the reminder, Jedra turned his head, and the light beam that should have been missed actually came back from another direction, and the deadly pink light had filled the entire screen. A new January has begun, so let's take it as a good omen, and here comes another. Chapter 161, Yulin's Trump Card, I have never concealed it, 22. Seeing the beam about to penetrate the cockpit along with himself, Gerhardt's mind went blank, as if calmly welcoming his own death. At this moment, Dalfrost drove the Jetis M and inserted himself between the two, crossing his arms in front of him, blocking the fatal blow for Jedra. Although the power penetrated the electromagnetic arm of Jetis M, the huge impact made Dalfrost very uncomfortable. Dal. I'm fine. What happened just now? The 4 machines joined together and confronted the Luna Gundam face to face. Gerhardt was sure that this shot was definitely the one he dodged. In order to prevent other enemy machines from interfering with their battle, he deliberately issued an order to let the MIS troops concentrate on attacking the enemy in other directions to contain them and buy time for himself. Therefore, there were no MIS of the Federation Army in this area except the Luna Gundam. And after he launched the assault, the Luna Gundam only fired 1 shot. What on earth happened? Gerhardt gritted his teeth, trying to figure out what happened, but Dalfrost and the other 2 saw clearly how this strange scene happened, and, because they saw it clearly, they felt it was even more unreal, looking at the Luna Gundam as if they were looking at a monster. Is this really something a human can do? A monster. Commander Gerhardt. What's wrong? Report if you have any problems. Just now, that shot just now, was reflected. Reflect? How is that possible? Gerhardt got an answer that sounded like a fairy tale. That shot hit the surface of an individual unit after you dodged it, and then, it reflected the beam. Gerhardt looked at the Luna Gundam who was watching them communicate with ease. Commander Gerhardt. Dalfrost and the other 2 had a little retreat in their hearts. If it was a coincidence, it would be fine, but if this kind of action could be controlled by the other party, then there might not be Yulin's opponent. I've been fooled. It turns out that she is the trump card of the celestial beings. Gerhardt thought with gritted teeth. He was sure that even the Federal Army had been fooled. What is the Moon Angel the weakest of the 3 archangels? What is the only flaw? These are all lies. Just that move just now, I'm afraid Yang Hui and Graham can't do it. In fact, Gerhardt's guess was half right and half wrong. From the beginning to the end, Yulin could not hide herself, and there was no such thing as a killer. Moreover, Yang Hui could also do this action. This refraction and reflection attack method was originally taught to Yulin by Yang Hui. But Yang Hui could do it, but he couldn't do it now. It's not a big problem to refraction the beam once, but to reproduce the terrible tactic of multiple beam refractions, even if Yang Hui enters the transformer mode, he needs the Trans-M system to consume the potential performance of the body at the same time, otherwise his reaction speed can't make the floating gun reach the designated position before the second refraction. But Yulin did it. She didn't rely on the performance burst of Trans-M. With the strongest predictive X-rounder ability, she could judge the direction of the beam reflection in advance and control the floating gun to reach the designated position in advance, completing the beam refraction up to 3 times. The reason why Yulin never used this trick in battle was that she didn't need it. If Gerhardt and his guards were not X-rounder users with a certain degree of ability and excellent driving skills, no one could break out of her best comfort zone. Moon Angel. Damn. Gerhardt also hesitated. If Yulin could really master the weird refraction shooting, then they might not be able to complete the mission, and they might all fail here. Are you done talking? At this time, Yulin turned on the public frequency and connected the communication of the 4 machines. Miss Yulin. Long time no see, Gerhardt. It's a pity that we meet again on the battlefield. Yulin's voice was as calm as a lake without ripples, but it made Gerhardt and the others more and more frightened. They were waiting for them to communicate. As a sniper, she was not nervous at all when the enemy approached her. This undoubtedly led to the answer to the one they were most worried about. I didn't expect that you are the trump card of the 3 archangels. Everyone was fooled by you. You are wrong. I am not the trump card, and I have never fooled anyone. Do you still want to hide it now? Haha, I'm telling the truth. This trick was taught to me by Yang Hui. As for hiding it, it's just that no one could get close to me before. Gerhardt and the other 4 acquiesced to the second half of the sentence. The ultra-long-range precision sniping of more than 1,000 kilometers came one after another. Even though they almost confessed, let alone other pilots. But the first half of the sentence, they seemed to have obtained incredible intelligence. You said, this is Mr. Yang Hui. Ah. It seems that the secret has been leaked by accident. Since the secret has been leaked, it won't be so easy for you to leave, Gerhardt, you are surrounded by me. What? The 4 people were shocked. The 4 Mrs. stood back to back. While they were talking, the floating guns scattered around had surrounded them. The ferocious muzzles locked them. The surface of the floating guns exuded an unknown light green glow, as if a giant mouth that devoured people showed its sharp fangs to them. Damn it. Retreat. It's a bit late. Yulin's mouth curled up, and the gentle smile lasted for a few seconds before calming down again. Spiritual Link System LV-3, Mirror Reflection System activated. Clicking a few times on the control panel, Yulin's connection with Luna Gundam deepened, as if they were completely integrated. Gerhardt gave an order, and the tail flames behind the 4 machines burned, concentrating on a point to break through at a very high speed. At this time, the floating guns and Luna Gundam opened fire at the same time, and the dense beams of light enveloped them like a seamless net. Disperse. The 4 machines dispersed, but the next second, Gerhardt saw clearly how the strange refraction came from. On the path of the mist beam, there was already a floating gun waiting for it. It hit the surface that was flashing with light blue light and turned back in another direction. Damn it. Door. Offa. Diner. Don't hide, defend. Commander Gerhardt. Got it. X3, Jedra, kept blocking the incoming beams with his arms. Gerhardt had found a way to deal with this kind of attack, which was to block it directly and not give it a chance to refract. As long as there was no refraction, it would lose its strange characteristics and the threat would be reduced a lot. Dorfrost and the other 2 were also ace-level pilots. They immediately understood Gerhardt's purpose and blocked all the incoming beams without giving them a chance to refract. Yulin was also slightly surprised when she saw this scene. She didn't expect the other party to find a way to crack it so quickly. But even though they found a way to crack it, it doesn't mean the crisis is over. After all, the floater can only choose one between shooting and refraction, but who stipulates that all floaters must maintain the same function? At this time, half of the floaters in the dense refraction array broke away and turned their guns to aim at Gerhardt and his men. Be careful. It's coming. The next second, half of the floaters fired again in coordination with the Luna Gundam, weaving the broken spider web again. Yulin watched this scene calmly, just as Yang Hui said, although optimistic, but on the battlefield is the enemy, there is no such thing as mercy. Since you have the intention to kill me, then I will respond to you with the same intention. But the next second, the radar showed a familiar machine approaching their battlefield rapidly. Yulin's mouth curled up and changed her strategy. The beam net was about to completely capture the prey in the net, but the next second the offensive changed. The floater's attack focused on the gap between Jedra and the Royal Guards, separating Jedra and the Royal Guards. Commander Gerhardt. Damn it. The 4 of them were eager to restore the formation. The 3 guards did not want to fail in their first mission. Although the time they fought side by side was short, they initially recognized Gerhardt, And Gerhardt also recognized the strength of the three guards. Excellent subordinates should not be easily lost here. But facing Yulin's fierce attack, they were trapped in their own little land and could not move. What does she want to do? Between the urgent dodging and resisting the attack, Gerhardt's brain was working rapidly. Yulin had the opportunity to kill them all, but why did she suddenly change her actions? He wanted to get an answer, but the X-rounder ability in his mind kept ringing, just like a large speaker was stuffed in his brain, making it difficult to concentrate. This made Gerhardt feel the disadvantage of having too strong an ability for the first time. But soon, even without thinking, he understood what Yulin meant. Gerhardt. ISM. Seeing the rapidly approaching Gundam Age 2, Gerhardt understood that Yulin wanted to leave him to ISM, but why? Reality did not give Gerhardt time to think. Gundam Age 2 had already raised its sword and came to Jedra. Facing the sharp Shijur blade, Jedra rushed to attack, but the huge collision force made Gerhardt very painful. Gundam Age 2 took Jedra away from this area. Commander Gerhardt. We must break through. Damn it. We can't break through. The three, JetSM, were back to back. In addition to desperately resisting the attacks from all directions, they couldn't even make an effective counterattack. Not good. Did. Hit. Boom. Ah. Dot. On the other side, Jedra finally stopped and was in a stalemate with Gundam Age 2. Gerhardt. How dare you? How dare you attack Aunt Yulin? Hearing this, Gerhardt really wanted to scold ISM. People who didn't know would think that he killed Yulin, which was also his goal, but the fact is that from beginning to end, they were suppressed by Yulin alone. You are angry, and I am angry too. This is a battlefield. Miss Yulin is also a warrior. She has been prepared for this. Jedra shook hard, and both sides retreated. Aunt Yulin was so optimistic about you. You actually attacked her. I can never forgive you. Gerhardt. Don't be naive. Anyone can die on the battlefield. If you are afraid of death, don't go to the battlefield. ISM. Shoot you down. Shoot you down. The agreement between the friends was reached tacitly, and with the determination to shoot down the opponent, Jedra and the Gundam Age 2 collided again. Chapter 162, Demon? Kill him. The Flag Gundam collided with its enemy first. After a simple test, Graham found that this X-Rounder unit was a good opponent. Although the individual strength of each person was between C+ and B, and none of them was Graham's opponent, the cooperation between them was very good. Although it was not as good as the tacit understanding of Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin, it was also on par with him. But the combat awareness is too poor. The Flag Gundam dodged the sudden attack from behind, raised its hand to block the enemy from above, turned around and kicked the JetSM that rushed from the front. Either they have never encountered a strong opponent, and they don't know how to fight a stalemate after fighting too many favorable battles, or they are in their first battle and have been spoiled. As he said, the Flag Gundam swung hard, shaking off the JetSM that was stalemate with it above, and shuttled through the rain of bullets with an elegant posture and a beautiful letter S. Damn it. Damn Earthlings. What's the point of dodging? If you have the guts, fight me. You're just a rat running around. Zell, let's go. Okay. Mink Layton and Zell Brandt, the main attackers, were ignited with anger by the Flag Gundam's teasing behavior. They became more crazy and more aggressive. Sure enough, a spoiled child. Graham muttered jokingly when he saw the actions of the two nearby, JetSM, which reminded him of the little brat who angered Yang Hui 25 years ago. The two, JetSM, under the cover of their teammates, had already arrived in front of the Flag Gundam, one on the left and one on the right. The Flag Gundam did not panic, but just raised his hands to meet the two physical swords that were attacking. Ding ding, the flashing sparks were short-lived, and the three machines exerted their strength at the same time, making it difficult to tell the winner for a while. Now, Lacey. Leon. Attack. We've been prepared. What do you mean by the Federation's death god? In front of us, it's just bad. Seeing that the Flag Gundam's evasive maneuverability was restricted, the teammates who were covering Mink Layton and Zell Brandt locked their guns on the Flag Gundam. As for the teammates around them, they believed that they could dodge. But the yellow light flashed in the gun muzzle, and when it was ready to fire, the situation changed. The two high-vibration blades of the Flag Gundam actually cut into the physical sword of JetSM, and cut it in two smoothly. What? Ugh. How can? Mink, Layton, and Zellbrandt were horrified and had no chance to retreat. The high-vibration blade of the Flag Gundam had left several flashing streams of light, cutting JSM into a human stick. This was not over yet. JSM, who was only left with a body and head, was caught by the Flag Gundam with one hand and thrown to the left and right, and the direction was exactly the friendly forces on both sides whose beam destruction cannons were flashing continuously. Graham timed it very well, calculating the moment the opponent was about to fire and throwing it out, blocking the incoming artillery fire, leaving no time for the opponent to react. Boom! The Imagine team opened fire, and the beam destroyer cannon and the beam Vulcan cannon attacked like a storm, intending to overturn the small boat of the Flag Gundam in the vast ocean. But how could the Flag Gundam, which had been freed from its restraints, stand there and wait to die? It had already transformed into an elegant phantom and dodged to the side. The two JSM that were thrown out did not have such good luck. They were cut into human sticks and had no ability to dodge, and their teammates did not have enough time and opportunity to turn the muzzle. So, I am going to die. Die in my own hands. Watching the bright yellow light covering himself, under the light, he completely merged with his beloved machine, and then left a huge hole. Zizzy. Boom boom Mink. Zell. The companions of the demon unit wailed in grief, especially Lacey Adnell and Leon Lewis, because Mink, Layton, and Zellbrandt died in their hands. Damn it. Earthlings. Kill you. How? Because the fire from the explosion of the friendly aircraft blocked her vision, and because of the grief and hatred that made her lose her rational thinking. Before Lacey Adnell could vent all her anger, the Flag Gundam had already rushed out of the smoke and dust in front of her, with the sharp blades in both hands flashing a biting red light. If you lose focus on the battlefield, you will die. No. Don't. Looking at the high-vibration knife getting closer and closer, Lacey Adnell even let go of the joystick and blocked her face with both hands, screaming in panic and fear. But just when she thought she would fall into the arms of the god of death, the sharp blade of the Flag Gundam stopped in front of the screen, and then pulled away and quickly retreated. The next second, the teammates' support attack arrived, forcing the Flag Gundam to retreat. Lacey. Are you okay? I'm fine. Surviving the disaster, Lacey Adnell was surrounded by her teammates and retreated. She sat in the cockpit, hugging her knees and sobbing, looking at the Flag Gundam on the screen, her eyes filled with anger and hatred. Shame. Kill you. Kill you. Anger and fear overcame fear, causing Lacey Adnell's delicate face to become distorted. She quickly grasped the joystick with both hands and wanted to rush out of her teammates' protection circle to kill the Flag Gundam, but her teammates noticed her abnormality in time and took the lead to block her. Calm down. Lacey. Retreat now. Get out of the way. Mink and Zell's hatred, and my shame. I must kill him. Do you want to die? Like Mink and Zell. Die? The word die was like the ice water that had just melted, extinguishing the flames in Lacey Adnell's heart, and at the same time making her heart extremely cold. Retreat. Leon, Ned. Take Lacey away. Zafar, Nylon, let's stop him. Lacey Adnell's JSM had completely lost her will to fight, and she let her companions take her to retreat. She didn't even care about her companions who stayed to buy time for them, and just huddled in the cockpit. Graham was not Yulin, who would stop and let them communicate quietly. When the three members of the Imagine team began to retreat, the Flag Gundam had broken through the firepower network of the three machines and came in front of them. Go and accompany your companions. The high-vibration knife turned into a red meteor and slashed through, smoothly cutting the physical swords of the three machines standing in front of them. Fortunately, they had been prepared, otherwise their bodies would have been cut off together. However, even though they had made a retreat gesture in advance, the Flag Gundam still left a deep cut on their chests. Hello, deploy the floating sword. Those three can't catch up, we can't let these three go. Got it. Got it. Under the horrified gaze of the three remaining members of the Imagine team, the floating sword left their bodies and surrounded them with a red tail. At this moment, the three people were like being surrounded by a group of scary sharks in the vast ocean, ready to open their fangs and devour them at any time. If this continues, what are you looking at? Everyone's attention was attracted by the floating sword surrounding them. The ignored Flag Gundam roared, blazing, and rushed in front of them. No, disperse. The command was fully spoken, and the JSM in the middle was broken by the surprise attack of the Flag Gundam. The cross-shaped cut made it split into 4 pieces, and it exploded with a jumping of arcs and sizzling sparks. Sart. I want. Damn Earth, kind. The two men's angry roars only stopped halfway. Just as their attention returned to Graham, the great white sharks surrounding them opened their bloody mouths and devoured them. The bodies of the two, Jetism, were full of floating swords, especially the two floating swords inserted from the back of the Jetism's head, leaving no chance of survival at all. Not bad. Graham raised his lips, retracted the floating swords and rushed towards other enemy planes. After the flag Gundam left, the two, Jetism, exploded and turned into dust in the universe. When Graham ended the battle, Yang Hui's side also engaged the target. The attack was a killing move. The floating guns unfolded and surrounded the Dawn Gundam. They were the most loyal soldiers and the sharpest swords. Seeing that the 8 members of the second team of demons had maintained their formation and were not torn apart by the strange and tricky attack of the floating gun, he secretly praised them. Not bad. But it was just not bad. When the Dawn Gundam joined the battle, the high-output electromagnetic gun on the waist opened fire directly, exploding the arm shields of the two, Jetism. Although the arm armor was only surrounded by arcs and was not directly penetrated, the huge force also pushed them back and destroyed the integrity of the formation, which also allowed Yang Hui to achieve his desired goal. Once the formation was destroyed, the cooperation between the demons was cut off, and it was no longer a concern for individuals. Just when the two, Jetism, were lifted out of the formation by the high-output electromagnetic gun, the floating guns that were eyeing them around directly pierced their head cockpits and melted together with the pilots. Seeing that the Dawn Gundam shot down 2 of their companions in less than a minute after joining the battle, the remaining demons were stunned for a moment, and then frantically attacked the Dawn Gundam. Another novice who has never been on the battlefield. Seeing the enemy's actions, Yang Hui made the same judgment as Graham, and also thought of a certain brat who was killed. Yang Hui's face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with colorful lights. You are not very lucky. 2. Jetism rushed to the side of the Dawn Gundam, and the physical swords were aimed directly at the cockpit of the Dawn Gundam from different tricky angles. Swish swish, the sword light flashed, and the Jetism passed by, maintaining the posture of drawing the sword, and came behind the Dawn Gundam. The tail flame disappeared, and driven by inertia, it continued to move forward while splitting into 2 halves from top to bottom. Boom boom, reminds me of a disgusting kid. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Cheers of Victory, Serious Threats. 10 minutes and 21 seconds, this is an ordinary but extraordinary time. Ordinary for the Federation Army and Yang Hui himself, but extraordinary for the Federation Army's enemy vegan. The X-Rounder troops, which they regarded as the sharpest sabers in the war, were completely wiped out in just 10 minutes and 21 seconds. A group of 8 people pierced through the enemy's tight defense like a sword, and were about to cut off the enemy's bones and pierce the enemy's heart. Everyone expected that they could break the undefeated myth of the Federation Army and defeat the terrifying god of death in one fell swoop, but reality slapped vegan in the face so cruelly. How is it possible? The demon troops, the X-Rounder troops, the warriors given power by God. How could it be? Monsters, monsters of the Federation. In the bridge of the flagship, everyone began to tremble, and their legs became weak and unable to stand. Metal Sant, who was temporarily in charge of the command, was also horrified. Although he had never thought that the demon troops could defeat the heavenly brigade at the beginning, after all, the reputation of the Federation Death God was built with the lives of countless vegan warriors, and it was definitely not something that a group of X-Rounders who had just entered the battlefield could easily defeat. But even so, Metal Sant still had hope that the demon troops could compete with the heavenly brigade, but he did not expect that within 10 minutes, 5 of them were defeated in a row, and only 3 of them escaped by luck. The other side was completely wiped out in about 10 minutes, and Gerhard and the Royal Guards, who were the core and the only chance, were also beaten back by the Moon Angels, who they regarded as the only flaw. Metal Sant, who was originally in horror, was interrupted by the exclamations, fear, and despair on the bridge. Looking at the people who were already terrified, Metal Sand knew that they had already lost this battle, and it was a miserable defeat. Gerhardt. No, Commander. The battle between Gerhardt and Artem was not interrupted by anyone. The two aircraft kept drawing arcs in the universe, colliding once after going around in a circle, or colliding back and forth to draw a spiral picture. Gerhardt. Artem. Jedra tried his best to swing away the physical sword of Gundam Age 2 and wanted to kick it out, but to Gerhardt's shock, Gundam Age 2 seemed to see through his intentions and dodged backwards in advance, then changed its sword into a gun and kept shooting it. Jedra. Facing the high-powered Fangs rifle of Gundam Age 2, he didn't dare to use his shield to block it, and dodged left and right, being forced into a somewhat embarrassing situation. Why? It's obviously not an X-rounder. I've seen through your moves, Gerhardt. You also. I won't rely on X-rounder. I have the Gundam Age 2, the guidance of Uncle Yang Hui and Uncle Graham, and the support of Captain Wolf. I'm a super pilot. Who would believe such a thing? His movements were seen through by Arthur, but the movements of the Gundam Age 2 were still under Gerhardt's control. The collision between the two became more intense. You pierced my shoulder armor, and I cut off your shield and gun sword. Even though the machine was warning them with a continuous crunching sound, and even though the surface of the machine was surrounded by arcs and sparks, it couldn't stop the crazy battle. The right shoulder of Jedra exploded, causing the entire right arm to fall off. The double-wing shield of the Gundam Age 2 was torn into pieces, and both legs were cut off, causing a brief pause in the fierce collision. At this moment, Gerhardt suddenly heard a cry for help from the communication. He turned around and saw that a Fabozer was blown to pieces by the fierce attack of the enemy, and two other Fabozer were also shaky. Gerhardt. No, Commander. The tactics of the Federation have completely suppressed the front line. The demon troops are almost wiped out. The Death God has lost his restraint. Although the reserve forces have been deployed, they can no longer continue to carry out the operation. The whole army must retreat. Metal Sand answered the communication of Jedra, and said with a heavy face. Tisk, is this the end? Gerhardt bit his mouth tightly, feeling very unwilling. Although he was not completely sure that he could successfully carry out the combat plan at the beginning, he did not expect to be defeated so quickly, and even his original intention of consuming a large number of the Federation's manpower was not achieved, which made him very unwilling. Notify the whole army, retreat. Yes. After ending the communication, Jedra did not hesitate at all, exerted the greatest effort, and left the battlefield at the fastest speed. Wait. SM, who didn't want Gerhardt to retreat, immediately chased after him in the Gundam Age 2. Stop it. Luna Gundam had already come to the side of the Gundam Age 2 and stopped him in time. Aunt Yulin. Call the Colonel. Colonel, are you okay? SM asked with concern. He could hear a hint of weakness in Yulin's voice. It's okay, just a little tired. Yulin in the cockpit had taken off her helmet at this time, letting the sweat drift in the cockpit, with a hint of paleness on her gentle face. Yulin's refraction tactics were indeed powerful, but the complete contact with a mental link system, making a lot of predictions and calculations, consumed Yulin's energy very seriously. Instead of worrying about me, why not worry about yourself first, Arthur? Have you forgotten that Yang Hui and Graham taught you to stay calm in battle? Yulin's lesson made Arthur look at the display of a machine, and the yellow parts were few, and even the legs were gone. He couldn't help but sweat. If Yulin didn't stop him, he would really not know how to write the word death if he rushed forward in this state. This is not because Arthur wanted to use Yulin as an excuse, but he was retorted before he could say it. You can't even take care of yourself, and you're still worried about me. Go back and face the anger of the maintenance team yourself. And you. Aunt Yulin, I think. No, you don't think so, and call me Colonel. At this time, the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam also came to meet them. When they saw the Gundam Age 2 for the first time, Yang Hui's questioning and Graham's ridicule followed one after another. However, Arthur, who was already frightened, quickly slipped away with the excuse of returning to the original unit. This brat, I guess he can't escape the sack. Graham laughed jokingly. You are his master, so of course I have to follow your old path once. Yang Hui teased Graham. You are so ashamed to say that? The only time I was caught was when you did it. Haha, so what? You, humph. Graham was speechless. Before the, Mecha, brigade grew stronger. Yang Hui was responsible for the maintenance of the flag Gundam, including the previous Samurai Gundam. So, is there a problem with Yang Hui putting on his own sack? Is it okay? Well, forget it. I can't figure it out. I just need to be more careful about him in the future. Let's go. Go back. Well, I want to rest too. Vegan retreated. The battle was won. The giant ring base was saved, and the door to the Earth was closed. After the strong pressure, it was time to vent. With cheers, the Federation's Mrs. shunted their heads to celebrate the arrival of victory. Haha, we succeeded, Commander. Algaris laughed excitedly. Well, but don't be too proud, Arugaris. This level of battle should be within our expectations. Fleet thought. Yes. However, Arugaris's expression at this time showed that he didn't listen to the sentence. His fiery eyes and his hands clenched in excitement. Although the Shinran battalion was a hero and provided indispensable help for the victory of the battle, in this battle, the Shinran battalion was more of a blocker and destroyed the enemy's X-Rounder troops. What really laid the foundation for the victory was a series of tactical commands by him and Fleet. To defeat the majority with the minority and the strong with the weak, this has always been the highest honor for tacticians. Today, he and Fleet have achieved it, and his next goal is to achieve this honor alone, proving to the world that the victory or defeat of a war is never achieved by a certain person or a certain unit, but by the excellent command of the commander. But this battle also sounded a wake-up call for us. Fleet began to review the battle in his mind, looking for omissions. This was what Yang Hui had taught him, and he also developed this excellent habit. You mean Vegan's X-Rounder troops? Argyris asked seriously. Well, this time the Heavenly Man battalion is here, but what about next time? What if the ordinary fleet encounters them? Fleet said worriedly. Argyris was silent. Indeed, the appearance of the X-Rounder troops was expected, but the appearance of nearly 20 X-Rounder ability users joining the battlefield at once really scared him. With tactical command, the attack of the X-Rounder troops can be contained, but it is only containment. It cannot be repelled or destroyed. This can only be done with sufficient troops and precise command by him and Fleet. What if they and the Heavenly Man battalion are not here? The only result of an ordinary fleet encountering the demon troops is that they will be completely destroyed, so the demon troops will become the Heavenly Man battalion on the vegan side. But fortunately, the enemy's X-Rounder troops are almost completely destroyed. Argyris comforted himself, mainly to comfort himself, because he could not think of an effective way to resist. 2 lakhs, Arugaris. Vegan has always been ahead of the Federation in the field of X research. 20 people came this time, so what about next time? Will there be another 20 people? Or more? Awakened by Fleet, Arugaris also understood the seriousness of the situation. Commander, what do you think we should do? Arugaris asked humbly. We must form our own X-Rounder force. Even if it is not possible, we must have an elite force that can resist. After the Shinran battalion returns, let Lieutenant General Yang Hui, Major General Graham and Colonel Yalin come to see me. Yes. Chapter 164 The Truth Behind. Vegan Fleet set out with full enthusiasm and confidence of victory, but only about half of the remaining defeated soldiers returned with a depressed and unwilling mood. It's all your fault. It's all because of your improper command that Glenn, Mick and others died. As soon as they returned to the flagship, the only 3 remaining members of the demon force asked Gerhardt for the crime, venting all their anger and hatred on Gerhardt. Shut up. Dorfrost and the other 2 blocked the aggressive Lacey Adenal and the other 2. Brother Dor. Mink is dead. Glenn and Zell are also dead. And Zephyr, Nylon, Sart. They are all dead. Aren't you sad at all? Lacey Adenal roared at Dorfrost, feeling very wronged. The 3 members of the guards grew up and studied and trained with the members of the Demon Corps. Dorfrost and the other 2 were the oldest and most mature among them. They had taken good care of their brothers and sisters since they were young, and always regarded them as real big brothers. If Isel Kanda had not temporarily transferred the 3 of them to form the guards, they should have been the captains and leaders of the Demon Corps. But now, their brothers and sisters are almost dead, but they are turning to the culprit who caused this tragedy, making Lacey Adenal and the other 2 feel that he is no longer the big brother they knew. Commander Gerhardt is indeed not to blame for this failure. The Earth Federation Army has too many hidden trump cards, which led to the failure of this operation. Dorfrost said. What Dorfrost said was right. The biggest reason for the failure of the operation was the amazing coordination and command between fleet and auguries. Whether it was Isolcanda's goal of attacking the giant ring base or Gerhardt's goal of severely damaging the Federation Army's manpower, they all failed under the precise tactical command. Although the Heavenly Man Brigade was still as strong as a monster, in a large-scale war, the role of the Ace Elite was reduced several times. Brother Dor. You. Lacey Adenal and the other two glared at Dorfrost and the other two, and Dorfrost and the other two did not give in, firmly supporting Gerhardt's position. The atmosphere on the bridge became heavier and heavier, like a powder keg that could explode at any time. I do have to take the main responsibility for the failure of this operation. Gerhardt stood up at the right time and took the initiative to take responsibility. Commander Gerhardt. See. He knows it all. He knows that you should die to pay your debt. Barrett with Glenn and the others. Shut up. Lacey. Enough. Shut up. As the quarrel was about to escalate, Gerhardt immediately stopped both sides. The battle failed, and the morale of the entire army is very low. You are quarreling here. Do you want to tear the entire army apart? This. I'm very sorry, Commander Gerhardt. Tisk. Although he failed to completely ease the relationship, he still stopped the quarrel. Gerhardt continued, the failure this time was mainly due to insufficient intelligence. Fleet Asuno's tactical command brought great obstacles to the battle, and, Heavenly Man. Although he didn't say it out loud, Gerhardt's eyes fell on Lacey Adnell and others. He didn't mean to shirk responsibility, but the performance of the demon troops did disappoint him. Not only did they fail to delay time, but they were also unable to retreat safely and were crippled. However, Gerhardt had no right to blame the demon troops. He and the three machines of the Royal Guards were beaten dizzy by the well-hidden Yulin. It was unknown whether Yulin showed mercy in the end. Although the jettison of the three Royal Guards were missing limbs, they returned safely. But Gerhardt thought so, but Lacey Adenal and the other two did not. They felt the disappointment in Gerhardt's eyes and felt a great shame. What's that look in your eyes? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? It was obviously your command mistake. We were just following your orders. That's right. As the commander-in-chief, you went to the front line in person. Are you looking for death? Why didn't you die on the battlefield? Enough. Lacey, Leon, Ned, don't blame us for being rude if you keep talking. Brother Dole. Okay, stop arguing, Metal. The command of the troops is temporarily handed over to you. After returning to the Downs, immediately start receiving the assignment and arrange for the command to come to the combat conference room. Yes, Commander Gerhardt, but the reason for going to the combat conference room is... Metal Sand asked the doubts in his heart. The combat conference room is the place to make plans and arrange tasks before the start of the battle. He has just returned from a disastrous defeat. Is there another mission? Review this battle. Review. Everyone present was stunned. Yes, review. After this battle, I noticed that our pilots' driving skills are better than those of the Federation pilots. Our technological level has always been ahead of the Earth Federation Army. This time, our total number of troops is even higher than that of the Federation Army. There is no big problem with your command, but we still lost. There must be some flaws that we can't detect. Finding problems and correcting them is the purpose of review. Gerhardt explained. This is what he learned from Yang Hui when he was in Tordia. When Yang Hui led several students from the MIS department to manufacture and test a homemade ultra-small MIS, he would review it with everyone every day. Although he would not directly point out where the problem was, he had been deliberately guiding everyone to develop the habit of reviewing. Vegan has always had the advantage in small-scale battles, so it is natural to think that Vegan suppresses the Earth Federation in all aspects, but this large-scale battle exposed the problems and gave Gerhardt the opportunity to pass on this good habit of reviewing. I see. I understand. Metal Sand thought for a moment and realized the necessity of reviewing the situation. Vegan had been going too smoothly all along. There were no major battles, but small victories were constant. Only a few monsters from the Celestial Beings Brigade could make them lose. In other places, they lost less and won more. As a result, they were used to fighting in favorable battles. Once they encountered a stalemate or disadvantage, they began to retreat step by step, and there was no way to reverse the situation. Tisk, aren't you just trying to shirk responsibility? Stupid Commander, you should take full responsibility for the failure of the operation. If I were you, I would not have the face to continue. The three people from the demonic force wore tinted glasses at this time, and regarded Gerhardt as an object of venting and shirking responsibility. Even if it was the correct order and instruction, they would not listen. Hey, you. Seeing that the three people turned around and left, still showing contempt and hostility towards Gerhardt, Dalfrost and the other two wanted to get angry. The three were mature and steady, and they also felt that they had made many mistakes in the battle, but because the battle was too intense, they could not clearly recall where they were wrong for a while. The review proposed by Gerhardt was exactly what they wanted, and made them more accepting of Gerhardt, the young commander. Gerhardt reached out to stop the three people and shook his head at them. Commander Gerhardt, since you don't want to participate, forget it. Gerhardt was not a tolerant person. He did not forgive the three survivors of the demon unit, but had already marked their names on the list of those who could be abandoned. Stubborn and arrogant and domineering, except for their outstanding driving ability, they did not have the performance that a warrior should have. It was useless to just rely on verbal persuasion for such an existence, and they could not prove themselves with their abilities, which would only make them jealous of their talents. Although such a time bomb might endanger the entire army, it could play an important role if used well. Offa, Dieter, you go down first. Commander. Yes. The three guards didn't think too much and thought that Gerhardt was magnanimous enough to forgive them, so they improved their evaluation of Gerhardt. Commander Gerhardt. It's okay. The fleet will trouble you for the time being. I will go to sort out the data of this battle and then report to Lord Iselkanda. Alice. You have done a great job, Gerhardt. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Metal Sand comforted Gerhardt. He also thought that Gerhardt tolerated the rudeness of the demon troops, and thought that the reason for tolerance was that he took all the responsibility for the failure of the battle on himself. Well, with the same feeling, Gerhardt left the bridge and returned to the captain's room. As soon as he returned to the captain's room, Gerhardt slumped in the chair and took off his mask. The burden brought by the powerful force. Gerhardt knew that he still felt a warning of the X-Rounder ability at this time, and it had been lingering when he was fighting with Yulin. The secret oppression and the sense of crisis between life and death made him deeply unforgettable. Even when he almost fell into Yang Hui's hands before, he had never felt this way. Did you show mercy? Tisk, I didn't expect that I would have this feeling. It's really unwilling. Gerhardt showed mercy to Arthur, which made Arthur angry and unwilling. At this time, he felt the same. Before, he thought that Yang Hui really didn't have the ability to kill him. Although he didn't know why he let go of those ordinary soldiers who helped him to cover his retreat, in this comparison, he realized that Yang Hui showed mercy to him. After all, he couldn't wipe out a demon army in about 10 minutes, and he didn't think Yulin would be stronger than Yang Hui. He was deliberately let go by Yang Hui the first time, and he was let go by Yulin the second time. His subordinates survived both times. In addition to being unwilling and frustrated, Gerhardt also felt the expectations of the two of them for him, and expected him to grow up quickly. We are clearly enemies, but they want me to grow. Why? A chance to end the war? A chance to understand each other? Or some hidden secret? Gerhardt felt that Yang Hui and Yulin's purpose was definitely not just to help the Federal Army win the final victory. There must be something hidden behind this, but Gerhardt could not guess this secret. Forget it. Never mind, let's sort out the information and report first. Chapter 165, Nameless Fire, Mephis's Answer. At the giant ring base, after Yang Hui, Graham, and Yulin sent the machine back to Baiza for repair, they went directly to Fleet's office. Are you on a mission again, Commander-in-Chief Asuno? No, we just want to chat in private. Upon hearing this, the serious expressions on the faces of the three immediately disappeared without a trace. Yang Hui and Graham sat down indifferently. Yulin smiled gently again and sat next to Yang Hui. Then can't you let your brother and sister-in-law take a break? They are very tired after the battle. Yang Hui complained. Are you tired at this level? It seems that you are also slacking off. Fleet had a playful smile on his face. Bullshit. 10 minutes, 8 X-Rounders, you try. It seems that you have been a little arrogant recently. What's wrong? Do you want to practice? Yang Hui and Graham's eyes conveyed an obvious meaning to Fleet. You want to play with your brother again. This made Fleet sweat coldly, and his mind unconsciously recalled the days when he was trained by the two together. When he thought of that scene, Fleet couldn't help but shudder. Ahem, let's talk about business. In order not to return to the hell of the past, and to maintain the majesty of the Commander-in-Chief, Fleet cleverly changed the subject. Every time you're like this, you have something to give us to do. Tell me, what dirty work is this time? Yang Hui twitched his mouth and stopped teasing Fleet. Don't worry, it's not a difficult thing. Fleet grinned. Hearing this, Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin all smiled and didn't care. When did Fleet not say this? But it is true. This sentence was originally said to Yang Hui and the other two. It does not apply to other people. So far, none of the tasks that Fleet personally assigned to the Shinran Brigade was simple. It was not difficult for Yang Hui and his team, but it was like sending them to meet the god of death for ordinary troops. In this battle, I believe you have also discovered the gap between us and vegan. Well, the three of them were silent, which was considered to be tacitly agreeing with Fleet's point of view. After decades of unremitting efforts, the gap between the quality of soldiers and the level of technology has become much smaller. The problem is X-Rounder. Yes, I admit that this ability that can only be used for combat is indeed a degeneration of humans turning back into beasts, but it is undeniable that this power can bring great help to the war. Fleet said. Yang Hui and Graham both looked down on the ability of X-Rounder, but they could not deny Fleet's point of view. After all, apart from the three of them, there was really no fourth B-class pilot in the entire Federation. Even Fleet himself was only B, not to mention others. To reach B level, it is not only hard training that can be achieved, it not only requires a certain amount of talent, but also requires countless life and death battles to accumulate experience. The Shinran Squadron has trained a large number of elite pilots for the Federation, and there are also many ace pilots, but they are only at the C+ level, and it takes a lot of time to train. If they want to break through to B, it depends on their own luck. However, the X-Rounder ability, a cheating device, can allow D-level small fish pilots to immediately have C-level abilities. As long as they train hard and master the X-Rounder ability, it is inevitable to grow to C+. With a little more effort, it is easy to grow to B, and even to B level or even B+, A, etc. It is not impossible to surpass Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin. The special ability of each world is a cheating device. In addition, people who are originally the chosen ones of this world, to be honest, as long as they can grow smoothly, there is no limit to the future. You want us to train more X-Rounders? You think too highly of us. First of all, Graham and I are not X-Rounders. Yang Hui spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. It doesn't matter. The Federation actually started researching X-Rounders 10 years ago. Although it lags behind vegan, it still has some results. Fleet, why didn't I know about this? Yang Hui interrupted Fleet, his voice a little cold. The functions are different. The research institute and the military are relatively independent, and it is highly confidential. I only found out after I was promoted to Commander-in-Chief. You should know what I hate the most. I know, but the Federation's X-Rounder Research Institute is of a very high level. Even if I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army, I am not qualified to give them orders. That research institute is directly under the Federation's top leaders. Bang! Yang Hui punched the table in front of Fleet and looked at him coldly. Is it Orphea? Yes. Can you do it? Yes, but it's not time yet. After Yang Hui and Fleet looked at each other for a few seconds, he turned around and left with Yulin, without any smile on his face. Graham shrugged and did not leave immediately. He knew that it was his turn to clean up the mess at this time. Don't worry too much, Fleet, Yang Hui just... I know, Graham, I know everything. In fact, if I could, I would also like to destroy that research institute immediately. Fleet said with a sullen face. Well, it seems that the younger brother has finally grown up and can understand his older brother. Graham smiled. In fact, Graham was also very disgusted with the inhumane and immoral experiments. It is understandable that wars use any means to win the final victory. After all, there is a future only if the war is won. However, as an upright soldier, Graham still prefers to win by upright means, and there is no need to use some inhumane means and methods to win. So it was just disgust, not to the extent of Yang Hui's deep hatred, so he could calm down and act as an interpreter for Yang Hui. It's almost done, we will soon have the key evidence, then. Well, this is your mission, we are only responsible for the military. Graham stood up and prepared to leave, but Fleet stopped him and handed him a document. By the way, The intelligence department sent an uncertain intelligence. You pass it to Yang Hui. Yang Hui took Yulin back to Bizet, explained a few words to Ngolazuo, and returned to his room. Yang Hui knew very well what kind of people the senior federal officials were. The experiment of the X-Rounder ability user was definitely not a normal experiment, which reminded him of the Superman Agency in the Gundam world. He admitted that in order to enhance the country's strength and gain more advantages in the war, it was necessary to use any means, but he just couldn't tolerate this kind of experiment that broke the moral bottom line, especially the Superman Agency, where all the experimental subjects selected were children. As a soldier, isn't it to protect civilians? Shouldn't we create a world for the future flowers to grow happily? The soldiers on the front line have not died yet, but the targets that need to be protected in the rear are being used as experimental subjects. How can this be accepted? Yulin just stayed quietly beside Yang Hui, without persuading or comforting him. She knew that Yang Hui was willing to listen to others' opinions and was also a very opinionated person. As long as he decided something, no one could change his choice. Yang Hui just needed this tranquility at this time to calm the nameless fire in his heart. I got angry again by accident. It took a while for Yang Hui to adjust his mentality and said half jokingly and half self-deprecatingly, "It's okay, Fleet will understand. Really, I am an incompetent brother." Yang Hui covered his face and smiled bitterly. "Well, it's true." Yulin smiled and nodded. "Shouldn't you refute me at this time? Because you are telling the truth, why should I refute?" Yulin tilted her head with a playful smile on her face. "Haha, that's right." As he said that, Yang Hui laid down and put his head on his soft legs. Beep, beep, beep. Just at this moment, the call from the door rang, and Yang Hui's nameless fire rose again. "Who? There is no legitimate reason to believe that I will beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you. Oh, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Fleet had another task for us, but you ran away first. Tisk, what a bummer." Yang Hui had no choice but to get up and open the door for Graham. The playful smile on his face made Yang Hui want to punch him. "What? How about I come back later?" Yang Hui, bang ah. It took 3 minutes for Yang Hui to finish reading the intelligence. After thinking for 5 minutes, he asked Graham, "How credible do you think this intelligence is?" 20%. Graham rubbed his purple, blue, and swollen right eye and answered. The resentful expression on his face made Yulin cover her mouth and hold back her laughter. "Then go." Yang Hui put down the documents and decided to go. "Aren't you afraid it's a trap?" Graham asked, with an interested look on his lips. "If you're not afraid, why would I be? Besides, will it work?" "Of course, it won't work. That's it. If it's fake, it's just another repetition of what we've been doing. If it's real, we can also get X-Rounder's research data." "Hey, you're not." Graham was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and frowned at Yang Hui. "Of course I won't do that, but I'm just thinking, mechanical technology can be brought back to Promise Fortress, then, what about biological technology?" Yang Hui said. You're planning to? Memphis, can biological research like the Transformer and X-Rounder that promotes human evolution or degeneration be conducted in Promise Fortress? Yang Hui directly sought the answer from Memphis. Yes, but with the current authority, it is not enough to expand the research projects and strengthen modules of the Institute. That is to say, although the commander's decision is correct, the higher the level of the Central Hall, the more Promise Fortress will recover, and the more manpower will be needed, but it is recommended that the commander unlock the authority first, so that he can obtain more growth paths and improve the recovery efficiency of Promise Fortress. Moreover, the commander needs to unlock the authority to a certain level before he is qualified to know more of the truth. Chapter 166 Chapter 164, Left Hand or Right Hand? After a few days of rest and making sure that the vegan army was no longer a threat to the giant ring base, the urgently dispatched defense forces also left to return to their original positions or to carry out their missions. "Lieutenant General, are you leaving?" "What a pity, I wanted to learn the tricks of driving Miss from the Colonel." At the time of parting, the two newcomers, Alyssa and Max, felt very sorry. They finally had the opportunity to get close to their idols, and maybe they could get some pointers to improve their driving skills. However, they mostly stayed on their own ships during the missions, and rarely had the opportunity to contact, let alone special guidance. Bang bang ouch. X2 Yang Hui gently tilted their heads and taught them angrily, Where is the trick? Serious training and trying to survive every actual combat are the most correct way to grow. Don't think about these crooked ways all day long. Yes. X2 okay, we're leaving. See you again if there's a chance. Yes. I wish the Lieutenant General, Major General, and Colonel good luck in military affairs. X and they saluted each other and boarded their respective ships. There was regret and reluctance, but more of it was looking forward to the next meeting, and of course, there was also dissatisfaction. Arthur. As soon as they returned to the songstress, Alyssa, Max, and Ubreet surrounded Arthur and questioned him with a fierce look on their faces, just short of rolling up their sleeves and taking action directly. Gulu Arthur retreated again and was forced into a corner. What's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask us what's wrong? You traitor. Alyssa grabbed Arthur's collar and scolded him. No? How am I a traitor? You are a traitor. A traitor who eats alone. That's right. Although I understand that you have a close relationship with the Lieutenant General, didn't you think of us when you gave us a special treatment? Gurgle. Facing the continuous questioning of Alyssa and Max, Arthur was sweating profusely. He really forgot about this matter. When he was a child, he was also instructed by Yang Hui and Graham. In addition, he was immersed in the joy of venting and growing up at that time, and he didn't remember that he had several comrades who also needed the guidance of Yang Hui and others. It seems that you forgot. Even the most calm and older brother like Ubreet crossed his arms and looked at Arthur with a bad face. I know you have a good relationship. It is normal to give us a special treatment. It is understandable that outsiders cannot participate, but you didn't even mention it. Isn't it too much? This. All members, assemble. The captain has called for an assembly. I'm leaving first. Artem couldn't find a reasonable excuse to save himself. At the critical moment, Wallif saved Artem's life. He quickly broke free from Alyssa's restraints and ran towards Wallif. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and then they were furious. Asshole. Don't try to run. Stop right there. You traitor. Don't think this matter will just pass. Humph. Compared to the laughter and joy in the hangar, the atmosphere in the captain's office was heavier. In the last battle, our army captured some of Vigan's Ms. According to thorough and detailed analysis, materials unique to the Earth Sphere Sovereign Technology Group were found in the parts used in the machine. Fleet said to Miles, and at the same time showed the evidence he found. The Earth Sphere's companies are working for Vigan. Miles was shocked at first, but soon calmed down. She remembered that Yang Hui had mentioned to her that there were Vigan's collaborators in the Federation, and they had been betrayed many times. Yes. Is that why we are dispatching this ship to the colony satellite where Sovereign technology is located? In order to avoid alerting the enemy, it is most appropriate to dispatch a small number of elite troops to investigate. I will also go with you this time. Commander, are you going to accompany you on the Diva? Excuse me, if this mission is assigned to the Celestial Being Battalion, will it be? It's not that Millis looks down on herself and the people on the Diva, but in the Federation, all the troops cannot be called elite troops in front of the Celestial Being Battalion. If Sovereign technology is really a traitor, then the colony satellite where Sovereign technology is rooted may have fallen long ago. It would be difficult for the Diva alone to complete this mission. The Celestial Being Battalion has other tasks and cannot be separated. Under the current circumstances, there is only the Diva. Fleet said with a sigh. Although he is the commander-in-chief, there are troops in the Federation that are more elite than the Songgirl, but first, the number of troops and the scale of the troops are larger than the Songgirl, which may easily alert the enemy. Second, the only troops in the entire Federation that Fleet can fully trust are the Heavenly Man Battalion and the Songgirl, and the others are more or less distrustful. I see. If necessary, use force. The cancer cells must be removed completely. Fleet said fiercely. But it is likely to hurt civilians. Milisi objected immediately. She is an upright soldier and cannot tolerate ordinary civilians being hurt. Hearing this, the fierce expression on Fleet's face softened immediately. I know you will definitely object. In fact, this is also a reason for not giving this task to the Heavenly Man Battalion. If Yang Hui heard Fleet say this, he would probably teach him a lesson again. Fleet. But this is exactly why I am going with you. You must not be soft-hearted when facing Vigan. They will take advantage of your kindness and take away your most precious things. Hey. Milisi was shocked by Fleet's determination. She understood Fleet's determination and accepted the order. Understood. Although she answered like this, Milezi secretly decided in her heart that the impact of this mission must be minimized to prevent Flit from really doing something extreme. She knew very well how strong Flit's hatred for vegan was in his heart. Although he had changed a lot under Yang Hui's influence, but people who are familiar with him know that he just hid this hatred. The longer it accumulates in his heart, the more violent it will be when it explodes. I hope Yang Hui can stop you by then, Flit. On the other side, Yang Hui and the other two came to the bridge of Baizen. Captain Xenyo, I feel relieved to see you all so energetic. Yang Hui smiled and waved his hand to let everyone relax. It's great. Captain, give the orders. Where should I attack this time? For the bonus, bah. For the peace of the Federation, we are always ready. Haha, that's the momentum we should have. Angola, what's the supply progress? It has been completed. According to the Lieutenant General's instructions, we have prepared 3 times the usual supplies. Okay, let's go. The target is F-224 in the Mars Circle. Huh? After the order was given, everyone was stunned for a moment, but immediately came to their senses and started the departure procedure. Understood. Baizen, set sail, target Mars Universe F-224. All departments, prepare to set sail. Repeat once, all departments, prepare to set sail. Plan the scheduled route. Completed. Disconnected with giant ring, base, radar system started, energy connection check completed. All systems are ready. Engine ignition, slow forward, maximum combat speed after entering A194. Understood. Engine ignition, Baizen, set sail. The engine flashed with flames. Baizen left the port from giant ring, base, and once again entered the silent and boundless universe. So everyone who saw this scene stopped their work and paid the highest respect to the Tianren Brigade, because they set off again, heading to the most dangerous place, to perform the most difficult task. After the departure procedure was completed, Angola Zuoke asked Yang Hui, Captain, what is the mission this time? Although the Tianren Brigade's missions are mostly carried out behind enemy lines, the coordinates of this mission are already very close to Mars. This is the first time they have gone so far behind enemy lines. They are not afraid, but they are still worried. According to unreliable intelligence, there is an X-Rounder Research Institute of Vegan in the target area. The Commander-in-Chief asked us to destroy this institute and take back all the information related to X-Rounder research. X-Rounder Research Institute. I see. Angola Zuo nodded after hearing this. The Federation attaches great importance to X-Rounder research, and the Federation is far behind Vegan in this research. If Vegan's X-Rounder Research Institute is really found, it will definitely not be let go, but the fear is. Captain, what does unreliable intelligence mean? You all take a look. After entering the automatic cruise, Yang Hui projected the information Fleet gave him on the bridge for everyone to see. Isn't this too vague? Captain, are you stupid? This is obviously a fraud. Can you believe this kind of information? Well, it is very responsible to specially mark the 3 words unconfirmed. Everyone talked about it, but they all expressed one meaning, that is, there is something wrong with this information. After years of fighting north and south with Yang Hui and the other two, they have developed a good sense of crisis, so there is no need to think carefully and analyze it, and they know that this information has many problems. Of course I know there is a problem, but since it involves the research of X-Rounder, even if the accuracy rate is only 10%, it is worth our while to take a look. What? Are you scared? Yang Hui asked everyone with a provocative smile on his face. Of course not. Even if you are the captain, you can't underestimate us. Afraid? Compared to Vegan, I am more afraid of the captain's training. Stop talking. I will have nightmares. Captain, you are kidding. Those who are afraid have already hidden in other troops or retired and returned home to retire. Anyway, it's not the first or second time. No matter how many Vegan come, we will kill as many. Killing Vegan is none of your business. The meat is eaten by the captain and the others, and drinking soup is the job of me, the chief of the artillery squad. You don't even have the chance to gnaw on the bones. Humph. Without me as the guard helmsman, the ship would have sunk long ago. What would you use to fire the cannon? Right hand or left hand? Shut up. Without me paying attention to the radar detector all the time, you can expect to be ridden in the face. Hearing the rebuttal of the crowd, The arc of Yang Hui's mouth became bigger. Looking at a group of howling wild wolves who have sharpened their claws and fangs, he was very satisfied. Okay. Pay attention to searching for enemies along the way, and the others will conserve their energy. This time we are ready to do something big. Awoo. XN. Chapter 167 Disparate Situation. In the deep universe, like a giant mouth that devours people, Byzant sailed steadily, seemingly about to arrive at a destination smoothly, but except for themselves, no one knew how much space junk they had created along the way. I shouldn't encounter the enemy again. Angola Zuo slumped in the captain's seat, looking at the target area that was about to be reached, and said with his head pressed down. Although no one was afraid, everyone was on edge along the way. Going so far behind the enemy, no one knew what unexpected situation would happen. The battle was not scary, but the scary thing was that there would be no reinforcements here, let alone supplies. Although they brought a lot of supplies when they set out, if they encountered too many battles, not to mention the consumption of physical strength and energy, once the supplies were exhausted and there was no place to resupply, it would be half a step into the gates of hell. Don't let your guard down, the real show is just about to begin. Yang Hui patted Angola Zuo on the shoulder and reminded him. Yes, Captain. Captain, the target area is about to enter the range of the surveillance camera. Should we call up the video? Come and see. Yes. As the video came up, everyone took a deep breath, and Yang Hui's expression became even more dangerous. Great, it seems that they really want us to die. Yang Hui said viciously. The target mentioned in the intelligence was indeed found in the coordinate area in the video, but this target was magnified countless times. What appeared in the video was not just a research space station or asteroid, but... Captain. What should we do now? Turn around and retreat. This mission cannot be completed. Yes. Hearing Yang Hui's order, Angola Zuo and others were relieved. I thought the captain was going to take us to demolish the enemy's space fortress. Space fortress? Haha, that's the enemy's base camp. Yang Hui glanced at Angola Zuo and said unhappily. That's right, what they saw was not a space fortress, but Vegan's base camp, the second moon. When Yang Hui saw the second moon, he almost wanted to slap himself. How could such an important research facility as the X-Rounder Institute be placed in a corner of the universe? Just like the Federal Research Institutes are placed in extremely important locations, they may be very secretive, but there is definitely a large military base around them. It will definitely not take more than 5 minutes from triggering the alarm to arriving at the institute. So the location of the X-Rounder Institute and the intelligence can be basically determined, but it is definitely not something that the Heavenly Man team can break into alone. What? Damn it. Which bastard is it? This shows his determination to kill us. The commander-in-chief must be in the same group. Bang. Ouch. Captain, I'm standing up for you. Why are you hitting me? Haha, I can't hit you for scolding my brother. I didn't say anything just now. Well, you are a teachable kid, why are you still standing there? Turn around and retreat. Yes. XN beep beep beep. It seems too late. Just as everyone got busy and turned around to retreat, the E-detector sounded an alarm. A large number of enemy marks appeared in all directions on the radar system, and on the image, one vegan warship after another lifted the parasol system and appeared out of thin air, surrounding the lonely Byzant like an iron barrel. Captain. We are surrounded. I saw it. This is really a big scene. Yang Hui sneered, but he also felt nervous in his heart. This was the first time since he came to this world. Captain, what should we do? Angola wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked Yang Hui. After turning around, stay put. Charge the photon destroyer cannon in secret. Put the weapon system online. Hold it still and wait for my order. After saying that, Yang Hui rushed to the hangar. Yes. The XN encirclement has been completed. If you want to break through, you must use the strongest firepower to tear a gap, and it looks like the other side must have been prepared long ago, and currently they are just surrounding them without launching an attack, so, haha, you want to recruit us? It's a bit crazy. With a joking smile, Yang Hui drove the Dawn Gundam to attack, and the Flag Gundam guarded Byzant on the left and right. The Luna Gundam has set up a long-range beam gun, and the floating gun is combined with a beam gun. The small photon destroyer cannon has locked the bow direction, waiting for Yang Hui's order. As Yang Hui expected, A huge virtual image rose in the direction of the second moon, and that person was Kanda, the leader of vegan. I've been waiting for you for a long time, everyone from Celestial Being, especially you, Mr. Yang Hui. You are Kanda, right? Yang Hui opened the public frequency communication to communicate with Kanda, while buying time for charging the photon destruction cannon of Bizet. Yes, I am Kanda, the leader of vegan. Wow, interesting. As the leader of vegan, you show up in person. Do you have anything to say to me? I'm a bit in a hurry. Can you please get straight to the point and be direct? It really fits your intelligence, and I don't want to beat around the bush. Join us, Mr. Yang Hui, Mr. Graham, Ms. Yulin, and even everyone from Celestial Being. The universe returned to silence again, but the next second, Pucci not only Yang Hui, but also Graham, Yulin, and everyone on Bizet almost couldn't hold back their laughter. I don't think there's anything funny. Kanda said to Yang Hui. Sorry, I'm just waiting for your next words. Next words? Yes, next words, isn't there any? For example, high positions, generous salaries, money, beautiful women, etc. Isn't that what the movies say about persuading people to surrender? Yang Hui pretended to be puzzled. You should have guessed it, right? Your mission is a trap. It was the Earth Federation that betrayed you, and not just this time, but many times before. Because you are too outstanding, so outstanding that you threaten their status, because of envy, because of jealousy, they have hatred, and many people want you to die, even if it will bring huge losses to the Earth. They only care about their own status and interests. Such people are not worth fighting for. Join us. Join vegan. Helping us, a group of abandoned people, return to the embrace of Eden, return to the homeland we long for. Isn't it more noble and more worthy of your struggle than protecting those corrupt and dirty people? Haha. Yang Hui just sneered at Kanda's high-pitched speech, and said that he knew his intelligence, but the result was just like this? This kind of elementary school-level speech is like asking me to bow down? Are you kidding? But this is only between Yang Hui and Celestial Being. If it were someone else, they might really be shaken by Kanda's speech. No, it should be forced to be shaken. During this time, Yang Hui was sure that Kanda's X-rounder ability was very strong, so strong that it was no longer degenerate, but evolved. Compared with a real X-rounder ability user, it was more like a new human. Because while speaking, Yang Hui could feel a weak mental force invading his mind. It was not erosion, nor control, but a kind of subconscious influence that made people subconsciously think that what he said was right, and wanted to identify with him, respect him, and even want to be loyal to him. Fortunately, this influence is very weak. Unless someone has a good impression of him from the beginning, it is difficult to play a substantial role. And even if it can really affect people's thinking, it takes a long time of continuous influence to completely change the subject's mind. Then, can you tell me what your desire to go home has to do with the wanton killing of civilians? Yang Hui asked Kanda. What? You want to go home? The Federation couldn't stop you at that time. Why don't you go back directly? But you hide your identity and attack ordinary people everywhere. Is this your way to go home? Or, are you just venting your anger? Of course not. Our existence is a stain on the Federation. In order to protect their status, power and wealth, that group of people will never allow us to return to Earth. We can only do this. Then why don't you fight the Federation army? Instead, you kill innocent civilians. Your purpose shouldn't be that simple, right? Kanda. At this time, Kanda's eyes flickered and he didn't answer immediately. His purpose is certainly not that simple, but he didn't even tell his wife who had been with him through thick and thin. Yang Hui. Does he know something? Yang Hui certainly knows that Kanda's purpose is not as simple as leading the people of vegan back to Earth. Select the best people, then kill all those he thinks are not good, and let the best people own the Earth. This is his ultimate goal, a crazy plan. Why don't you say anything? If you don't, I'll leave. Then there's nothing I can do. I thought you would understand me. Kanda saw that Yang Hui had no intention of surrendering, and immediately prepared to give the order to attack. I understand you. As soon as he said this, Kanda's order to attack came to an abrupt end, and his hand stopped in midair. He thought he had made a mistake and Yang Hui was going to join them. But the next second, no way. Yulin. Angola. Fire. Understood X2. The answer fell, and two thick pink beams of light split the encirclement of Vegan and the universe together like a giant axe, and a huge gap was immediately opened in the solid iron barrel. Maximum combat speed. Breakthrough. After the order was given, the Flag Gundam and the Dawn Gundam took advantage of the enemy's lack of reaction and turned into two streams of light and rushed towards the gap. They were not to escape first, but to ensure that the surrounding enemy troops would not block the gap again. The Luna Gundam followed right beside, Zet, and its floater and long-range beam gun instantly turned the Luna Gundam into a hedgehog, firing deadly pink needles around it. Chapter 168 Shooting Yourself in the Foot. The moment the Dawn and the Flag Gundam arrived at the gap, they changed direction at a right angle and penetrated the enemy forces on both sides. The floating guns and floating swords were deployed, showing their fangs to the enemy forces. On one side, the beams were firing randomly, and on the other side, the meteors were cutting. The Dawn and the Flag Gundam were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, killing people everywhere, and fireworks were blooming everywhere. Isel Kanda gritted his teeth at this time, trembling with anger, and even the virtual image was shaking violently, which might be extinguished at any time. At this time, Isel Kanda knew that he was fooled by Yang Hui. He thought Yang Hui would really surrender just now, and a strong sense of excitement surged in his heart. You know, if Yang Hui joins Vegan, it will not be as simple as simply adding a few terrible combat forces. Yang Hui's brain combined with Vegan's technology can improve the strength of Vegan's army by several levels. Yang's enterprise can provide Vegan with countless scarce resources. Yang Hui returns to the Federation as an undercover, and no one will doubt it, and no one dares to doubt it. There are so many benefits, you can't even think about it. At worst, if they directly announced to the Federation that the celestial beings had rebelled, the morale of the Earth Federation would also be devastated, and Vegan could take advantage of this opportunity to capture the Earth in one fell swoop and complete their plan. But now, he was fooled by Yang Hui. Since you have rejected the only way to survive, it is a pity. Kill them here at all costs. Isel Kanda ordered angrily, and even for the first time since he was born, his anger affected his reason. He contacted the senior collaborators in the Federation and broadcast this battle on Earth and the Federation. He wanted the people of the Federation to watch how their heroes died. I love you. Zizzy. Today's report ends here. Zizzy. Please look carefully, our product. Zizzy. On Earth, in the universe, and even in various bases of the Federation Army, hackers attacked them. Whether it was TV series, movies, advertisements, news, combat reports, meetings. As long as there was a screen, the current picture became a piece of snow. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the TV? Same for you? Is there something wrong with the signal tower? We're under attack from hackers. We're defending ourselves. It's estimated that the picture will be restored in 3 minutes. In less than 3 minutes, the next second, the pictures on all the screens came back on, but they were all the same picture. That's a battle. Where is this battle? In space. Look. There are so many enemies. It seems that the Federation's soldiers are surrounded. It's the celestial beings. How could this happen? Is this an enemy conspiracy? It's Lieutenant General Yang Hui's Dawn Gundam. And Major General Graham's Flag Gundam, Colonel Yulin's Luna Gundam. It's them. Lieutenant General and his men are in a tough battle. How could there be so many enemies? Is it fake? Is it a prank? I don't care. Come on, Lieutenant General. Come on, Major General. Come on, Colonel. Kill Vegan. At first, most people thought it was just a prank and didn't think the image was real, but after the first person started to cheer for Yang Hui and his men, others were also affected, and it spread like a plague. The voices of support, cheering and prayers resounded all over the Earth and the colony satellites. Compared to the cheering civilians, the military was already in chaos. Fleet followed the Diva to Soren City, and the giant ring base was handed over to Argulis. Where did the attack come from? Argulis asked. This was the headquarters of the Federal Army. They hacked in without any signs or traces. They were just like a naked girl, letting the other party see it as they wanted. Tracking the signal. Found it. Yes. Where is it? Report it directly. It's inside the base. What? The exact location. Central database. Send someone to catch the spy. Yes. Argulis bit his finger, angry but didn't know how to vent. He always knew that there were spies inside, or at least the subordinates of the traitors, but he didn't expect that after Fleet and he secretly cleared the giant ring, Base many times, there were still fish that slipped through the net. In this way, wouldn't all their actions be under the control of the enemy? And their own intelligence personnel. No wonder the intelligence personnel lost contact every time they passed on the information. It turned out to be them. Damn it. Argures punched the command desk fiercely, scaring everyone busy in the command room. Keep working. Check the system again. I don't want this to happen again. Yes. Also, rekey the central database and temporarily block all permissions except for me and Commander Asuno. Yes. Chief of Staff Argures. All connections can be disconnected. No need. Huh? This is an opportunity. Argures stared at the battle on the screen, savoring it carefully, and found that the enemy might shoot itself in the foot this time. Chief of Staff. Keep the screen playing. Contact the relevant departments to issue a formal notice to confirm the authenticity of this battle. I want everyone to know that the heroes of our Federation are invincible. But Chief of Staff, don't panic. Believe in the Lieutenant General and the others, and believe in the Tenjin Battalion. They will definitely be able to break through safely. Argures shouted. Everyone was silent, and then worked silently. After completing Argures' instructions, they watched the battle on the screen quietly. Some people clenched their fists, more nervous than Yang Hui and others who were fighting. Some people clasped their hands in front of their chests, bowed their heads and prayed in a low voice. Some people's eyes were bloodshot, wishing that the person in the image was themselves. Lieutenant General, Major General, Colonel, I believe in you, just like Commander Asuno believes in you. You must succeed. Argures has always been proud of his calmness and composure. He himself did not realize that at this moment, he nervously pulled in his fists, and the lining was soaked with sweat. In the battlefield far away from the Earth, Yang Hui and the other two did not know that this battle was being broadcast live. Even if they knew, they had no energy to care. With full firepower, they had to focus every bit of energy on the enemy. The Dawn Gundam dodged left and right in the dense rain of bullets, went around the back of a battleship, locked the engine, fired the electromagnetic gun directly, and then pulled away to find the next target. Boom! The high-power electromagnetic gun penetrated the engine, and even penetrated the armor between the engine and the energy source, and penetrated the energy source, causing a battleship to explode directly. The third one, ugh! The strong vibration made the eyes of the flowing colored light look at the body status display. The right calf was gone, and it also showed that there were 7 floating guns offline. Tisk, this number is really troublesome. With a low shout, Yang Hui pushed the joystick to the bottom again, and stepped on the pedal to the bottom. The energy output directly reached the threshold. The speed that was reduced by the bullet was once again raised to the highest, turning into a meteor and shuttling back and forth in the enemy camp. Graham on the other side was also in a very embarrassing situation. He was not good at accurately controlling the floating sword. When he turned back and met again for the second time, all 8 floating swords were offline in the stray bullets, and even the high-vibration knife in his left hand was destroyed. Losing more than half of the long-range attack weapons, Graham could only hold a beam sword in his left hand and continuously shoot with a beam submachine gun in his right hand. After approaching the enemy, he beheaded him with a sword. Boom boom, the beam hook on the waist destroyed 2 enemy planes again, but on the way to retrieve them, they ended their lifespans. Graham did not stop and hurried to the next target, while at the same time, he spared a little energy to contact Baizen. Angola, charging is not complete yet. It is estimated that there are still 3 minutes. Booma. At this time, the right rear arm of Baizen exploded, and the enemy ship's artillery bombarded a big hole. Are you okay? It's okay. The 39th quarantine area was hit, but fortunately the engine was not damaged. There are still 3 minutes to complete the charging of the extreme propulsion engine. Captain and Deputy Captain, please hold on for another 3 minutes. Tisk, 3 minutes. I don't want to die here. Ha! With a roar, the flag Gundam turned into a lion and began to hunt and kill the enemies chasing them. The shooting of the Luna Gundam never stopped. At this time, Yulin was numbly holding the trigger. She couldn't count how many enemy planes she had shot down. She only knew that she had to protect not only the Dawn Gundam and the flag Gundam, but also Baizen. Now, Baizen has broken out of the encirclement, but the enemy has been chasing behind, and they will not stop until they kill them. The only chance for survival now is Baizen's hidden extreme propulsion system, which uses huge energy to overload the engine and energy in a short period of time, bursting out more than 3 times the performance, so that there is a chance to get rid of the endless pursuers behind him. Faster, faster. This was the first time that Yulin, who was calm in battle, showed a nervous look. Her energy was about to be exhausted, but she bit her lips tightly, even biting her skin and starting to bleed, but she didn't care. She needed to use the pain to stay focused and maintain shooting accuracy. It was because of a small negligence that the Dawn Gundam lost its right leg. Yang Hui and Graham trusted her and gave her the back without reservation. She couldn't make any more mistakes. 3 minutes usually passed quickly, but at this time, for everyone in the Shinran brigade, every second was infinitely stretched. They had never hoped that time would go faster like this. Looking at the charging progress that was climbing like a snail, everyone was roaring in their hearts, making it faster. Charge 95%. Captain. Vice Captain. Come back quickly. After receiving the report from Angorazuo, the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam immediately abandoned the enemies around them and returned to the White Z as quickly as possible. Instead of returning to the hangar, they stuck to the deck of the White Z with the Luna Gundam and hid behind the raised shield. Vegan also discovered the strange behavior of the Celestial Beings Brigade and saw the abnormal and dazzling light at the position of the White Z's thrusters. He wondered if they had any more cards, so he issued a death order to stop them. At this time, whether it was Yang Hui, Graham or Yu Lin, they could not leave the deck of the White Z to meet the enemy. In order to stop the enemy's crazy pursuit, they could only use the remaining floaters as shields and gather behind the White Z. The floaters were very fragile, but they could block every round of ammunition. 97%, 98%, 99%, charging completed. Extreme propulsion system activated. Take us away from this damn place. Yes. Extreme propulsion system activated. At this moment, the huge energy gathered in the engine was released instantly, the energy and engine were overloaded, and the thrusters blazed brightly, as if 2 magnificent torches were lit in the universe. Under the huge propulsion force, Bizant distanced himself from the pursuers at an extremely fast speed, and finally turned into a small dot and disappeared in the detection range of Vegan. Chapter 169 Victory for the Earth. The battle entered the final stage. Seeing that Bizant was hit, the Dawn Gundam, the Flag Gundam, and the Luna Gundam were all damaged. No one cared about how many enemy planes and ships Yang Hui and his men had destroyed. The cheers, and prayers all tacitly quieted down, watching everything that happened in the video intently. Everyone's palms were covered with sweat, and they were nervous and afraid that they would encounter an accident in the next second. Then, when they saw the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam return to Bizant, and the thrusters of Bizant burst into a strong flame, and the Celestial Being battalion shook off the pursuers, the earth was boiling. Oh. The Vice Admiral and his men are fine. They broke through. Ha ha ha. It's Vegan's fault. Have you seen how powerful the Vice Admiral and his men are? The Vice Admiral is invincible. The Celestial Being battalion is invincible. Amid the cheers, all kinds of things were thrown into the air, and people hugged each other with others around them, regardless of whether they were acquaintances or strangers. They didn't care, because this moment was worth celebrating and worth remembering. In stark contrast to the cheering people, some people in the manners who were watching this scene silently remained silent, with expressions of disappointment, fear, anger, and even despair on their faces. Why can't they be killed like this? Vegan is a bunch of trash. Isel Kanda is trash. They let them escape with such a good chance. What should I do? Will they find out about me? No, I have to clean it up. And the Federal Army, they are in the same state as the civilians, or even more excited. To the civilians, Yang Hui and his men are just military stars. Although they regard them as heroes, they live in a peaceful society and the battlefield is too far away from them. They are not too fanatical, and this excitement will slowly subside after a few days. But the soldiers are different. The Shinran Brigade is like a belief in a totem for the Federal Army. As long as the totem does not fall, they have endless courage and unshakable faith. Seeing the Shinran Brigade retreat safely, Aragurius collapsed on the chair, covering his face and laughing. Ha ha, ha ha ha, successful. As expected, the Lieutenant General and his men will not let us down. Ha 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 ha. In fact, Aragurius was not 100% sure about his decision to use the enemy's trick. No one except himself knew what kind of ups and downs his mood had experienced in just 10 or 20 minutes. Now, The big stone in his heart can be put down, but he also has to start to get busy. Be quiet. With a low shout, the noisy command room immediately quieted down. Let's put the cheers aside. The lieutenant general and his men have already succeeded. We can't let their efforts go to waste. Contact all major media outlets immediately and conduct another recruitment campaign. Yes. Has the spy been caught? Successfully captured and is being held in the gendarmerie. Keep him under close watch. Don't let him die. And, as he spoke, Argyris immediately called up the map, analyzed and calculated based on the direction of Biza's breakout, and predicted the retreat route of the Celestial Beings Battalion. Contact the 9th Fleet, which is closest to the Elias colony satellite, and immediately go deep according to the route map to support the Celestial Beings Battalion. Chief of Staff, why is it Elias and not Minsley? Minsley is the colony satellite closest to the Celestial Beings Battalion. If they want to withdraw to the Federation as quickly as possible, the route should also be to Minsley. A staff officer asked puzzledly. We all know that going to Minsley is the shortest route. Would Vegan not think of it? We can think of it, Vegan can think of it, so the Lieutenant General must be able to think of it too. Analyzing from the breakout direction of the Shinran Battalion, there are only 3 targets to choose from, namely Minsley, Elias and Kabea. Minsley is the closest but the target is too obvious. Kabea is the farthest. Elias in the middle is the most suitable target to move forward. Argyris explained one by one. I see. Then, Chief of Staff, about Minsley. What do you think? Just say it. Yes. I suggest that the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Fleets, which are resting, be mobilized to go to Minsley immediately, so that Vegan will think that we will meet the Shinran Battalion in Minsley, attract Vegan's attention, and create more opportunities for the Shinran Battalion to retreat. Well, approved. Immediately contact the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Fleets and have them set off immediately, heading for Minsley. At the same time, call the 4th and 5th Fleets to advance towards Kabea. Since you want to create confusion, then spread the fog. Yes. Call the entire army, each doing their job, and don't lose your mind because of happiness. The Shinran Battalion is fighting hard behind enemy lines, and we can't let them come back and see a mess at home. Yes. And after arranging all the tasks, Argyris came to the gendarmerie. He wanted to interrogate the spy himself. Now their plan was still short of the most critical evidence. If they could get it from the traitor, then they would not have to wait any longer. The sooner they cleaned up the pests in the Federation, the less danger there would be. Bang. Damn Yang Hui. Kanda smashed everything in the room after knowing that the Heavenly Man team had successfully broken through. Lord Kanda. Have you found them? I'm very sorry, Lord Kanda. The Federation's rats have escaped from our detection network and have entered a silent state. I'm afraid. It's my fault for not doing my job well. Please punish me, Lord Kanda. Punish? What's the point of punishing you now? We spent such a huge price, but we didn't keep even one of them. Is the Vegan army so incompetent? 15 battleships, more than 500 MIS, but you can't even keep 1 ship and 3 MIS. What's the use of you? Are you waiting to be defeated by the Federation and surrender as prisoners? I'm very sorry. Enough. I don't want to hear your apology now, Xenard. Find them for me. Even if you have to turn the universe upside down, you must find them for me. Keep them completely in the universe. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Kanda vented a lot of his anger. He sat down on the chair dejectedly, looking at the bleak Vegan outside the window. Yang Hui. Shinran. You are indeed the biggest obstacle. At first, when Kanda learned about the existence of Yang Hui and Graham, he only thought that they were just very outstanding teenagers. Although they were extremely talented, that was all. The Federation's technological level could not be compared with Vegan, which had obtained part of the XODP in a short period of time. With the suppression of technology and his own brainwashing of the Vegan army, the Eden Project could not be stopped by 1 or 2 geniuses. But who knew that the legendary Ms. Gundam appeared, and Yang Hui and Graham also showed amazing personal strength, especially the bad driving operation 25 years ago, which made Kanda regard them as a threat. At that time, it was just a threat. No matter how outstanding the young people who emerged were, they were only a minority. For the war, it was just a small wave in the ocean. There would be a day to calm down. Moreover, It was just to deal with a few military new stars, and there were as many means as needed. But no one expected that Yang Hui not only did not disappear in the dark means, but every time he could turn danger into safety and use it in turn to increase his own foundation and strength. The most terrifying thing is, Yang Hui is not only powerful as an individual, he is like a spark on the grassland, driving the surrounding weeds to burn together, and now it has become a prairie fire. This time, the ultimate killing arrangement allowed the opponent to escape, which scared Kanda. The opponent seemed to have endless trump cards, and every time he was in a desperate situation, he could turn over a trump card to escape danger. In addition, this time he shot himself in the foot, pushing the reputation of the Shinrun Brigade to the peak again, and it was impossible to control it. The small waves in the past have become huge waves, destroying and drowning vegan. Damn, the people of the Federation are also a bunch of trash. Thinking of this, Kanda took out the secret communication device in the drawer again. The extreme propulsion system was silent. Although the engine and energy were overloaded, it could still be used under emergency repairs, maintaining the slowest and most stable speed to silently move the colony satellite LIS forward. What's the situation? Yang Hui came to the bridge and asked Zuo. No enemy has been found. At the current speed, it will take 2 days to return to the Federation and 3 days to reach LIS. Zuo reported. Well, stay alert. The closer we are to success, the more we cannot be careless. Yes. Beep beep beep. E-detector response. It's the vegan fleet. 5,000 kilometers behind our ship, approaching quickly. Discovered? Damn. At this time, Zuo heard the alarm and his expression became very ugly. He saw that everything was fine and he was about to escape danger, but at this time he was caught up by the enemy. Bizet has run out of supplies, and the energy can only maintain the most basic navigation, and it is impossible to power the weapon system. The external armor is also damaged in many places. It is impossible to get rid of the enemy's pursuit at the current speed. In other words, if it is caught up by a large force at this time, then Bizet will be allowed to be slaughtered. Don't panic. We will attack. Auguries should be able to guess our retreat route. The support troops should be here soon. We will buy you some time. Captain. Seeing Yang Hui turning around to leave, Zuo grabbed Yang Hui's hand and said solemnly, Captain, with the current position, we can return to Auguries alone with the performance of 3 Gundams. If we can't get away, please ask the Lieutenant General, Major General and Colonel to retreat on their own. Get out. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Hui waved his hand to break free from Zuo's hand and walked out. He never thought that he was grabbed again just after breaking free. Captain. We have lived enough following you until now. It's worth it even if we die now. But you can't. You are the totems of the army. You must not be in trouble. Zuo shouted. Bang. Without waiting for Zuo to shut up, Yang Hui punched Zuo in the face. Shut up. I brought you out, so I'm going to take you back. After saying that, Yang Hui broke free from Zuo again and left a bridge, but at this moment. Beep beep beep. A high-energy reaction appeared ahead. It's a naval gun. Damn it. Did our plan get discovered? They actually blocked us in advance. Despair spread in everyone's hearts. They were just being chased all the way. With the obstruction of Yang Hui and the other 2, they really had a chance of survival, but if they were attacked from both sides, they could only follow Zuo's plan. This beam particle is a friendly force. The reinforcements have arrived. Hearing the 6 exclamation, everyone was stunned, looking at the beam passing by outside the ship. It was pink, it was a friendly force. Ha ha ha. I survived. Vegan, you deserve it. You can't kill your grandfather. Follower. Come and hit me. Ha ha ha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Don't alarm the snake by stirring up the grass. Alright. Yang Hui stopped everyone's excitement. What are you all so happy about? Have the enemies been eliminated? Have we returned to the Federation? Get closer to the support troops. Yes. XN beep beep. Captain, please send a communication request from the support troops. Take it. Yes. On the screen, a middle-aged man with a serious military appearance saluted Yang Hui the moment he appeared. Your Excellency Lieutenant General, Commander of the 9th Fleet, Flame and Nada, has been ordered to come to support the Shinrun Battalion. Please ask the Shinrun Battalion to evacuate, and we will take care of the enemy. Commander Nada, your fleet will reunite with Bizet and move to the rear together. But the pursuers, they have been chasing us for so long, how can we let them go like this? Seeing the fierce smile on his face, Commander Flame and Nada was stunned for a moment, and understood what Yang Hui meant, but he was also worried. But, your supplies. The 3 Gundams are in full condition and can attack at any time. Okay, I wish you good luck in military affairs. After ending the communication, Yang Hui said to everyone, I heard it all, execute the order. Yes. XN. 3 days later, under the escort of the 9th Fleet, Bizet returned safely to the Federation and arrived at the colonial satellite Elias. Since Bizet was a special ship with many damages, Elias equipment and spare supplies could not overhaul Bizet, so they simply dealt with the damaged units, covered the holes, and went to the Giant Ring base. After 5 days of sailing, Bizet arrived safely at the Giant Ring base. The moment they saw the Giant Ring base, everyone felt that they had really returned home. At this time, under the leadership of Fleet, all officers and staff of the Giant Ring base spontaneously lined up in an orderly team to greet them at the airport. Looking at the dense craters, charred and broken holes on Bizet's body, the impact was greater than watching the video. The video was like watching a movie, but seeing the damage to Bizet in person could more intuitively feel the intensity and urgency of the battle. Salute to the hero. Pa. As soon as Yang Hui and others left the ship, they saw the neatly arranged officers saluting them to welcome their return. The uniform sound of raising hands and leaning feet echoed among their peers for a long time. Yang Hui and others were stunned at the same time. Their battle was broadcast live. On the way back, they had learned about this from the people of the 9th Fleet and Elias. They soon understood why such a scene occurred, so they returned the salute seriously. In theory, they should disperse and return to their posts after returning the salute, but they still maintained the salute posture and looked at Yang Hui and others with fiery eyes. Seeing this, Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head, and stepped forward to hug Fleet gently. When did you like this? Yang Hui asked Fleet. To boost morale, but I didn't organize this. Fleet shrugged and glanced at Arugaris. Haha, Arugaris. Report to the Admiral. This was organized spontaneously by everyone. Arugaris explained loudly. Yes. Welcome home to the Shinrun Brigade. And everyone in the Shinrun Brigade was very moved when they heard the unanimous response, and felt that the dangers they had been experiencing were not in vain. Well, we're back. Yang Hui nodded to everyone, then looked at Arguris. Let's disband. It's such a big base, and everyone is here. Who will maintain normal operation? Yes. Under Arguris's order, the NEAT team disbanded. Many people were reluctant to leave. They all wanted to chat with the people of the Shinrun team or get autographs, but okay. Everyone, disperse. The Shinrun team just came back and needs to rest. Fleet spoke, and everyone dared not disobey. They turned around and left with loss and regret, but they all looked back every few steps, just like a worried wife seeing off her husband. We will stay in Jianhuan for a while, but I am very distressed that some people don't work well. Who? Without waiting for Yang Hui to finish, everyone dispersed and returned to their posts at the fastest speed. That speed can almost be said to have stimulated the potential of the body to the limit. Even the 100-meter champion is not as fast as them. Seeing that everyone was quickly dispersing, Fleet smiled bitterly. Your orders are more effective than those of me, the commander-in-chief. Your brother is so good. Yang Hui gave Fleet a thumbs up. Fleet's mouth twitched wildly when he saw this, but he quickly controlled it and took Yang Hui, Graham, Yuling and Arguris to his office. As for the other people from Shinrun, Yang Hui gave them a holiday. After experiencing the desperate situation for the first time, they needed to relax. Did you go to Soren City to investigate? Yang Hui asked Fleet. Well, Soren technology has always been vegan's lackey. It has been cleaned up. The industry. Fleet paused and looked at Yang Hui. I contacted Yang Enterprise to deal with it. Yang Hui was very calm about this. Although Soren Technology was not as good as Yang Enterprise, it was also a large consortium. Only Yang Enterprise could swallow it. As for a Suno family, there were only a few big cats and a few small cats. The military had a high influence, but it was still impossible to swallow a large consortium. As for the federal officials in Solon City, many of them were implicated, but it's strange that, including the person in charge of Solon Technology, all of them have very clear information, and it can be found that they are not spies sent by Vegan, but later surrendered to the enemy. Such a large number of people betrayed the Federation, it is impossible that they were all spontaneous behaviors, there must be someone behind them, but after interrogation, they refused to speak, and only admitted that it was their own personal behavior. Fleet frowned and said, among these people, there are some hard bones, but definitely not many, and they can't easily betray without admitting it. But after being caught, they all plucked up the courage and were willing to take all the blame alone. Why is this? Can the people behind them protect them? Impossible. Betraying the Federation and colluding with Vegan, this crime is either death penalty or life imprisonment. No one can protect them, so the remaining possibilities. They were caught with handles, such as family members. Yang Hui added. I thought so too. We have sent people to investigate. I believe there will be results soon. What about the live broadcast? I wrote the firewall inside the army, and it cannot be hacked by hackers. A spy appeared in the giant ring base and directly hacked the communication equipment of the entire army from the central database. As for the Earth, we couldn't find the specific location. Are you sure? Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin were all stunned. Yes, we didn't find the specific location. When did the intelligence department of the Federal Army become so incompetent? They couldn't even find the location of a few hackers? I understand. Of course, the Federal Intelligence Department cannot be a decoration, so there are only two possibilities. One is that someone above those hackers dared not to investigate or say anything, and the other is that this matter was originally done by someone inside the Intelligence Department. What about the spy at the giant ring base? Did you find out anything? Yes, according to the spy, he was instructed by a congressman. I then investigated the congressman and found many problems. He can be arrested immediately. As long as there is this evidence, he can't turn over. Argyris said confidently. No, don't rush to capture him. You can put some pressure on him first. Yang Hui said. What does the Lieutenant General mean, to gently alert the enemy? Argyris quickly figured out Yang Hui's intention. Well, there must be more than one person in the Federation. If we capture him directly, the enemy will be scared away. If they hide him, it will be difficult to find him later. Commander. Argyris agreed with Yang Hui's point of view, but his boss was Fleet, and the person he respected and admired the most was Fleet, so he needed Fleet's nod. Well, let's do it, Argyris. Yes. Argyris left. He had to maintain the daily work of the giant ring base and arrange a plan to alert the enemy. I have received your combat report. This time they really did a deadly job. Fleet said with an ugly face. He knew that there must be something wrong with this intelligence, but he didn't expect the problem to be so big. The research data of X-Rounder will never be let go. As long as this information is placed in front of Fleet and Yang Hui, they will definitely investigate it even if they know there is a problem. In a sense, the information is accurate. The target location does have Vegan's X-Rounder Research Institute. And please also said in the newspaper that the specific situation cannot be fully determined, so the intelligence department cannot be blamed. This is an open conspiracy, a well-prepared open conspiracy. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. I've long been accustomed to it. Mr. Guludek has made new progress. It won't be long before we can completely clean up the Federation. Fleet said seriously. Maybe. Yang Hui did not agree with Fleet's point of view. He still understood the principle that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. The termites are something that can never be cleaned up. After cleaning up a batch, new ones will appear. This is the law of social development and cannot be shaken. But now this group of termites is too powerful and must be knocked out. Moreover, they have tricked me so many times. Do I really think I'm easy to bully if I don't clean them up? We're leaving first. We're exhausted this time. Okay. By the way, Fleet, remember to delete what Isolkanda said in the record. If those words are passed on, it will dampen morale. Yang Hui reminded before leaving. Don't worry, I know what to do. Okay. After Yang Hui and the other two left, Fleet called up the mission record of the Heavenly Man Brigade and cut the first half of the record from the second half. However, Fleet did not delete it directly as Yang Hui said, but saved it to an encrypted personal database so that it could be used in the future. Chapter 171, A Perfect Invasion Operation? Just after coming out of Fleet's office, Yang Hui and the other two met Wolf and Arthur, who had been waiting for them. It seemed that they had been waiting for a while. To their surprise, besides them, Rosemary was also there. Hey, Yang Hui, Graham, Yolan, it's a good thing that you can come back alive. Wolf greeted Yang Hui and the other two. Yeah, it's a good thing you were transferred, otherwise someone would be on the list of casualties. Yang Hui teased. Tisk. Don't underestimate me. I'm a super pilot, Wolf Enoch. How could I be killed so easily? Wolf said arrogantly. You're so arrogant? Practice. Graham asked jokingly. The wind is so noisy today, ahaha. Hearing the word practice, Wolf shuddered all over and quickly changed the subject, not wanting to discuss it in depth. Uncle. Aunt. Are you alright? Arthur ran up and asked worriedly. Although Rosemary didn't say anything, her worried expression was almost written on her face. Wolf, did you encounter any problems when you were on the mission? Yang Hui didn't answer Arthur, but turned to ask Wolf. Yes, but it's not a big problem. Someone violated the military order again, and was scolded by his father. Wolf said with a smile. Team Wolf, someone on the Songbird violated the order and was scolded by his father. There was no doubt that this person was Arthur. Yang Hui reached out and pinched Arthur's face and asked Wolf, wow? There is actually such a person on the Songbird? Tell me, what's going on? Arthur struggled hard, trying to pry Yang Hui's hand open, but this hand was like cast iron, motionless, and even getting closer. Yet, I was surprised. Seeing Sam struggling but helpless, the corners of his mouth curled up with a playful smile, I thought that a certain brat had grown up, but it turned out to be the same. Fleet captured the cockpit of a Miz and took the driving helmet from the dead driver. You don't know that the driving helmet is a powerful thing. It can forcibly stimulate the X field of ordinary people, thereby stimulating the X-rounder ability, but the side effects are also very large, which will damage the brain nerves, so there is no further research and it is directly locked up. Who knows that someone heard about it and secretly pried open the lock, stole the helmet, and still shined in the battle. Huh? Is that so? Isem. After listening to it, Yang Hui looked at Isem with a nuclear cancer hydrogen smile on his face, and the hand pinching his face became more and more forceful. What? Are you blaming me for not letting you speak? Unable to shake his head, but his hands had already waved out after images. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die this time. Just as Isem was thinking this, the force on his face had loosened. Isem, who had survived the catastrophe, breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could breathe out, he felt a sharp pain on his head. Bang! Ouch! Isem squatted on the ground holding a smoking head, and Yang Hui blew on the iron fist of love. I was wondering why this kid suddenly became stupid, and it turned out that he really became stupid. Yang Hui said. Uncle Yang Hui, I was just worried about you. Huh? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Yo, such a familiar apology, but I found that someone knew the mistake but just didn't change it. I didn't. I just what? A man, why are you hesitant to speak? Yes. I met Gerhardt in Soren City. Isem said. So what? I still can't beat him, I lost again. Isem lowered his head and said unwillingly. In the battle to defend the giant ring base, Isem successfully tied with Gerhardt. He thought that he had already caught up with Gerhardt. Who knew? In another fight, Isem, full of confidence, took the new equipment of Gundam Age to fight Gerhardt, and was defeated again. Although he was not almost killed instantly like before, he still failed. This hit the confident Isem very hard, and he began to pursue the power of X-Rounder again. Yang Hui, Graham and Wolf looked at each other with very strange expressions. Is this normal? How can 2 days of training allow you to catch up with Gerhardt directly? Reality is not a game, and training is not a super experience potion that can help you level up directly. The reason why you were able to tie with Gerhardt before, in addition to your outburst of supernormal state due to anger and Gerhardt's need to be distracted to pay attention to the entire battle situation, was also because Yulin consumed Gerhardt. I say Wolf, have you forgotten something? Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and looked at Wolf with a bit of unkindness. Oh, you are also a veteran of the Shinrun team. Shouldn't reviewing the game be the most basic of the basics? Yang Hui complained, covering his face. It seems that Wolf really has to bear half of the blame. If Wolf could review the game after every battle, then Arthur would not have the illusion that he had caught up with Gerhard. Review the game. That's right, review the battle records again, confirm the progress and check the mistakes, and have an accurate understanding of your situation. Oh, Captain. Arthur looked at Wolf. Although he didn't say it, his eyes were telling Yang Hui and Graham why you never reviewed the game for us once. Forget it, just remember it yourself, we're leaving first. That? Uncle Yang Hui. Before leaving, Arthur stopped Yang Hui. What's wrong? Is there anything else? That is? Welcome home. Arthur said embarrassedly. How, you kid. Yang Hui smiled and rubbed Sam's head. Train hard. I'm still waiting for the day when you can protect us. Yes. After that, Yang Hui and Graham said goodbye to Sam and Wolf. Yulin also said goodbye to Rosemary. Boys have their own topics to talk about, and girls naturally have their own topics to talk about. I don't know what Yulin and Rosemary talked about. When they left, Rosemary's little face was always red, and her eyes kept stealing glances at Sam. Hold the red line. Guess. In Vigan, the Downs Fortress led the fleet slowly forward. Gerhardt went to Soren City to stop the Songgirl and just returned now, so he knew about the battle near the second moon and Isolkanda's wrong move. I see, so the morale of the whole army is so low. Gerhardt asked. That's right. Lord Isolkanda originally intended to use the destruction of the celestial beings to undermine the morale of the Earth Federation, but who would have thought? Alice. Metal Sand couldn't say Lord Isolkanda's decision was wrong, but deep in his heart he was also questioning why Isolkanda's decision was so reckless. I understand. I will report to Lord Isolkanda first, and then I will give a speech, which should be able to boost the morale of the entire army. Gerhardt said. Yes, Commander Gerhardt. Gerhardt returned to his room, took off his mask, and slammed his fist on the table. Why is Lord Isolkanda so reckless? Even if there is information provided by an insider, he should not open the wide area broadcast before personally confirming all the trump cards of the celestial beings. Gerhardt was very dissatisfied with Isolkanda's recklessness. In his opinion, the trump cards of the celestial beings were endless, and he could not be careless and underestimate the enemy without complete certainty. Even if they succeeded in annihilating the celestial beings, the lack of wide area broadcasting could still dampen the morale of the Federation army, such as the wreckage of aircraft and warships, battle records, etc. Although the purpose of going to Soren City this time failed, it was not without gain. In this battle, they saw the new equipment of the Gundam Age 2 in advance, and also tested the combat limits of the fleet and the Gundam Age 1. But these gains are insignificant compared to the low morale. Forget it, let's report first, and then see what happened. With that, Gerhard connected to Isolkanda's communication. Lord Isolkanda. Gerhard knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Gerhard. I'm very sorry, Lord Isolkanda. The operation at the giant ring base failed, and Soren technology was destroyed. As the Commander-in-Chief, I must take full responsibility. I don't need to apologize, Gerhard. Lord Isolkanda. Upon hearing this, Gerhard suddenly looked up at Isolkanda and felt that the person in front of him was very unfamiliar. Based on his understanding of Isolkanda, Isolkanda would always remain calm and peaceful under any circumstances. Even if he blamed him, he would not use such a harsh tone, nor would he have an ugly expression with anger. The celestial beings have escaped from our hands once again. How despicable. Gerhard, I have always been optimistic about you. Do you have any way to destroy the celestial beings? Excuse me, Lord Isolkanda, judging from the current situation, it is very difficult. The Federation's insiders have set traps with us more than once to destroy the celestial beings, but each time ended in failure and at a huge cost. From my understanding of Yang Hui, he must have guessed that there are our collaborators inside the Federation and has already investigated to some extent. If this continues, corrupt and stupid Earthlings, it doesn't matter if they are discovered. As long as we want, we can have as many traitors and spies as we want. The most important thing at the moment is the invasion of Earth, and the celestial beings are the mountain blocking our way. We must eliminate them. Yes. Gerhard, The failure of the attack on the giant ring base is not without gain. We have collected enough data to judge the combat effectiveness of the Earth Federation Army, the deployment of the Federation Army, and the combat effectiveness of the X-Rounder. Based on this data, I have formulated a perfect invasion operation. Perfect invasion. Hearing this, Gerhard frowned slightly. In his opinion, there is no such thing as a perfect operation. Any slight change on the battlefield may lead to the collapse of the operation. Yes, this operation will not fail. Let's get started, Gerhard, the construction of the new world we have been waiting for a long time. Chapter 172 Gerhard's Path, Vegan's Path. The vegan army moved towards the Federation in large numbers, and even the Downs Fortress, which had been sitting in the rear, also went out with a team this time. Our combat goal this time is to occupy Nordrum, an important production satellite in the Earth sphere. After completion, it will be forcibly docked with a mobile fortress Downs as a frontline base for attacking the Earth. Oh! After listening to Gerhard's story, all the participants exclaimed, "What a joke! This kind of thing!" Dorfrost retorted in horror. In his opinion, this kind of operation has no possibility of success. Using the industrial production capacity in Nordrum, our army's supply skills will be greatly improved, and the satellite residents can be used as labor and hostages at the same time. The enemy will not be able to easily launch an attack on us. Metal Sand added for Gerhard. But the possibility of success of this operation. This is the will of Lord Iselkanda. After this, all those who had objections stopped and remained silent. Iselkanda's orders were absolute to them, and they could not refute them even if they knew they were wrong. To take back our homeland, Earth, from the ignorant and incompetent Earthlings. It's time to fight. The meeting was disbanded, and everyone returned to their original positions with doubts and uneasiness. Dorfrost and the other two followed Gerhard all the way to his office. Commander Gerhard, this operation is too dangerous, and the chance of success is very small. And our army's morale is still at a low point. The Earth Federation can't just watch us occupy Nordrum. Even if we succeed by chance in the end, our army will definitely suffer heavy losses. Not only will we not have enough ability to control Nordrum, but we will also be unable to resist the counterattack of the Earth Federation. Does the commander really intend to use the satellite residents to threaten the Earth Federation? Please change the operation plan, Commander. The three guards persuaded. Dieter, unfortunately, I can't change the operation plan. This is an invasion operation personally drafted by Lord Iselkanda. Gerhard replied. How could it be? The three of them were disappointed and unwilling. Gerhard's meaning was very clear. Although he was the commander-in-chief, he was still under the control of Iselkanda. If he wanted to change the battle plan, Iselkanda had to nod his head. Commander Gerhard, can you persuade Lord Iselkanda? Dorfrost asked. Do you think I want to implement such a plan? Gerhard asked the three people in a bad tone. This is our fault. Dorfrost and the other two lowered their heads and felt ashamed after hearing this, knowing that they were still blaming Gerhard for insisting on implementing an unwise battle plan. Gerhard looked at the three people and saw that they really understood him. He lowered his head in shame and felt a sense of recognition that he had never felt in the army. The only three people left in the demon unit did not get along with him, and the others obeyed his orders. Desroden, Metal Sand and others fully supported him. But most of those who supported him were subconsciously following Iselkanda's influence. They respected and recognized Iselkanda, not Gerhard. The remaining few were basically low-level personnel who had no thoughts of their own and listened to whoever was in power. Only the three guards truly recognized and respected him. Dieter, can I trust you? Gerhard asked after thinking for a while. Commander Gerhard. The three of them looked up suddenly and were stunned. Can they be trusted? Of course. After several battles, they have truly recognized this young commander, whether in terms of ability or philosophy, or even in terms of consciousness and will. But, asking this question at this time, they felt an awkward feeling, as if, of course, Commander Gerhard. Dorfrost said first. No matter what Gerhard meant, he still agreed first to know what would happen next. Then I hope you will believe me, just like I believe in you. Gerhard said to the three. Yes. X3 Lord Iselkanda's plan is not just as simple as occupying Nordrum. In fact, Lord Iselkanda did not intend to make this plan successful from the beginning. What did you say? Gerhard raised his hand to calm the three people down, and continued to tell them the full picture of Isolcanda's so-called perfect invasion plan. How is this possible? Lord Isolcanda, why did you do this? Lord Isolcanda's plan is indeed perfect, and the final success is also destined, but the three of them understood why it was called a perfect invasion plan. This plan can be said to be certain to succeed, but the question is, after the success, how many people in the entire army will survive? And how many people will be abandoned without knowing it? Commander Gerhard, why don't you tell everyone the complete battle plan? Dorfrost asked. But as soon as he asked this question, he regretted it because he had already guessed the answer. Lord Isolcanda will not allow the final stage of the plan to be leaked in advance. During the descent, everyone must hide and must not be discovered by the Earth Federation. Otherwise, they will not be able to hide on Earth, and all previous sacrifices will be in vain. Therefore, when the surface combat plan is about to fail, everyone will receive a secret order to execute the final stage. Gerhard said. Lord Gerhard. Dorfrost was silent for a while, and changed his address to Gerhard. Why tell us? The answer to this question is very important to them, because it is related to their loyalty. If one day in the future, I stand on the opposite side of Lord Isolcanda, will you still trust me as you do now? Gerhard asked the three. Lord Gerhard? Are you going to betray? I won't betray Vegan, I won't betray my compatriots. Gerhard said firmly, I respect Lord Isolcanda very much. It was he who brought hope of survival to us, the people of Vegan, and gave us the opportunity to return to our hometown, to Eden. Dieter, think carefully about the miserable state of your hometown, the barren land, and the people who might be lost at any time. Reaching Eden is not only our goal, but also their long-cherished wish. In order to go home, in order not to die at an unknown time due to a strange disease, this is a goal that must be accomplished. Then why did you? Lord Isolcanda has changed, or rather, grown old. As the war continues, I have found a path that is different from Lord Isolcanda, and this path should be the direction we are striving for. Gerhard said. Lord Gerhard. It cannot be denied that it was the Earthlings and the Federation that abandoned us and our ancestors and left us to fend for ourselves, but should we really hate all Earthlings because of a few termites? Have there never been termites inside Vegan? So you want to negotiate with the Federation? Yes, but not now. First, we need to use Flitasuno and Yang Hui to clean up the corrupt Federation and create the possibility for peace talks. Otherwise, those who only care about their own interests and status will never accept our existence. Then, defeat the Earth Federation. Defeat the Federation? Aren't we going to negotiate? Asked Alpha. Yes, but Vegan must negotiate with the Earth Federation as a victor. Vegan's technological level is indeed higher than that of the Earth Federation, but Vegan is at a disadvantage in terms of total population, resources, and territory. Therefore, ordinary peace talks will only cause Vegan to continue to be suppressed by the Earth Federation. In this way, the lives of our compatriots will not change much. So we must win this war and stand in front of them as a victor, instead of letting them pity us. This is the path that Gerhard found, to win the final victory in the war, negotiate with the Earth Federation, and strive for more opportunities and benefits for the people of Vegan. It is impossible for the Earthlings to be exterminated, nor is it possible for them to be enslaved by Vegan. Throughout human history, where there is oppression, there must be resistance. Vegan cannot trample on the Earthlings with a high-handed attitude, but must merge and coexist with them in an equal attitude. Lord Gerhard. The three were shocked by Gerhard's plan and ideals. There was a slight conflict with Isolcanda's propaganda, but the clear-phased goals were more convincing than Isolcanda's propaganda, and they were more feasible and had a higher success rate. At the same time, they could reduce the sacrifice of their compatriots. The three of them believed from the bottom of their hearts that this should be the more suitable way for Vegan to move forward. So Dieter, are you willing to believe me, follow me, and move towards this goal together? Gerhard asked the three. His tone was calm, as if he was sure that the three would agree from the beginning, but Gerhard was very nervous because he was not sure. He knew very well what kind of status Isolcanda had in Vegan. So Gerhard quietly held the pistol hidden under the table. If the three refused, he would kill them immediately and never let them leak their plan. Lord Gerhard, I am willing to follow in your footsteps. Your will deeply moved me, Lord Gerhard, and I am willing to follow you. Lord Gerhard, please allow me to fight alongside you. What relieved Gerhardt was that the three did not hesitate for too long and gave their loyalty to Gerhardt. The three were not fooled by Gerhardt and agreed on the spur of the moment, but they sincerely recognized Gerhardt's plan and were willing to fight for it. "Thank you." Gerhardt stood up and bowed to the three. He was very moved and excited, because his plan had just taken the first step forward at this time and found the first batch of like-minded companions. "Then, I will issue the first order to you as Gerhardt Garrett. Please give the order. Survive. No matter how difficult it is, you must survive. Then work with me to open up a bright future for our compatriots." Yes. X3. Chapter 173, Nordrum Defense War. Not long after returning, the Shinran Squadron received another order to go to Nordrum immediately. Not only the Shinran Squadron, but also the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Fleets, including the Songstress, all urgently went to Nordrum to join the 1st Fleet and the standing garrison to defend against the upcoming large-scale attack. How long has it been? There is another large-scale attack. Vegan really can't sit still. Graham complained. It seems that Izalkanda is not a good person. The giant ring base suffered heavy losses and ambushed us near the second moon. We were all severely damaged. It has only been a few days, and he will attack Nordrum again. Yulin said. He is not a simple person, otherwise he would not have been able to establish the country of Vegan, let alone deal with the Federation until now. Yang Hui shrugged and said. Speaking of Yang Hui, Nordrum. Yes, that's right. Very good, I finally waited for this day. Calm down. Seeing Graham so excited, Yang Hui persuaded. How can I be calm? I've been waiting for this day for 25 years. Yes, 25 years. Yang Hui said with emotion. It has been 42 years since he came to the Gundam Age world. Although he lives a fulfilling life every day, and does not feel lonely with Graham and Yulin by his side, and has gained a lot, he still misses the Emperor and Wang Liumei in Promise Fortress, and Katie who has not left the Gundam world. But, the 25-year wait is about to come to an end, and after the end, there is another 24 years waiting for them. Oh, but don't forget that there is still the 3rd stage waiting for us. Sure enough, Yang Hui's cold water directly extinguished Graham's excitement and restored his weak state. Yang Hui, next time there is a mission world like this, please don't take me with you. Graham said madly. Compared with bullying children in one world, he would rather go to different worlds to challenge different opponents. Do you think I want to? And this is a random choice by Memphis. I didn't bring you here. Yang Hui retorted. Graham, oh, Yulin covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She was not as curious and excited about the unknown world as Graham. She just wanted to be with Yang Hui. This was the world she lived in. Growing up and growing old with Yang Hui was also a kind of plain romance and happiness. Compared with the unpredictable future, she paid more attention to the present. As for what Yang Hui's other lovers thought of her, Yulin didn't care so much. As long as Yang Hui could keep a place for her by his side, she would be satisfied. Let's get through the Nordrum Defense War first. Vegan will enter a weak period. Hurry up and cooperate with Fleet to clean up the termites in the Federation, end the 2nd phase of the mission, and see what the 3rd phase of the mission is. Yang Hui said. Well, that's the only way. The colony satellite Nordrum is also near the Earth, so it took 2 days to reach Nordrum from the giant ring base. This time, Fleet used the Diva as the main flagship, located at the rear of the battle line. The mizzen battleships were arranged in a very strange way, like welcoming guests, and the middle passage was completely empty. In addition to the Diva at the rear, there were only 3 machines guarding it, namely the Dawn Gundam, the Flag Gundam and the Luna Gundam. The photon ring array was completed so quickly. Yang Hui asked, looking at the ring-shaped device not far in front of the Diva. No wonder Fleet wanted to use the Diva as the main flagship. So this is what he was thinking. After arriving at Nordrum, Graham and Yulin were still wondering why Fleet's formation was so strange. When they saw the ring-shaped device in front of the Diva, they understood. Fleet proposed that the latest weapon developed by Yang's enterprise, the photon ring array, would arrange electromagnetic terminals in a ring shape in the universe, causing electrons to rotate inside to create powerful kinetic energy, and use the Diva's photon destruction cannon to complete the pointing attack on the enemy. Although it is very simple, it is still good as an emergency equipment. Yang Hui explained to the two. But it's hard not to be noticed by the enemy, and the middle gate is wide open. If the enemy breaks through the center in one go, we can't withstand this number. Graham said. If you put away your smile, I will believe it a little more. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Graham's excited smile was almost distorted. How can you make people believe that you are worried? It seems that I am really not suitable for acting. Nonsense. Here it comes, get ready. During the chat, the enemy detection system sounded an alarm. Within the range visible to the naked eye, Vegan deactivated the sunshade system, and the Downs Fortress and the huge fleet appeared in front of everyone. Beep beep beep. This is the Dawn Gundam, Yang Hui, please speak. Lieutenant General Yang Hui, I'm leaving the central defense zone in your hands. Please hold it until the photon ring array is fully charged. Understood. Good luck. After cutting off the communication, Yang Hui said to Graham and Yulin, I heard you all. The outcome of this battle is on us again. It looks like we're going to be heroes again. He. Facing the approaching enemy and the strong sense of oppression, the three of them seemed to be strolling in their own garden, leisurely and calm. No, Graham was almost burning with excitement. Although there were only 3 of them blocking the enemy in the middle passage, if Vegan really made a desperate breakthrough in the center, the friendly forces on both wings would immediately turn around and form a left and right trap, directly closing the door and beating the dog, so that Vegan could not escape. Horizontal ellipsis. Vegan is here. Commander, shall we begin? Let's begin. Deploy all ships. Yes. Photon ring array, ready to start. Input coordinates for electromagnetic terminal. Understood. Electromagnetic terminal deployment completed. Okay, start electron acceleration. Understood. Electron acceleration program begins. Horizontal ellipsis. When the Federation Army deployed its front, Gerhardt led 3 members of the Royal Guards and led them as troops to charge the Federation defense line. He originally planned to lead the troops to break through the enemy's defense line in one go, but after seeing the Federation Army's formation, his speed slowly slowed down. Excuse me, what happened, Lord Gerhardt? Dalfrost asked when he saw Gerhardt's unusual concern. Very strange. Gerhardt frowned slightly. Very strange. Yes, the enemy's formation is too strange, as if they were lining up to welcome us in. Could it be to lure the enemy in? Dalfrost asked. I don't think Flitasuna's strategy is that simple, but I don't rule out the possibility. It's better to be careful. As he said that, Gerhardt immediately connected the communication with Deputy Commander Metal Sant. Commander Gerhardt. Deputy Commander Sant, the enemy's formation is too strange, pay attention to the coordinate F21. F21. Metal Sant looked at the battle map carefully and also found something strange. Got it, Commander Gerhardt, please pay attention to your own safety. Got it. The tactical arrangements of both sides were completed, and Vegan's naval guns served as the opening signal of the grand ceremony. Dozens of thick yellow beams cut through the universe, crossed the space, and came to the front of the Federation Army's defense line. The battle started like an established rule. The Federation Army was naturally familiar with it. It immediately released anti-beam diffusion particles in front of the defense line, easily dissolving the enemy's first wave of artillery barrage. At this time, the MIS troops of both sides also came into close combat and collided with each other. Graham, let's go. Really? Defense is not for me. Although he complained, Graham's hands were not slow. He pushed the joystick to the bottom. The flag Gundam ran at full power and turned into a red meteor to charge at the enemy. You guy. Yang Hui watched the flag Gundam rush out at full power, smiled bitterly and shook his head, and hurried to follow. All the floating guns were deployed, and the first line of defense was set up. While blocking the enemy, Graham's butt had to be taken care of. Yulin didn't need Yang Hui's instructions at all. She retreated a distance and maintained the best shooting position. The floating guns were dispersed to both sides to fill Yang Hui's vacant position. At this time, the flag Gundam, which had already rushed into the enemy formation and killed a lot, tore the enemy's formation apart, turned several directions and returned to the front of the defense line. After a slight adjustment, it turned into a jackal, tiger and leopard and rushed into the flock of sheep. The Celestial Beings Battalion was Vegan's key target of defense. Before the war, Gerhardt had ordered all the troops to report to him immediately whoever found the location of the Celestial Beings Battalion. Gerhardt would immediately lead the guards to entangle the enemy and give the army a chance to advance. But at this time, Gerhardt had received reports from his subordinates, but he could not rush over to resist the Celestial Beings Battalion in the first place, Because, Gerhardt, it's you again. SM. Get out of my way. It might be fate, or it might be that the red Jedra was too conspicuous in the universe. Not long after Jedra rushed into the enemy camp, it was approached by the Gundam Age 2. I can't let you pass. After a period of military career, SM has also grown a lot, not only in driving skills, but also in mentality, vision, and recognition of targets. Gerhardt appeared on the battlefield with his guards, but did not break through in one direction. Instead, he was looking for something and wandering around. SM guessed that Gerhardt was looking for Yang Hui and the others. According to the deployment, Yang Hui and his two companions were definitely bearing the greatest pressure of the entire defense line at this time. He would not let Gerhardt go over to add burden to Yang Hui and his companions. Moreover, Gerhardt, this time, I will not lose to you again. I don't have time to duel with you. If you don't get out of the way, I will shoot you down. Try it if you can do it. Chapter 174. See your own price. The Gundam Age 2 Barrett Jaeger is the answer given by the Age system. Compared with the Barrett twin gun in the original work, it has undergone a significant change. The original Barrett twin gun was equipped with 2 DAS cannons, 2 large beam swords, and 4-leg missile launchers for the Gundam Age 2. The current Barrett Jaeger replaces the 2 DAS cannons with 4 Fangs cannons, and the matching large beam swords have also become 4. However, compared to the large beam swords that can only rotate in position, the current auxiliary arm-type large beam swords are more flexible and have a wider attack range. The beam sword in the hand of the Gundam Age 2 collided with Jedra, and stalemate each other in space. The 3 guards saw the opportunity and wanted to sneak attack the Gundam Age 2 from behind, but as soon as the 3 machines made a move, 4 beams of light came with a breath of death, forcing them to retreat again. This is it. The Gundam has evolved. Damn it. Master Gerhardt. Don't worry about me. Join the Imagine troops to hold back the enemy battalion. Gerhardt knew that the Gundam Age 2 was now extremely powerful and that he might not be able to shoot it down in a short while, and that SM would definitely chase him, so he could only ask Thor and the other 2 to find a way to hold back the enemy first. Also, the threat of the Gundam Age 2 had greatly increased at this time. If left alone, it would also cause heavy casualties to the vegan army, so Gerhardt couldn't just leave it alone. But go. Don't let our compatriots continue to be slaughtered. With Gerhardt's shout, Jedra swung away the lightsaber of the Gundam Age 2 and quickly retreated, avoiding the large beam swords that attacked from the top, bottom, left, and right. Tisk, have you been seen through again? In that case. He retracted the 4 cannons floating in the universe, and fired at Jedra in succession with a beam rifle in his hand, leaving no gaps. Since you can see through my movements, then even if you see through it, you can't escape. Ha. Damn it. The Gundam Age 2 with greatly increased firepower brought huge pressure to Gerhardt, and SM's driving skills improved again. His shooting accuracy was obviously much higher than when he just changed his equipment. Gerhardt. Don't even think about running away. Seeing Jedra dodging and retreating, the Gundam Age 2 quickly followed. With the increase in armament, its mobility would naturally decrease, but when it transformed into flying form, it could bite Jedra's tail tightly, making it difficult for it to escape. It's really tough. Gerhardt's back was soaked with sweat. With his ability, he wouldn't be in such a mess. However, the Gundam Age 2 Barrett Hunter was like a hedgehog, covered with spikes all over its body. It would hurt people wherever it went. Their position at this time was exactly in the center of the right-wing battlefield. Gerhardt not only had to pay attention to the attack of the Gundam Age 2, but also had to care about his own losses. All the troops around coordinate D09 dispersed to other lines of defense. Gerhardt had no choice but to give an order to clear the nearby battlefield. It might be that Gerhardt, as the commander-in-chief, still had a great weight in their hearts, or it might be that the Gundam Age 2 at this time also made them afraid. So as soon as they received the order, all the vegan troops near coordinate D09 chose to attack from another direction and clear the battle space where Jedra and Gundam Age 2 were. Since you won't give up, then fall here. SM. Gerhardt. Jedra no longer fled in a panic. He stopped and turned around, waving the Jedra sword and the physical sword towards the speeding Gundam Age 2. The two turned into 2 meteors, colliding back and forth in the universe with tail lights. The middle road showed that with the hard work of the 3 Gundams, the defense line was as solid as a rock. Even if an enemy plane could break through the first line of defense while the flag Gundam was far away from them, it would be stopped by the Dawn Gundam on the second line of defense. Occasionally, a few fish that slipped through the net could cross the second line of defense by chance, but they did not see the dawn of victory, but saw the beautiful Grim Reaper waving at them. This kind of battle is the battle I pursue. Ha ha ha. Hey, Graham, don't play too crazy, pay attention to time and energy. Yang Hui reminded with a smile. He was really worried that Graham, who had been holding back for too long, would go crazy and forget the battle plan and die in the attack of friendly forces. Do you look down on me so much? Graham scolded. I'm just afraid that you'll get sick. Yang Hui teased. Tisk, worry about nothing, but that group of people is here again. The flag Gundam had just left the previous wave of attack, and 6 light spots appeared on the enemy detection system, rapidly approaching the central defense line from 2 directions. X-Rounder troops. Oh my. No, our mission is to defend the central defense line. Let's have some fun with them here. Yang Hui stopped him. Got it. Graham also suppressed the urge to hunt prey, and did not charge the enemy formation again. He just maintained his current position and cleared the enemy planes that wanted to pass through in a small area. Yolan, say hello to them. Yang Hui instructed. Got it. As soon as the voice fell, the muzzle of the Luna Gundam turned around, with a long-range beam gun aimed at the left and the floating gun aimed at the right. In the cockpit, the enemy planes in both directions had entered Yulin's range, and the red circle had locked the target. Horizontal ellipsis. The X-Rounders running at high speed all received feedback from their abilities, and a sense of danger arose spontaneously. What is this? Why do I feel dangerous? Lacey Adnell asked worriedly. Are you scared last time, Lacey? Shut up. Leon. I'm not scared. It should be a stray bullet, right? It's normal to have stray bullets on the battlefield. Don't worry, Lacey. Even the god of death can't catch me at this distance. Swish. Before he could finish his words, in the stunned eyes of Lacey Adnell and Leon Lewis, the Jet SM, driven by Nedcon, was pierced through the head by a pink beam, and Nedcon himself was pierced through. Ned. Damn Earthling. You actually stole. When the two came to their senses, Leon, who was cursing, was also melted by the beam and turned into dust in the universe together with his body. Leon. Lacey Adnell was really scared. This time she saw clearly that it was not the enemy plane that attacked them from behind when they were not paying attention, but the Luna Gundam that was far away on the other side of the universe. Die? I will die. I don't want to die. I want to live. Lacey Adnell's courage was completely broken. She fired 2 shots at this distance, and each shot directly hit the cockpit of the Tumas. It was impossible to do such a precise sniper at such a distance, not to mention whether it was possible. What's more, there were other vegan Ms mixed between them. In such a complicated battlefield, every interception could grasp the slightest gap and hit the locked target directly. Is this really possible for a human? Lacey Adnell didn't want to think, and she didn't have the opportunity to think. As a member of the Demon Corps, she was ambitious. Except for her teammates in Izalkanda, she looked down on everyone with her nose up to the sky. Even though she lost many companions in the battle to capture the giant ring base, and was humiliated, and had to flee in a hurry, she blamed all the responsibility on Gerhardt's command errors, and did not think it was her own problem. Now, she can see clearly that she is not much different from the inferior species she once looked down on. In front of the real monsters, they are all tiny ants. But the price to pay for realizing her own insignificance is too high, so high that she can't afford it at all. Swish. The third beam, which was also the last long-range sniper, pierced through Lacey Adnell's cockpit. Under the illumination of the pink light, the existence of Lacey Adnell completely disappeared in the universe. The demon troops on the left were easily eliminated, but the guards on the right were not so easy. While dodging, Dalfrost saw the 3 friendly signs belonging to the demon troops disappear. Lacey, Leon and Ned are dead. Damn it, how dare they be so careless. Alpha Fadian and Dieter Lance, who also noticed the death of 3 people in the battle, also gritted their teeth, and the flames of anger almost burned their bodies. But this was just impotent rage. Although they had experience in the battle of the giant ring base, they began to evade the moment they received the X-Rounder ability warning, but the endless deadly rain and dew still made them embarrassed and unable to dodge. This is not a solution. We can't get close to them at all. Alpha. Dieter. Follow me. Captain, you understand. Understood, prepare to switch. The battle was in full swing. Every minute and every second that passed, a large number of lives would turn into cosmic souls and be buried in the cemetery called battlefield, while the song diva in the rear was like an independent paradise, a paradise without disputes. In front of the song diva, the huge electromagnetic disc was spinning and jumping, ready to release the roar of destruction. Photon ring array, radiation ring confirmed to be formed, enter the final procedure. Photon destruction cannon, prepare to point and fire. After receiving the report, Miles immediately gave instructions: notify the entire army, immediately evacuate the photon array axis. Understood, notify the entire army, please evacuate the photon array axis immediately. Repeat, please evacuate immediately. The evacuation order was issued only 1 or 2 minutes later, and the Federal Army near the Central Channel immediately abandoned the enemy on the opposite side and began to move to both sides. The 3 Gundams released their interception of the enemy at the moment the countdown ended, opening the door for the enemy to enter directly. All troops have been evacuated. Confirm that there are no friendly troops on the ray axis. Point and fire, ready. Okay. Fire. Finally waiting for this moment, Flint issued the launch order without hesitation. Argyris received it and waved his hand. Photon destruction cannon, point and fire. The pink torrent shot out from the diva and hit the blue and white electromagnetic vortex. The electromagnetic storm and photon energy merged into one, turning into a torrent, splitting the universe in two. Chapter 175: Attacking the Fortress. Buzz buzz buzz. This is it. Strong photon radiation detected behind the enemy's front. At the last moment before the photon destruction cannon was about to be fired, the photon radiation was detected by the Downs Fortress. Could it be that it's completed? Immediately notify the troops on the ray axis to retreat. Downs Fortress urgently turned around and headed towards F-21, and the giant shield system was activated. The strange limbs of Downs Fortress shone with a faint light, getting brighter and brighter. Based on 4 points, lasers were emitted and connected together. A series of 3 layers of solid energy barriers stood in front of Downs Fortress in a pointed cone shape. At the moment when the giant shield was just completed, a visible torrent of photons hit the solid giant shield, and the majestic energy gushed out, pushing Downs Fortress back continuously, but the giant shield did not have a single crack. Under the protection of the giant shield, as stable as Mount Tai, Downs Fortress suffered almost no damage. Report the situation. Metal Sand asked immediately after and during the shelling. No major damage was found. Metal Sand breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Did we finally catch up? Gerhardt's prediction was indeed accurate. Then, Metal Sand asked about the damage to the friendly forces. How much did the troops lose? 10% of the friendly signals were lost. Bang, hearing this, although he was mentally prepared from the beginning, Metal Sand couldn't help but punch the command desk with his fist. Is it still too late? Although the retreat order was issued in time, it was still too late for the frontline troops, especially after the Shinran battalion gave way. The troops attacking the central defense line were like beasts out of the cage, treating the diva and Nordrum in front as delicious prey and rushing up without regard for the consequences. Rushing too fast, they fell into the enemy's encirclement, and the excitement of thinking that they had successfully forced the Shinran battalion away made their eyes red, lost their reason, and finally embarked on the road of destruction. Report the situation to Commander Gerhardt. This weapon cannot be used continuously. Now is the time to attack with all forces. Yes. XN. The attack of the photon ring array brought huge casualties to Vegan, but the Federation Army did not feel any joy. The electron beam was diffused, and the fortress was not damaged. What happened? Fleet asked hurriedly. He found it hard to accept that the attack that he was determined to win did not play the role it should have. The enemy seems to have deployed some kind of interference bunker. Rosemary reported. How could it be? It actually resolved our tactics on the spot. The atmosphere on the bridge of the songstress was very low. Although 10% of the enemy troops were destroyed, their target was still the Downs Fortress. As long as the Downs Fortress was not destroyed, even if 20% or 30% of the enemy troops were destroyed, it would be useless. Recharge immediately. Fleet ordered immediately. Understood. But Commander, the interference bunker of the enemy fortress. Argyris asked. As long as the interference bunker existed, no matter how many times the photon ring array was fired, it would probably not have any effect. What is the current situation of the Celestial Beings Squadron? Fleet asked. It's in the middle of a battle, Rosemary replied. There's nothing we can do, Arguris. The next command is up to you. After saying that, Fleet stood up and left the bridge, heading towards Graku. That's right. Arguris shrugged when Fleet left. He had expected that Fleet would personally attack. The activeness of the Celestial Beings Squadron made many people forget that Fleet was an ace pilot, second only to the three Archangels of the Federation, before he became the Commander-in-Chief. Although he focused on battlefield command, his heart still longed to fight on the front line, which was one of the reasons why he spared no effort to train Arguris as his successor. However, the Celestial Beings Squadron was too dazzling. The general small scenes did not require the appearance of the Commander-in-Chief. For the big scenes, such as the defense of the Great Ring Base, when Fleet was about to attack personally, Vegan retreated. Leave it to me next, Commander. Arguris said confidently in his heart. Damn the Federation, they actually have such weapons. Dieter Lance was furious. How many compatriots were drowned in the photon torrent just now? It was too numerous to count. Is that why the Deputy Commander gave the order to retreat? Damn the Federation Army. Orphafadian said angrily. If we hadn't been entangled by the sniper of the Moon Angel, would we have? After Dorfrost's reminder, the two's hot brains cooled down, and their backs were instantly wet with cold sweat. Yes, if it weren't for the sniper of the Moon Angel that blocked them outside the ray axis of the photon ring array, they would probably have been like the other vegan troops, and then drowned by the photon torrent. In a sense, Yulin was their savior. Tisk. It's really annoying. But we can't just let it go. Whether it's the order of Lord Gerhard or the hatred of our compatriots, we can't stop. Dieter, let's go. Understood. The 3x2 guards rushed towards the 3 Gundams of the Celestial Beings with blazing flames behind them. They knew it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but whether it was Gerhard's order or the hatred of their compatriots, they couldn't stop because of fear. It's still quite spectacular. Graham whistled in admiration. It was also the first time he saw a large strategic weapon in action. Are you surprised? Then won't you be scared to death in the future? Yang Hui teased. Isn't it? Photon ring array is really nothing. In many worlds, there are too many similar and even more powerful weapons, such as Flashlight, Genesis, Requiem, not to mention the more buggy Moonlight Cannon, Moonlight Butterfly, Photon Torpedo and other black-on-black technologies. Oh? Really? Then I won't be bored. Graham grinned. Since there are more powerful strategic weapons, there must be more powerful opponents. This can't scare him, but will make him more and more excited. Don't worry, there will be opponents for you to challenge in the future. Now. Yang Hui looked at the enemy detection system, and 3 enemy logos rushed over. Greet the guests first. It's the 3 of them. Yulin, do you mind if I steal your opponents? Please feel free. Yuling replied indifferently. She didn't reject fighting, but it didn't mean she liked fighting. If someone could do it for her so that she could spend more time with Yang Hui, she would naturally not object. Then I'll go. As soon as the voice fell, the back of the flag Gundam also burst into flames, turning into a meteor and rushing towards the 3 guards. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Fleet's communication request came. Is your battle over? Fleet asked directly after the communication was connected. That's about right. The enemy planes in the central passage have all been driven to the left and right wings. Yang Hui replied. The attack of the photon ring array completely sobered up the hot-headed vegan army. Then the 3 Gundams kept hunting down the surviving remnants and completely frightened them. They all headed towards the ordinary Federal Army on both sides, no longer trying to see if the Grim Reaper's side was sharp. Graham. The enemy's last X-Rounder unit. I see. Then you follow me and attack the vegan mobile fortress to create an opportunity for the photon ring array to launch again. Directly attack the fortress. Well, the enemy's actions are very strange. Until now, no attack has been directed at Nordrum itself, so occupy Nordrum without damage. That's right. If we analyze it based on the opponent's action pattern and movement trajectory, this is the only answer. Flit nodded in affirmation. So that's how it is. They really dare to think. Yang Hui mocked. Knowing the original plot, He not only knew from the beginning that Vigen's goal was to force the Downs fortress to connect with Nordrum, but also knew that Isolkanda did not think that this battle plan would succeed from the beginning. His ultimate goal was to take advantage of the opportunity of the destruction and disintegration of the Downs fortress to allow Vigen's troops to hide in the debris and sneak into the Earth. But he couldn't say it now, not because he didn't want to spoil the plot, but because he had no tenable reason. Could he tell Fleet that he could predict the future? Yang Hui, Yolan, we must not let Vigen's conspiracy succeed. Follow me. Understood. X2, the Dawn Gundam and the Luna Gundam followed the Gundam Age 1 and went straight to the Downs fortress. Regardless of whether they knew the other party's plan or not, the goal of this battle was very clear, that is, to destroy the Downs fortress and thwart Vigen's plan. As for the final infiltration force, they could only find another opportunity to clean it up. Anyway, there were still more than 20 years before Vigen's large-scale invasion of the Earth. Even if they couldn't find all of them, they could kill a large part of them. After overcoming all the obstacles along the way, the Dawn Gundam, Luna Gundam, and Gundam Age 2 arrived in front of the Downs fortress. With heavy firepower in front of them, no matter how good their skills were, they could not do anything to this hedgehog covered with spikes. Tisk, it's worthy of being a fortress. This anti-aircraft firepower network must have at least hundreds of beam cannons, right? Yang Hui smacked his lips and exclaimed. Is it time to sigh about the enemy now? Fleet's mouth twitched wildly. What time is it now? Are you still kidding? But Fleet soon gave up treatment. After all, this is Yang Hui, who rarely gets nervous or anxious in battle. What should we do now? If this goes on, there will be no time to destroy the interference bunker device. Yang Hui asked Fleet. Although it is no problem to destroy all the hundreds of naval guns, it will take time, and they don't have enough time to slowly destroy the Downs fortress. We destroyed its propulsion system. Before resisting the attack of the photon ring array, the fortress adjusted its direction, so the interference bunker can only work in a specific direction. Understood. I really want to say this, Yolan, you go to protect Fleet. As a guest, I have to respond to the host's warm welcome. Yang Hui said, driving the Dawn Gundam to meet the swarming enemy planes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.